Hey everyone, Dave here. Welcome to my little corner of YouTube where we dive into awesome audiobooks. I'm all about sharing stories from big-name authors you love, but also some hidden treasures, including a few of my own, if you're curious. Look, I'm always on the hunt for the next great listen, so if you've got a book you're dying to hear, drop it in the comments. Who knows? You might hear it here soon. Oh, and if you're enjoying what you hear, why not hit that subscribe button? It helps more than you know. All right, let's get into today's story.
Lunar Plague, the Seventh Night. Chapter 1. Sarah's boots crunched softly on the gravel as she approached the abandoned gas station. The faded sign creaked ominously in the gentle breeze, a haunting reminder of a world long gone. Her eyes darted from shadow to shadow, muscles tense and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The silence that enveloped her was almost suffocating, broken only by the occasional distant groan that sent shivers down her spine. She paused at the edge of the cracked parking lot, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The knuckles of her right hand were white as she gripped the handle of her combat knife, the weapon a comforting weight against her thigh. With her left hand, she brushed a strand of greasy hair from her face, grimacing at the grime that seemed to coat every inch of her body. Sarah took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. She had to do this. Supplies were running low, and this gas station might be her last hope for miles. Swallowing hard, she crept forward, her movements fluid and practiced despite the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm her. The glass doors of the station hung askew, one shattered and the other barely clinging to its frame. Sarah slipped through the gap, wincing at the soft tinkle of glass shards beneath her feet. The interior was a mess of overturned shelves and scattered debris. Sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the corners of her vision. As she moved deeper into the store, Sarah's eyes adjusted to the gloom. She scanned the shelves methodically, her heart sinking with each empty rack she encountered. A thin layer of dust covered everything, undisturbed for who knows how long. The air was stale, thick with the musty odor of decay and abandonment. Sarah's footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down an aisle, her gaze locked on a toppled shelf that might conceal some overlooked treasure. She was so focused on her search that she almost missed the telltale shuffling sound coming from behind her. Almost. Sarah whirled around, her knife already halfway out of its sheath, as a figure lurched out from behind a shelf. Time seemed to slow as her military training kicked in, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought failed. The zombie's cloudy eyes locked onto her, its jaw working mindlessly as it reached for her with decaying hands. The stench of rotting flesh hit Sarah like a physical blow, threatening to overwhelm her senses. But she was already moving, her body reacting before her mind could fully process the danger. She ducked to the side, feeling the rush of air, as the zombie's grasping fingers missed her by mere inches. In the same fluid motion, Sarah brought her knife up and around, driving the blade deep into the creature's temple with a sickening crunch. The zombie went limp instantly, its momentum carrying it forward and nearly taking Sarah down with it. She stumbled back, yanking her knife free as the body crumpled to the floor. For a moment, she stood there, chest heaving, adrenaline coursing through her veins as she stared at the motionless form at her feet. As the immediate danger passed, Sarah became aware of a sharp pain in her left arm. She looked down to see a jagged gash just below her elbow, likely from catching it on a broken shelf during the struggle. Cursing under her breath, she glanced around quickly to ensure no other threats were lurking nearby, before turning her attention to the wound. With trembling hands, Sarah reached into her pack and pulled out a small first aid kit. She sank to the floor, leaning against a relatively clean section of wall as she began to clean and dress the gash. As she worked, her mind drifted, the familiar motions triggering a flood of memories she'd tried so hard to suppress. Suddenly, she wasn't in a decrepit gas station anymore, but back in a dusty field hospital in Afghanistan. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Wounded soldiers cried out in pain all around her as she worked feverishly to stem the bleeding from a young private's leg wound. "Stay with me, soldier," she heard herself saying, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "You're going to be just fine. We'll have you patched up and home before you know it." The private's eyes, glazed with pain and fear, locked onto hers. "Promise?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the din of the ongoing firefight outside. Sarah nodded, forcing a reassuring smile even as she felt the young man's pulse weakening beneath her fingers. "I promise," she said, knowing even then that it was a lie. The memory faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Sarah alone once more in the silent gas station. She blinked away the tears that had formed in her eyes, focusing on finishing the bandage around her arm. The stark contrast between her past and present hit her like a physical blow. Back then, she had been surrounded by her fellow soldiers, part of something larger than herself. Now she was utterly alone, fighting a never-ending battle against an enemy that couldn't be reasoned with or defeated. With a heavy sigh, Sarah pushed herself to her feet. She couldn't afford to dwell on the past. Survival was all that mattered now. She gave the gas station one final sweep, but as she had feared, there was little of value left. A few stale energy bars and a half-empty bottle of painkillers were her only reward for the risk she'd taken. Stepping back out into the sunlight, Sarah squinted against the glare. She needed to find transportation, and soon. On foot, she was too vulnerable, too slow. Her eyes fell on a rusted-out sedan parked haphazardly near the pump. It was a long shot, but maybe. Sarah approached the vehicle cautiously, peering through the grimy windows to ensure it was empty before trying the door. To her surprise, it opened with a protesting creak. The interior smelled of mold and old leather, but it was free of any obvious threats. Sarah popped the hood and began to examine the engine, her brow furrowed in concentration. As she suspected, the battery was dead, and the fuel line had long since run dry. But if she could siphon some gas from the station's underground tanks, there was a chance she could get this old clunker running again. It wasn't much, but it was the first glimmer of hope she'd had in days. Sarah retrieved a length of hose from her pack and set to work on the fuel pump. It was slow, tedious work, and the acrid taste of gasoline filled her mouth more than once. But gradually, drop by drop, she managed to fill a small jerrycan she'd been carrying. As she worked, Sarah's mind wandered again, this time to the early days of the outbreak. She remembered the panic, the confusion, as the first reports started coming in. No one had believed it at first, the dead rising, attacking the living. It sounded like something out of a bad horror movie. But then the videos started circulating, and the reality of the situation became impossible to ignore. Sarah had been on leave when it all went down, visiting her parents in their small Midwestern town. She remembered the frantic phone calls from her commanding officer, ordering her to report to the nearest military installation immediately. But by then, it was already too late. The roads were clogged with fleeing civilians, and the infected were everywhere. She never made it back to her unit, never found out what happened to her fellow soldiers, her friends. For all she knew, she was the last surviving member of her company. The thought sent a fresh wave of loneliness crashing over her. Shaking off the melancholy thoughts, Sarah focused on the task at hand. With the jerrycan finally full, She turned her attention back to the car. It took some doing, but eventually, she managed to get enough gas into the tank to give it a try. She slid into the driver's seat, her heart pounding with anticipation as she turned the key. The engine coughed and sputtered, then fell silent. Sarah closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried again. This time, after a moment of resistance, the engine roared to life. A triumphant smile spread across Sarah's face, the unfamiliar expression almost painful after so long. Her elation was short-lived, however. As she began to gather her belongings to load into the car, something caught her eye. A crumpled piece of paper, half hidden beneath the passenger seat. Curious, Sarah reached for it, smoothing out the creases to reveal a hand-drawn map. Her breath caught in her throat as she studied the crude diagram. It showed the surrounding area, with various locations marked and annotated. But what really grabbed her attention was a circled area near the center, labeled Safe Zone in bold letters. Sarah's mind raced. Could it be true? Was there really a safe haven out there? Somewhere she could finally rest, maybe even find other survivors? She had heard rumors of such places before, but they had always turned out to be either overrun or nothing more than cruel traps set by desperate survivors. And yet, the hope that blossomed in her chest was undeniable. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Sarah felt a spark of something other than fear and resignation. She had a destination, a purpose beyond mere survival. With renewed energy, Sarah quickly loaded her meager possessions into the car. She studied the map one last time, committing the route to memory before carefully folding it and tucking it into her jacket pocket. According to the markings, there was a town about 50 miles to the northeast that might serve as a good stopping point to resupply before attempting to reach the supposed safe zone. As Sarah pulled out of the gas station, the sun was already beginning to dip towards the horizon. The desolate landscape stretched out before her, a sea of abandoned vehicles and overgrown fields. Skeletal trees reached towards the sky like gnarled fingers, their leaves long since fallen and forgotten. The loneliness of her situation pressed down on Sarah once more as she drove. Miles passed without a single sign of life, human or otherwise. The eerie quiet was broken only by the rumble of the car's engine and the occasional crackle of static from the useless radio. Sarah's mind wandered as she navigated the empty roads, carefully maneuvering around the worst of the obstacles. She thought about the life she had left behind, the dreams and aspirations that now seemed like relics from another world entirely. Would she ever again know the simple pleasure of a hot shower or the comfort of sleeping in a real bed without fear of attack? As the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky, Sarah knew she needed to find shelter for the night. Driving after dark was far too risky. Not only were the infected more active, but the lack of functioning streetlights made it all too easy to miss potential hazards on the road. She spotted an old hunter's blind perched in a copse of trees just off the highway. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. Sarah carefully pulled the car off the road, using the remaining foliage for cover as best she could. She gathered her essentials, weapons, water, and a few of the energy bars she'd scavenged earlier before making her way to the elevated platform. The wooden structure creaked ominously as Sarah climbed the rickety ladder, but it held her weight. She settled in for the night, her back pressed against the rough planks as she stared out into the gathering darkness. The first stars were beginning to appear in the sky, twinkling serenely, oblivious to the horrors that had befallen the world below. As exhausted as she was, sleep proved elusive. Every time Sarah closed her eyes, her mind was assaulted by memories of the initial outbreak. She saw again the terrified faces of her neighbors as they fled their homes, the sickening sight of infected loved ones turning on their families. She remembered the gut-wrenching decision to leave her parents behind when they refused to abandon their home, clinging to the false hope that the government would soon regain control. A soft sob escaped Sarah's lips before she could stifle it. She pressed a hand to her mouth, straining her ears for any sign that the sound had attracted unwanted attention. But the night remained still, the only sounds the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of an owl. As the hours crept by, Sarah's thoughts turned to the map and the promise of safety it offered. She knew better than to get her hopes up too high. She had been disappointed far too many times before. And yet, she couldn't quite squash the tiny flame of optimism that had taken root in her heart. Whatever tomorrow might bring, whatever challenges lay ahead, Sarah knew one thing for certain. She would face them head on, as she always had. Because in this new, terrifying world, giving up simply wasn't an option. She had survived this long, and she would continue to survive, one day at a time, until she either found that elusive safe haven or met her end trying. With that resolution firmly in mind, Sarah finally drifted into a fitful sleep, her hand never straying far from the knife at her side. In her dreams, she saw flashes of the world as it once was, and fleeting glimpses of what it might become. And through it all, a single thought echoed in her subconscious. Tomorrow was another day, another chance to find hope in a world that had all but forgotten the meaning of the word. Chapter 2. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt of what was once a bustling suburban street. Sarah Thompson adjusted the straps of her worn backpack, her eyes darting from house to house, as she cautiously made her way into the outskirts of the town. The eerie silence was broken only by the occasional gust of wind, which carried with it the sickly, sweet stench of decay. Once cheerful homes now stood as hollow, decaying shells of their former selves. Faded paint peeled from weathered siding, and overgrown lawns had become miniature jungles. A child's tricycle lay rusted and forgotten in a driveway, a poignant reminder of the lives that had been violently torn away. Sarah's military training kept her movements measured and deliberate. Her right hand never strayed far from the holstered pistol at her hip, a habit born of necessity in this unforgiving new world. As she passed by a row of mailboxes, their flags still raised in eternal expectation, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the letters that would never be sent or received again. A flicker of movement in her peripheral vision caused Sarah to freeze. She crouched low, using an abandoned car for cover as she peered around the corner of a cul-de-sac. What she saw made her blood run cold. In the center of the street, illuminated by the dying light of day, was a group of zombies in various states of decay. They hunched over a recent victim, their guttural moans punctuated by the wet, tearing sounds of flesh being ripped from bone. Sarah's stomach churned as she took in the horrific scene. The zombies, once human, now bore only a grotesque resemblance to their former selves. Rotting skin hung in tatters from exposed muscle and bone. Milky, sightless eyes rolled in sunken sockets as they feasted. One creature, its lower jaw entirely missing, struggled to participate in the gruesome meal. Sarah's gaze fell upon the victim. From the tattered remains of clothing, she guessed it had been a man, probably middle-aged. His chest cavity gaped open, ribs protruding like accusing fingers towards the uncaring sky. A wedding ring glinted on a hand that lay motionless in a spreading pool of congealed blood. The brutality of this new world was laid bare before her, and Sarah felt a wave of nausea threaten to overwhelm her. She swallowed hard, forcing down the bile that rose in her throat. This was survival now: kill or be killed, eat or be eaten. There was no room for sentiment or weakness. As silently as she could, Sarah backed away from the nightmarish tableau. Her mind raced with questions she knew would never be answered. Who had this man been? Did he have a family waiting for him somewhere? How long had he survived before succumbing to the horrors that now ruled the earth? Shaking her head to clear the morbid thoughts, Sarah continued her exploration of the town. She needed supplies, a safe place to rest, and any information she could gather about the state of the world beyond this desolate suburb. The fading light made navigation treacherous. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and every creaking branch or settling structure sent jolts of adrenaline through Sarah's system. She found herself approaching a partially collapsed house, its roof caved in on one side like a failed souffle. Carefully, she picked her way through the debris-strewn yard. A family photo album lay open on the brown grass, its pages warped by exposure to the elements. Sarah averted her eyes from the smiling faces frozen in time, unable to bear the weight of their lost futures. The front door hung askew on its hinges, and Sarah had to squeeze through the narrow opening. The musty smell of mold and decay assaulted her nostrils as she entered what had once been a living room. Furniture lay overturned, and shards of glass from shattered picture frames crunched beneath her boots. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, something caught her attention. On a battered side table, partially obscured by a fallen lampshade, sat an old radio. Sarah's heart quickened as she approached it. Could it still work? The thought of hearing another human voice, even over the airwaves, was almost too much to hope for. With trembling fingers, she reached out and turned the dial. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a crackle of static, the radio sprang to life. Sarah's momentary elation quickly faded as she realized that the static was all there was to hear. She fiddled with the tuning, desperately searching for any sign of a broadcast, but found only empty silence punctuated by bursts of white noise. The absence of human communication hit Sarah like a physical blow. She sank to her knees, the radio clutched to her chest as tears began to fall. The static seemed to mock her, emphasizing the vast emptiness of the world she now inhabited. How many others were out there, she wondered, listening to the same dead air and feeling just as alone. After allowing herself a few moments of grief, Sarah wiped her eyes and stood. She couldn't afford to wallow in despair. Survival demanded action, not self-pity. Tucking the radio into her backpack, hope dies hard. After all, she continued her search for supplies. The neighborhood yielded little of use. Most houses had long since been picked clean by previous scavengers or rendered uninhabitable by the elements. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, Sarah found herself approaching a strip mall on the edge of town. A flickering street lamp cast an anemic glow over the cracked parking lot. Sarah's gaze was drawn to the faded sign of a grocery store, its promise of everyday low prices, now a cruel joke in a world where money had lost all meaning. The store's automatic doors had been pried open long ago, leaving a yawning black maw that seemed to dare Sarah to enter. She pulled out a flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. The smell hit her first, a cloying mixture of spoiled food and something far worse. Rows of empty shelves stretched out before her, their contents long since looted or rotted away. Sarah's face fell as she took in the meager pickings that remained. A few dented cans rolled forlornly in the beam of her flashlight, their labels too faded to read. In what was once the snack aisle, Sarah hit pay dirt sort of. A crushed box of stale crackers lay hidden behind an overturned display. She tore into the package, her stomach growling loudly in the silent store. The crackers tasted like sawdust in her mouth, but she forced herself to eat slowly, carefully rationing each mouthful. As she chewed, Sarah took stock of her situation. The town seemed largely abandoned, which was both a blessing and a curse. Less chance of running into hostile survivors, but also fewer resources to scavenge. She'd need to push on soon, find somewhere with better prospects for long-term survival. A sudden crash from the back of the store sent Sarah scrambling for cover behind a checkout counter. Her heart pounded in her chest as she strained her ears, listening for any sign of movement. For several agonizing seconds, all was quiet. Then came the shuffle of feet dragging across linoleum. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as a small figure emerged from the shadows. It was a child, or rather, what had once been a child. The zombie couldn't have been more than 10 years old when it died. It still wore the tattered remains of a school uniform, now stained dark with dried blood and other, less identifiable substances. The sight of the young victim hit Sarah like a physical blow. She had seen countless horrors since the world ended, but something about the perversion of innocence embodied by this undead child struck her to her very core. The zombie's head swiveled in her direction, milky eyes fixing on her hiding spot with unnatural acuity. A low moan escaped its lipless mouth as it began to lurch towards her, arms outstretched in a grotesque parody of a child seeking comfort. Sarah's training screamed at her to raise her weapon, to put the creature down before it could pose a real threat. But as her hand closed around the grip of her pistol, she found herself paralyzed. All she could see was the little girl this thing had once been someone's daughter, someone's pride and joy, now reduced to a mindless engine of hunger and violence. The moment's hesitation nearly cost Sarah her life. The child zombie lunged with unexpected speed, its small hands grasping at her jacket. Sarah stumbled backward, knocking over a display of long-expired candy bars. The clatter seemed deafening in the cavernous store. Panic overrode Sarah's paralysis. She shoved the zombie away with as much force as she could muster, sending it sprawling into a rack of tattered magazines. Without looking back, she bolted for the exit, leaving behind the meager supplies she had gathered. The cool night air hit Sarah's face as she burst out of the store, gulping in great lungfuls to calm her racing heart. She didn't stop running until she had put several blocks between herself and the grocery store. As the adrenaline began to fade, shame and self-recrimination set in. She had let sentiment cloud her judgment, nearly getting herself killed in the process. It was a mistake she couldn't afford to repeat. Seeking higher ground to get her bearings, Sarah made her way to a nearby apartment building. The fire escape groaned ominously under her weight as she climbed, but held firm. On the rooftop, she finally allowed herself to catch her breath and take stock of her surroundings. The town spread out before her like a diorama of the apocalypse. Abandoned cars choked the streets, their windshields reflecting the pale moonlight. Here and there, columns of smoke rose lazily into the night sky, evidence of fires left to burn unchecked. The distant howl of wind through empty buildings created an eerie, mournful soundscape. What struck Sarah most, however, was the absolute absence of human activity. No lights shone in windows, no voices carried on the breeze. The scale of destruction and desolation laid out before her drove home the totality of the apocalypse in a way that individual encounters never could. She thought back to the static-filled radio, the child zombie in the store, the man torn apart in the street, each a piece in the puzzle of this new, brutal reality. Sarah had known intellectually that the world as she knew it had ended. But standing there on that rooftop, surveying the ruins of civilization, she felt the truth of it settle into her bones like a physical weight. For a moment, despair threatened to overwhelm her. What was the point of struggling on in this nightmare? Wouldn't it be easier to just give up, to let the darkness take her like it had taken so many others? But even as the thought formed, Sarah rejected it. She was a survivor. It was encoded in her DNA, reinforced by her training, and proven time and again since the world fell apart. As long as she drew breath, she would keep fighting, keep searching for a reason to hope. Sarah's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the faintest hint of pre-dawn light was beginning to appear. Another day in hell was about to begin, but she would face it head-on. There were supplies to gather, shelter to secure, and always the chance, however slim, of finding other survivors. With a deep breath, Sarah shouldered her pack and made her way back to the fire escape. The town had yielded little in the way of material goods, but it had hardened her resolve. Whatever horrors awaited her, she would meet them with clear eyes and steady hands. As she descended to the street below, Sarah allowed herself one last look at the silent town. Then, adjusting her pack, she set off towards the rising sun, leaving the ghosts of hopes crossing behind her. Chapter 3. Sarah Thompson's boots crunched over gravel as she crested the hill, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The setting sun cast long shadows across the overgrown fields before her, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson. It was beautiful, in a melancholy sort of way, a stark reminder of the world that once was. As she approached the farmhouse, Sarah's grip tightened on her rifle. The building stood as a silent sentinel, its weathered clapboards a faded blue beneath years of grime and neglect. Peeling paint curled away from the wood like old scabs, and thick vines of ivy snaked up the walls, seeking purchase in every crack and crevice. Sarah paused, taking in the scene. The farmhouse sat atop a gentle rise, offering a clear view of the surrounding area. To the east, golden wheat fields swayed in the breeze, long untended and run wild. To the west, an old barn listed slightly, its red paint sun-bleached to a dusty pink. The whole property was encircled by a split rail fence, much of it now rotted or fallen. It was a far cry from the quaint charm it must have once possessed, but to Sarah's eyes, it was something else entirely: opportunity. She approached cautiously, years of military training evident in her measured steps and watchful gaze. The creak of the gate seemed obscenely loud in the stillness, and Sarah winced, her eyes darting to the shadows between the buildings. Nothing moved, but experience had taught her that meant little in this new world. As if summoned by her thoughts, a low moan drifted from behind the house. Sarah's muscles tensed, adrenaline flooding her system, as she brought her rifle up to her shoulder. She edged forward, every sense on high alert. The zombie that shambled around the corner might once have been a farmer, Sarah thought. Tattered overalls hung from its emaciated frame, and a wide-brimmed hat was still perched precariously on its rotting skull. As it caught sight of her, its milky eyes widened, and a guttural growl escaped its lipless mouth. Sarah didn't hesitate. The crack of her rifle shattered the evening quiet, and the zombie crumpled, a neat hole punched through its forehead. She waited, counting her breaths, listening for any sign that the noise had attracted more of the undead. After a full minute of tense silence, Sarah allowed herself to relax marginally. She approached the fallen zombie, giving it a nudge with her boot to ensure it was truly dead. Satisfied, she began a methodical sweep of the property. 2 more zombies lurked in the overgrown field behind the house. Sarah dispatched them with the same grim efficiency, her movements economical and practiced. Each encounter was a grim reminder of how much she'd changed, how much the world had changed. The Sarah of 6 months ago would have been horrified at how easily she now ended these once human creatures. The Sarah of today knew what was necessary for survival. As she cleared the barn, Sarah reflected on her growing adaptation to this harsh new reality. Her hands no longer shook when she pulled the trigger. The sight of decaying flesh no longer turned her stomach. She learned to move silently, to trust her instincts, to make split-second decisions that meant the difference between life and death. With the perimeter secure, Sarah turned her attention to the farmhouse itself. The front door hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking mournfully as she pushed it open. Dust motes danced in the fading sunlight that streamed through grimy windows. The air inside was stale, heavy with the musty scent of abandonment. Sarah's tactical mind raced as she explored the interior. The farmhouse's layout was simple but effective. A large living area opened onto a kitchen with a staircase leading to second-floor bedrooms. The walls were solid, the windows small and defensible. With some work, this place could be made secure. She climbed the stairs carefully, testing each step before committing her full weight. The second floor offered an even better vantage point. From here, she could see clear to the main road, nearly a mile distant. Sarah allowed herself a small nod of satisfaction. This position was defensible. With some fortification, it could become a true sanctuary. As Sarah descended back to the main floor, her mind was already cataloging needs and prioritizing tasks. The house would need to be thoroughly cleaned and repaired. The windows should be reinforced, perhaps with scavenged metal sheeting. The surrounding fence would need to be rebuilt, stronger this time. And she'd need supplies: food, water, medical equipment, ammunition. The light was fading fast now, long shadows stretching across the floor. Sarah knew she needed to secure supplies and fortify her position before full dark. Moving with renewed purpose, she exited the farmhouse and made her way towards the cluster of buildings she'd passed on her way in. The small town, if it could even be called that, was little more than a crossroads with a handful of structures clustered around it. A gas station, its pumps long dry. A small grocery store, its windows shattered. A hardware store, surprisingly intact. Sarah approached the buildings cautiously, her movements becoming more furtive as the daylight waned and shadows grew longer. Every shifting shadow, every whisper of wind through empty streets, set her nerves on edge. The zombies were often more active at night, and she had no desire to be caught out in the open after dark. The grocery store proved to be a disappointment. Its shelves had been picked clean, likely in the early days of the outbreak. Sarah managed to scavenge a few cans of food from a toppled display, their dented exteriors having hidden them from less thorough looters. It wasn't much, but it would keep her fed for a few days at least. The hardware store proved to be a veritable gold mine. The lock on the front door had protected its contents from the initial wave of panicked looters, and Sarah's lockpicking skills, honed by necessity in the months since the outbreak, made short work of it. Inside, she moved efficiently, grabbing only what was essential: a hammer, nails, a saw, a roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting, coils of wire, a toolbox. Her military training helped her prioritize, focusing on materials that could be used for fortification and repair. As she worked, Sarah kept one eye on the fading light outside. The shadows were growing longer, the spaces between buildings now cloaked in darkness. She needed to get back to the farmhouse soon. Laden with supplies, Sarah began the trek back. The weight of her scavenged materials slowed her down, and she found herself glancing nervously at the deepening gloom. The distant sound of shuffling feet and low moans spurred her to move faster. She was within sight of the farmhouse when she heard at the distinctive shuffled drag of a zombie's gait, far too close for comfort. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she slowly turned, coming face to face with one of the undead. This one must have been turned recently. Its flesh hadn't yet begun to slough off, and its eyes still held a spark of feral intelligence. It lunged for her with surprising speed. Sarah's overfull arms hampered her movement. She couldn't reach her rifle in time. Instead, she swung the heavy toolbox in a desperate arc, catching the zombie squarely in the temple. It stumbled, giving her just enough time to drop her burden and draw her combat knife. The struggle was brief but intense. Sarah grappled with the creature, its fetid breath hot on her face, as snapping teeth came perilously close to her flesh. With a grunt of effort, She drove her knife up under its chin, the blade punching through the soft palate and into the brain. The zombie went limp instantly, its dead weight nearly pulling Sarah to the ground. Breathing heavily, Sarah disentangled herself from the corpse. She took a moment to collect herself, adrenaline still surging through her veins. It had been close, too close. She needed to be more careful. Gathering her scattered supplies, Sarah hurried the rest of the way to the farmhouse. She barricaded the door behind her, using a heavy bookcase to add an extra layer of security. Only then did she allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. As her racing heart began to slow, Sarah turned her attention to her surroundings. The farmhouse was secure for the moment, but there was still much to be done. She needed light, and for that, she needed power. Sarah remembered seeing a generator in the barn during her earlier sweep of the property. It was a long shot. Fuel would have long since gone stale, but it was worth investigating. Gathering her courage, she slipped out the back door of the farmhouse and made her way to the barn. The heavy barn doors groaned as Sarah pushed them open, the sound unnervingly loud in the stillness of the evening. She swept her flashlight across the interior, its beam cutting through years of accumulated dust and cobwebs. There, in the corner, sat the generator. It was an older model, coated in a thick layer of dust, but appeared to be intact. Sarah approached it cautiously, hope warring with pragmatism in her chest. She'd seen too many disappointments in the past months to let herself believe too easily. Kneeling beside the machine, Sarah began to inspect it. The fuel tank was bone dry, as expected, but she had half a can of gasoline in her pack, scavenged days ago and carefully hoarded. It wasn't much, but it might be enough to test the generator. With fingers made clumsy by anticipation, Sarah unscrewed the fuel cap and carefully poured in the gasoline. She checked the oil, finding it low but not empty, then turned her attention to the starting mechanism. The pull cord was stiff with disuse, and it took all of Sarah's strength to yank it. Once, twice, 3 times she pulled, each attempt met with stubborn silence. On the 4th try, the generator coughed, sputtered, and miraculously roared to life. The sudden noise was deafening in the quiet of the barn, and Sarah immediately regretted her actions. She knew that sound carried in the still evening air, and the noise of the generator would be like a dinner bell to any zombies in the area. As if to confirm her fears, a chorus of distant moans rose above the generator's steady thrum. Sarah's heart leaped into her throat. She had to move now. Grabbing the still-running generator, Sarah muscled it towards the barn doors. It was heavy, far heavier than she'd anticipated, and she grunted with the effort of moving it. Sweat beaded on her brow as she pushed it across the uneven barn floor, every second feeling like an eternity. Finally, she maneuvered the generator out of the barn. The moans were louder now, more numerous. Shadows moved at the edge of the property, shambling figures drawn by the promise of prey. Sarah didn't hesitate. With a final burst of strength, she hefted the generator and began to run towards the farmhouse. The machine's weight threw off her balance, making each step a struggle. Behind her, she could hear the quickening shuffle of approaching zombies. She reached the farmhouse's back door, her lungs burning with exertion. With trembling hands, she yanked the door open and manhandled the generator inside. The door slammed shut behind her, just as the first zombie reached the porch steps. Gasping for breath, Sarah leaned against the door, listening to the growing chorus of moans and the scratch of decaying hands against wood. She'd made it, but only just. The generator continued to run, filling the farmhouse with a steady, reassuring hum. Sarah allowed herself a moment to catch her breath before moving to connect the machine to the house's electrical system. It was the work of several tense minutes, punctuated by the constant reminder of the threat outside. When she flipped the switch and light flooded the farmhouse, Sarah felt a wave of emotion wash over her. It was such a simple thing, electric light, but in that moment, it represented so much more. It was a small victory against the darkness, both literal and figurative. As night fully fell, Sarah worked tirelessly to fortify her position. She used the scavenged materials to board up ground floor windows, rigged makeshift alarms using cans and wire, and established clear fields of fire from the upper windows. All the while, the sound of zombies moving around the property served as a constant reminder of the danger. Finally, as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Sarah allowed herself to rest. She settled into a corner of the upper bedroom, her rifle across her lap, and a clear view of both the stairs and the window. Despite the ever-present threat, she felt something she hadn't experienced in months, a sense of security. As her eyelids grew heavy, Sarah allowed herself a small smile. For the first time since the outbreak, she had a safe place to sleep. It wasn't much, a dusty corner of an abandoned farmhouse, but it was a start, a foundation upon which she could build. The smile faded as a particularly loud moan drifted up from outside. The danger was still ever present, the future uncertain. But for now, in this moment, Sarah had shelter, supplies, and a defensible position. It was more than she'd had yesterday, and it was enough for today. As sleep finally claimed her, Sarah's last thoughts were of the work still to be done. There would be challenges ahead, dangers to face, hard decisions to make. But for the first time in a long while, she felt something akin to hope. In this farmhouse, she had found not just shelter, but possibility. And in a world ravaged by the undead, possibility was everything. Chapter 4. Sarah's boots crunched softly on the debris-strewn floor of Johnson's Hardware. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light piercing through the boarded-up windows, giving the abandoned store an ethereal quality. She adjusted her grip on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom and illuminating rows of shelves, picked nearly clean by previous scavengers. Her breath came in shallow, controlled bursts, a habit ingrained from years of military training. Every nerve was on high alert, her senses straining for any sign of danger. The plague had turned the world into a nightmare, and Sarah had learned the hard way that threats could come from the living as easily as the undead. As she moved deeper into the store, her free hand ghosted over the hunting knife strapped to her thigh. The weight of the pistol at her hip was a cold comfort. Ammunition was scarce, and Sarah knew that every bullet fired could mean the difference between life and death in the future. She paused at a partially collapsed display of tools, her eyes scanning for anything useful. A few battered hammers and a couple of rusty saws were all that remained. Sarah sighed, disappointment settling in her gut. She'd hoped for more, something to reinforce the weakening barricades around the old farmhouse she'd claimed as a sanctuary. A soft, scraping sound from the back of the store froze her in place. Sarah's heart rate spiked, adrenaline flooding her system. She killed the flashlight and dropped into a crouch, straining her ears. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, unmistakably, she heard the shuffle of feet. Sarah's mind raced. The movement was too controlled for a zombie, which meant only one thing: another survivor. In her experience, that could be even more dangerous. She drew her pistol, thumbing off the safety as she moved silently towards the source of the sound. The weak sunlight filtering through the grimy windows was barely enough to navigate by, but Sarah didn't dare risk using her flashlight again. As she rounded a corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness. Sarah's finger tightened on the trigger, her breath catching in her throat. "Don't move," a gruff voice commanded. The barrel of a shotgun gleamed dully in the low light, aimed squarely at her chest. Sarah's combat training kicked in. She assessed her opponent in a fraction of a second. Male, mid to late 40s, beard streaked with gray, clothes worn but serviceable. His stance spoke of experience, but the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his own fear. "Easy now," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the hammering of her heart. "I'm not looking for trouble." "Yeah, well, trouble has a way of finding folks these days, whether they're looking for it or not," the man growled. They stood locked in a tense standoff, weapons trained on each other. Sarah's mind raced, calculating angles and distances, mapping out potential cover. Her gaze flicked to a partially open door behind the man, a possible escape route if things went south. The stranger's eyes narrowed, catching her momentary distraction. "Don't even think about it, lady. I've got no problem putting you down if I have to." Sarah's jaw clenched. "Same here, but I'd rather not waste the ammo if I don't have to. Why don't we both lower our weapons and talk this out like civilized people?" A harsh bark of laughter escaped the man's lips. "Civilized, that's a good one. Civilization died with the rest of the world." Before Sarah could respond, a crash echoed from the front of the store. Both of their heads snapped towards the sound, a new tension electrifying the air. The shambling gait and guttural moan were unmistakable. Zombies. "Shit," the man hissed, his shotgun wavering. Sarah made a split-second decision. "Back room, now," she ordered, gesturing with her pistol towards the door she'd noticed earlier. For a moment, she thought he might refuse. Then another moan, closer this time, seemed to make up his mind. With a curt nod, he backed towards the door, keeping his shotgun trained on Sarah. They slipped into what turned out to be a small office, Sarah easing the door shut behind them. The room was windowless, lit only by the beam of the man's flashlight. Filing cabinets lined one wall. A battered desk dominated the center of the space. "How many?" the man whispered. Sarah shook her head. "Couldn't tell, at least 2, maybe more." A thud from the store proper made them both flinch. Sarah pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. The shuffling of feet and the occasional groan painted a grim picture. "We're outnumbered," she murmured, "and they're between us and the exit." The man cursed under his breath. "Got any bright ideas, military?" Sarah's eyebrows rose at that, but she filed the observation away for later. "We need a distraction, something to draw them away from the front door so we can make a run for it." He nodded, a gleam of understanding in his eyes. "There's a loading dock in the back. If we can get there, we might be able to set off one of the trucks. The noise should pull them away long enough for us to slip out the front." It was a solid plan, and Sarah found herself grudgingly impressed. "All right, lead the way." The man hesitated for a moment, clearly weighing the risks of turning his back on her. Finally, he gave a sharp nod and moved towards a door on the opposite side of the office. They crept through a narrow hallway, the flashlight's beam revealing stacks of boxes and old inventory sheets scattered across the floor. The loading dock was just ahead, a large rolling door sealing it off from the outside world. As they approached, a zombie lurched out from behind a stack of pallets, its milky eyes fixed on them, mouth opening in a hungry snarl. Sarah reacted instinctively. Her knife flashed in the dim light, burying itself to the hilt in the creature's eye socket. It dropped like a stone, her free hand already moving to muffle the sound of its fall. She turned to find the man staring at her, a mix of surprise and newfound respect in his expression. "Nice move," he grunted. Sarah allowed herself a small smile as she wiped her blade clean. "Thanks now about that truck." Working together, they managed to hotwire an old pickup parked in the loading bay. The engine coughed to life, with a roar that seemed deafening in the quiet of the dead world. "Thou to do it," the man said, a grim satisfaction in his voice. They retreated back through the store, the sounds of zombies shuffling towards the noise of the truck echoing behind them. At the front entrance, Sarah paused, her hand on the door. "Ready?" she asked. The man nodded, raising his shotgun. "Ladies first." Sarah snorted but pushed the door open, scanning the street beyond. It was clear for the moment, a few visible zombies already ambling towards the back of the building. They sprinted across the cracked asphalt, not slowing until they'd put several blocks between themselves and the hardware store. Finally, in the shelter of an overgrown park, they stopped to catch their breath. "I'm Sarah," she said between gasps, holstering her weapon. The man hesitated before lowering his own gun. "Jack," he replied gruffly. An awkward silence fell between them, the adrenaline of their escape fading into wary uncertainty. Sarah broke the tension. "You called me military back there. How'd you know?" Jack shrugged. "The way you move, the way you handled yourself, wasn't hard to figure out." She nodded, accepting the explanation. "Former Army medic, you've got some skills yourself, engineering background." A shadow passed over Jack's face. "Yeah, not that it matters much these days." "I wouldn't say that," Sarah countered. "Those kinds of skills are more valuable than ever now." Jack grunted noncommittally, his gaze sweeping their surroundings. "So, what's your story? How do you end up here?" Sarah hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. Trust was a rare commodity in this new world, but something about Jack's gruff demeanor put her at ease. "I was stationed overseas when the outbreak hit. By the time I made it back stateside, everything had gone to hell. Been on my own ever since, trying to stay alive and maybe find a purpose in all this mess." She saw something flicker in Jack's eyes, recognition, perhaps, or a shared sense of loss. He was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "Lost my family in the first wave," he said, his voice rough with suppressed emotion. "Been drifting ever since, doing what I can to survive." Sarah felt a pang of empathy. She'd seen too many broken people in the aftermath of the plague, each carrying their own burden of grief and survivor's guilt. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Jack shrugged, but the set of his shoulders eased slightly. "It is what it is. Can't change the past. Can only try to survive the present." They lapsed into silence again, each lost in their own thoughts. Sarah found herself studying Jack more closely. Despite his gruff exterior, there was a steadiness to him that she found reassuring. In a world gone mad, competence and reliability were rare and precious things. "Listen," she said, making a decision. "I've got a place not far from here, old farmhouse I've been fortifying. It's not much, but it's secure, mostly." Jack's eyebrows rose. "You offering to share?" Sarah shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant despite the risk she was taking. "Strength in numbers, right? Besides, someone with your skills could be useful. The place could use some work, especially with the Zom. Bias getting more aggressive lately." Jack frowned at that. "You've noticed it too, the change in their behavior?" Sarah nodded grimly. "Every 7 days, like clockwork, they get more numerous, more aggressive. It's making it harder to keep the defenses up." A thoughtful look crossed Jack's face. "Interesting. I've got some ideas that might help with that, if you're serious about the offer." "I am," Sarah said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. Jack seemed to wrestle with himself for a moment before nodding. "All right, lead the way." The walk to the farmhouse was tense but uneventful. As they approached, Sarah could see Jack assessing the defenses with a critical eye. Not bad, he muttered, examining the makeshift wall she'd constructed around the property. But there's room for improvement. Sarah bristled slightly at the criticism, but forced herself to remain calm. That's why I brought you here. Fresh eyes, new ideas. Jack nodded, already lost in thought. As they entered the farmhouse, he immediately began pointing out weak spots and suggesting modifications. Sarah found herself both impressed by his expertise and annoyed at his blunt delivery. Whoa, slow down, she interrupted as Jack launched into a complicated explanation of how to reinforce the roof. We need to prioritize. Food and water are running low, and the next wave of zombies is due in 3 days. Jack scowled. What good is food if we're overrun? We need to shore up these defenses now. And what good are defenses if we starve to death inside them? Sarah shot back. They glared at each other, the tenuous alliance already showing signs of strain. Sarah took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Look, she said, her tone measured. I appreciate your expertise, I really do. But we need to think both short-term and long-term here. Yes, we need better defenses. But we also need sustainable food sources and a reliable water supply. Jack's scowl deepened, but she could see him considering her words. Fine, he growled after a moment. We'll split the difference. I'll work on reinforcing the most critical weak points while you focus on supplies. But after the next wave, we go all in on fortifications deal. Sarah nodded, relieved that they'd found a compromise. Deal. As they set about their tasks, Sarah found herself reflecting on the strange turns her life had taken. Here she was, partnering with a man she'd met at gunpoint mere hours ago, planning for a future neither of them was sure they'd live to see. But as she watched Jack work, his hands sure and skilled as he repaired a damaged section of wall, she felt something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. It was a small, fragile thing, but it was there. In this dead world, alliances were rare and often fleeting. Trust was a luxury few could afford. But as the sun began to set on another day in the apocalypse, Sarah allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, she'd found someone she could rely on. The zombies would come as they always did. The future was uncertain, filled with dangers she could scarcely imagine. But for now, in this moment, she wasn't alone. And in a world where death walked the streets and hope was in short supply, that was no small thing. Sarah squared her shoulders and got back to work. There was much to do, and time was always against them. But for the first time in a long while, she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they just might have a chance. Chapter 5. The air hung heavy with an oppressive stillness, broken only by the occasional groan of metal as the reinforced gates of the farmhouse swayed in the breeze. Sarah Thompson stood atop the newly constructed watchtower, her keen eyes scanning the horizon. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, but the beauty was lost on her. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. A flicker of motion caught her attention. Sarah raised her binoculars, focusing on the edge of the forest. Her breath caught in her throat as she spotted them zombies, more than she had ever seen before, emerging from the shadows of the trees. But it wasn't just their numbers that sent a chill down her spine. These creatures moved with a purpose, their movements less shambling and more coordinated than she had ever witnessed. "Jack," she called out, her voice tight with urgency. "You need to see this." The sound of heavy footsteps on the wooden ladder announced Jack Morrison's arrival. The gruff engineer pulled himself up onto the platform, his face etched with concern. "What is it?" Sarah wordlessly handed him the binoculars, pointing towards the forest's edge. Jack's eyes widened as he took in the sight, his weathered face growing pale. "Christ," he muttered. I've never seen them act like this before." As they watched, the horde of zombies began to spread out, forming a loose semicircle around the farmhouse. It was as if they were positioning themselves for an attack, a level of strategy that seemed impossible for mindless creatures. "We need to prepare," Sarah said, her military training kicking in. "Whatever's coming, it's going to be worse than anything we've faced before." Jack nodded grimly. "I'll reinforce the walls. We've got some extra sheets of metal in the barn. It won't be pretty, but it might buy us some time." "I'll set up a triage area in the living room," Sarah replied. "We need to be ready for casualties." As they descended the watchtower, the air around them seemed to crackle with tension. The very atmosphere felt charged, as if nature itself was aware of the impending danger. Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in the pit of her stomach. Something was different this time. Something had changed, and she feared they might not be prepared for what was coming. The next few hours passed in a blur of frantic activity. Jack worked tirelessly, his hands moving with practiced efficiency as he bolted metal sheets to the wooden walls of the farmhouse. The rhythmic clanging of his hammer echoed across the property, a stark counterpoint to the eerie silence beyond their fortifications. Inside, Sarah transformed the living room into a makeshift medical bay. She laid out bandages, antiseptics, and what few pain medications they had managed to scavenge. Her movements were quick and precise, muscle memory from her days as a military medic taking over. As she worked, her mind raced, trying to anticipate what injuries they might face and how she could treat them with their limited supplies. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into darkness. Sarah and Jack met in the kitchen, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. Neither spoke for a moment, the weight of their situation hanging heavy between them. "We've done all we can," Jack said finally, his voice gruff with fatigue. "Now we wait." Sarah nodded, her hand unconsciously moving to the pistol at her hip. "I'll take first watch. Try to get some rest. Something tells me we're going to need every ounce of strength we can muster." Jack grunted in agreement, but as he turned to leave, Sarah caught a glimpse of something in his eyes, a flicker of fear that mirrored her own. They had faced zombie attacks before, but this felt different. The air itself seemed to pulse with an ominous energy, as if the very night was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Hours passed, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the farmhouse settling. Sarah patrolled the perimeter, her senses on high alert. The moonless night cloaked the world in inky blackness, making it impossible to see beyond the dim glow of their solar-powered floodlights. It started with a low moan, barely audible at first. Sarah froze, straining her ears. The sound grew louder, joined by another, then another, until the air was filled with a cacophony of inhuman wails. Her heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted back to the house. "Jack," she shouted, bursting through the door. "They're coming." Jack was already on his feet, a shotgun clutched in his hands. "How many?" Before Sarah could answer, a thunderous crash shook the building. The zombies had reached the outer perimeter, hurling themselves against the hastily erected barricades with unprecedented force. "Too many," Sarah replied grimly, checking her weapon. "We need to hold them off as long as we can." They rushed to their defensive positions, Sarah taking the front window while Jack covered the back. The floodlights illuminated a scene straight out of a nightmare. Hundreds of zombies swarmed towards the farmhouse, their decaying faces twisted in hunger and rage. But it was their eyes that chilled Sarah to her core. There was an intelligence there that she had never seen before, a focused determination that defied everything she thought she knew about the undead. The first zombie to reach the house threw itself against the reinforced door with bone-crushing force. The metal groaned but held. Others began climbing the walls, their fingers scrabbling against the sheets of metal Jack had installed. Sarah took aim and fired, her shots precise and deadly. Zombies fell, only to be replaced by more. Jack's shotgun boomed from the other side of the house, each blast taking down multiple attackers. But for every zombie they felled, 2 more seemed to take its place. Hours blurred together in a haze of gunfire and adrenaline. Sarah's arms ached from the constant recoil of her weapon, her ears ringing from the cacophony of battle. Sweat stung her eyes, but she didn't dare take a moment to wipe it away. Every second counted. A scream of tortured metal pierced the air. Sarah whirled to see a group of zombies tearing through one of the reinforced walls, their strength seemingly multiplied in their frenzy. She emptied her clip into the breach, buying precious seconds as Jack rushed to her side. They stood back to back, island of life in a sea of undeath. Sarah could feel Jack's ragged breathing, could sense the tremor in his arms as fatigue set in. But still they fought, their earlier mistrust forgotten in the heat of battle. They moved as one, covering each other's blind spots, conserving ammunition, and taking down zombie after zombie with grim efficiency. Just when it seemed the tide of undead would overwhelm them, the attack began to slacken. The relentless waves of zombies thinned, then stopped altogether. As suddenly as it had begun, the assault was over, leaving behind a deathly silence broken only by the labored breathing of the 2 survivors. Sarah and Jack remained frozen in their defensive stance for several long moments, unable to believe the onslaught had truly ended. Slowly, cautiously, they lowered their weapons. We did it," Sarah breathed, her voice hoarse from shouting commands and warnings throughout the night. Jack nodded, his face a mask of exhaustion and disbelief. "For now," he replied grimly. "But at what cost?" As the adrenaline of battle faded, pain bloomed across Sarah's body. She looked down to see her arms covered in scratches and bruises, her clothes torn and stained with blood, both her own and the black ichor of the zombies. Jack was in no better shape, a deep gash on his forehead, oozing blood down the side of his face. "Come on," Sarah said, gently taking Jack's arm. "Let's get patched up." They made their way to the makeshift medical area, the floorboards creaking under their weary feet. Sarah eased Jack onto the couch, her trained eyes quickly assessing his injuries. "That cut on your head needs stitches," she said, reaching for a medical kit. Jack winced as she cleaned the wound, but remained stoically silent as she worked. Sarah's fingers moved with practiced ease, closing the gash with neat, even stitches. As she worked, the gravity of their situation began to settle over them like a heavy blanket. "We can't keep doing this," Jack said softly, his eyes fixed on some distant point. "Sooner or later, our luck's gonna run out." Sarah tied off the last stitch, her hands trembling slightly as the full weight of his words sank in. "I know," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But what choice do we have?" Jack turned to face her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and grim determination. "There's something you need to know," he said. "Something I've been noticing but didn't want to believe." Sarah felt her heart rate quicken, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "What is it?" Jack took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he was about to say. "The attacks, they're not random, there's a pattern. Every 7 days, like clockwork, the zombies become more aggressive, more organized, and each time it's worse than the last." Sarah's mind raced, processing this new information. Memories of past attacks flashed through her mind, the increasing ferocity, the growing numbers. How had she not seen it before? "The moon," she whispered, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. "It coincides with the full moon, doesn't it?" Jack nodded solemnly. I think so. I can't explain it, but it's like the lunar cycle is affecting them somehow, making them stronger, smarter. Sarah's expression shifted from disbelief to grim acceptance as the pieces fell into place. Her own experiences, the patterns she had subconsciously noted but failed to connect, all suddenly made a terrible kind of sense. So what you're saying is, she trailed off, unable to finish the thought. What I'm saying, Jack continued, his voice heavy with the weight of this knowledge, is that we have 6 days to prepare for an attack that will make this one look like a walk in the park. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah and Jack sat there, surrounded by the aftermath of their desperate battle, the future looming before them like a dark and terrifying void. Finally, Sarah spoke, her voice quiet but filled with resolve. Then we have work to do. We'll reinforce the defenses, stockpile ammunition, maybe try to set some traps outside the perimeter. And we need to be ready to move if it comes to that. Jack nodded, a glimmer of respect shining in his eyes. You're right, we can't give up now. Whatever's coming, we'll face it together. As the first rays of dawn began to pierce the gloom, Sarah and Jack set about assessing the damage to their sanctuary. The farmhouse bore the scars of the night's battle: splintered wood, twisted metal, and the dark stains of zombie blood. But it still stood, a testament to their will to survive. They worked in companionable silence, clearing debris and patching what holes they could. The air between them had changed, the earlier tension replaced by a newfound trust forged in the heat of battle. They were no longer reluctant allies, but partners united against a common enemy. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Sarah paused in her work, gazing out over the corpse-strewn field that surrounded the farmhouse. The peaceful morning stood in stark contrast to the horrors of the night, but she knew it was only a temporary reprieve. In 6 days, they would face an even greater challenge. She felt Jack's presence beside her, solid and reassuring. "We'll be ready," he said, as if reading her thoughts. Sarah nodded, squaring her shoulders. "We have to be, for both our sakes and for anyone else out there still fighting to survive." As they turned back to their tasks, a grim determination settled over them. The world had become a place of unimaginable horrors, where the laws of nature seemed to have been rewritten. But as long as they had each other, as long as they refused to give in to despair, there was hope. The zombie apocalypse had thrown Sarah and Jack together, 2 strangers united by circumstance. Now, as they prepared to face the next onslaught, they did so not as individuals, but as a team. Whatever terrors the full moon might bring, they would meet them head-on, fighting not just for survival, but for the chance to reclaim their world from the undead hordes. The battle for the farmhouse had been won, but the war was far from over. As Sarah and Jack worked to fortify their defenses, the countdown to the next full moon had already begun. 6 days to prepare, to plan, to steel themselves for the nightmare to come. In this new world, time was both their most precious resource and their most implacable enemy. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the battle-scarred landscape. Another day in the apocalypse had begun, bringing with it new challenges, new dangers, and the faintest glimmer of hope. For Sarah and Jack, survivors in a world gone mad, it was enough. It had to be. Chapter 6. The harsh sunlight glinted off shattered glass as Sarah peered through a pair of binoculars at the dilapidated strip mall across the street. Her eyes focused on the faded sign of Mike's Electronics, barely hanging onto the storefront. "See anything?" Jack's gruff voice came from beside her, his own gaze scanning the perimeter. Sarah lowered the binoculars, her brow furrowed. "Movement inside, definitely infected, but I can't get a clear count. Could be anywhere from 5 to a dozen." Jack grunted, adjusting the makeshift armor strapped to his chest, a combination of salvaged Kevlar and repurposed sports equipment. And you're sure you heard a voice? Positive, Sarah replied, her hand unconsciously moving to the pistol at her hip. Female. Young sounded terrified. A low growl emanated from the store, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Both Sarah and Jack tensed, years of survival instincts kicking in. Well, Jack said, hefting his nail-studded baseball bat, guess we better go introduce ourselves to the neighbors. Sarah nodded, unholstering her weapon. Remember, we're here for the survivor. Don't take any unnecessary risks. They moved swiftly across the empty parking lot, debris crunching under their boots. As they approached the store's entrance, the stench of decay grew stronger. Sarah's stomach churned, but she pushed the nausea aside. There would be time for revulsion later. Jack took point, easing the door open with the tip of his bat. The interior was a maze of toppled shelves and scattered electronics. In the dim light, shadows moved with unnatural, jerky motions. A strangled sob came from the back of the store, followed by a chorus of snarls. Sarah and Jack exchanged a quick glance before surging forward. The first zombie lunged from behind a display of outdated televisions. Jack's bat connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature crumpled. Sarah's pistol barked twice, dropping two more that shambled towards them. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "We're here to help. Can you hear me?" A whimper answered her, barely audible over the growls of the remaining infected. Jack gestured towards a toppled shelf, and Sarah nodded in understanding. They moved as one, Jack providing cover while Sarah investigated. Huddled in the narrow space was a girl, no more than 16 or 17. Her dark hair was matted with blood and grime, and her eyes were wide with terror. "It's okay," Sarah said softly, holstering her weapon and extending a hand. "We're getting you out of here." The girl hesitated for a moment before grabbing Sarah's hand. As she crawled out from her hiding spot, a zombie lunged from behind a nearby counter. Jack's bat whistled through the air, stopping inches from the girl's face as it connected with the creature's skull. "Time to go," Jack shouted, already backing towards the exit. Sarah half-dragged, half-carried the girl as they made their retreat. Outside, the sunlight was blinding after the gloom of the store. They didn't stop running until they reached the relative safety of their vehicle, an armored SUV parked a block away. As Jack started the engine, Sarah turned to their new companion. "I'm Sarah, and that's Jack. What's your name?" The girl swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. Emily Chen." Sarah smiled encouragingly. "Nice to meet you, Emily. You're safe now. We're going to take you somewhere secure, okay?" Emily nodded, her eyes darting nervously between Sarah and Jack. As they drove, Sarah noticed the girl's gaze lingering on the various gadgets and devices jury-rigged throughout the vehicle. "You seem interested in our setup," Sarah said, hoping to put the girl at ease. Emily's eyes lit up slightly. Did you build all this yourself?" Jack chuckled from the driver's seat. "I wish not. This is all Sarah's handiwork. Woman's a wizard with anything mechanical or medical." "It's not much," Sarah said modestly. "Just cobbled together from what we could salvage. Do you know much about electronics?" For the first time, a ghost of a smile appeared on Emily's face. "A little, I was studying computer science before." Her voice trailed off, the smile fading as quickly as it had appeared. Sarah reached out, gently squeezing the girl's shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But if you're interested, we could always use someone with tech skills back at our base." Emily nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes. As they continued their journey, Sarah couldn't help but notice the way the girl's hands shook, or how she flinched at every unexpected sound. The physical wounds would heal, but the emotional scars, those would take time. The police station loomed before them, its once pristine facade now marred by bullet holes and dried blood. Sarah gripped her rifle tightly as they approached, every sense on high alert. "You sure about this?" Jack muttered, his eyes scanning the windows for movement. Sarah nodded grimly. "We need the weapons and ammunition besides. If there are any official records about the outbreak, this is our best bet to find them." As if on cue, gunshots erupted from inside the building. Sarah and Jack shared a look of surprise before sprinting towards the entrance, leaving Emily safely locked in the vehicle. The interior of the station was a war zone. Overturned desks and shattered computer monitors created a treacherous obstacle course. And in the center of it all, a lone figure stood surrounded by a half-dozen infected, his movements a deadly dance of precision and skill. "Cover me," Sarah shouted, already moving to flank the zombies. Jack's rifle barked, dropping two of the creatures in quick succession. The stranger, now aware of their presence, adjusted his stance to work in tandem with their assault. Within moments, the last of the infected fell, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The man turned to face them, his pistol trained squarely on Sarah's chest. She kept her own weapon lowered, hands slightly raised in a gesture of peace. "Nice shooting," she said calmly. "I'm Sarah, this is Jack. We're not here to cause trouble." The stranger's eyes narrowed, but his aim didn't waver. "Marcus Reeves, former SWAT, what's your business here?" "Scavenging," Jack replied gruffly. "Same as you, I'd wager." Marcus considered this for a moment before slowly lowering his weapon. "You picked a hell of a time to go shopping. I've been holed up here for days, and the hordes keep getting bigger." Sarah nodded in understanding. "We've noticed the same thing. Listen, we have a secure location not far from here. Food, water, shelter. You're welcome to join us if you'd like." A flicker of interest passed across Marcus's face, quickly replaced by suspicion. "And what's the catch?" "No catch," Sarah assured him. "Just strength in numbers. Your skills would be a valuable asset." Marcus mulled this over, his gaze drifting to the carnage surrounding them. Finally, he gave a curt nod. "All right, I'm in, but let's gear up first. Armory's in the basement, and it's still mostly intact." As they made their way through the station, Sarah couldn't help but admire Marcus's tactical awareness. Every movement was calculated, every corner checked with practiced efficiency. But there was something in his eyes, a hardness that spoke of horrors witnessed and lines crossed. She made a mental note to keep a close eye on their new companion. The pharmacy's glass doors were cobwebbed with cracks, held together more by desperation than structural integrity. Sarah pressed her ear against the surface, straining to hear any signs of movement within. "Hello?" A trembling voice called out from inside. "Is someone there, please? I need help." Sarah exchanged a quick glance with Jack before responding. "We're here to help. Are you injured? Are there any infected inside with you?" "No, I'm not hurt," the voice replied. "And I'm alone. I barricaded myself in the back office. Please, get me out of here." With practiced coordination, Sarah and Jack cleared the pharmacy's main floor. Toppled shelves and scattered pill bottles crunched beneath their feet as they made their way to the rear of the building. A heavy filing cabinet had been shoved against the office door. "Stand back," Jack called out as he began to push the cabinet aside. "We're coming in." As the door swung open, they were met with the sight of a middle-aged woman huddled in the corner. Her lab coat was stained and torn, and her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. "Oh, thank God," she breathed, stumbling to her feet. I thought I was sure I'd die in here. Sarah holstered her weapon and approached slowly, hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. It's all right. You're safe now. I'm Sarah. I used to be a military medic. What's your name? The woman swallowed hard. Olivia, Dr. Olivia Winters. I'm a biochemist, or I was before all this. Sarah's eyebrows raised slightly. A biochemist? That could be incredibly useful, Dr. Winters. We have a safe location not far from here. Would you like to come with us? Olivia nodded eagerly, but Sarah couldn't help but notice the way the woman's hands shook, or how her eyes darted nervously around the room. There was more to her story. That much was clear. As they made their way out of the pharmacy, gathering what medical supplies they could carry, Sarah engaged Olivia in conversation. The doctor's knowledge was impressive, ranging from complex viral structures to practical field medicine. But whenever the topic strayed too close to her work before the outbreak, Olivia would grow visibly uncomfortable, changing the subject with forced nonchalance. Sarah filed this information away for later. Trust was a luxury in this new world, and while Olivia's skills could prove invaluable, her secrets could just as easily become a liability. The farmhouse stood silent, its weathered boards a stark contrast to the lush vegetable garden sprawling across what used to be the front lawn. Sarah approached cautiously, noting the subtle signs of habitation: fresh dirt around the plants, a recently patched hole in the porch roof. "Hello," she called out, her voice carrying across the overgrown field. "Anyone home? We're friendlies, just looking to talk." For a long moment, there was no response. Then, almost imperceptibly, a floorboard creaked inside the house. Sarah tensed, her hand instinctively moving towards her weapon. "State your business," a gruff male voice shouted from within. "We ain't looking for trouble, but we'll defend what's ours." Jack stepped forward, his own voice firm, but non-threatening. "No trouble here, friend. Name's Jack. This here's Sarah. We're gathering survivors, trying to build something sustainable. Thought you might be interested in joining forces." Another pause, followed by hushed whispers from inside. Finally, the front door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged couple. The man held a shotgun, not quite pointed at the newcomers, but not quite lowered either. The woman stood slightly behind him, a mixture of wariness and curiosity in her eyes. "Tom Baker," the man said gruffly. "This is my wife, Lisa. You say you're building a community?" Sarah nodded, keeping her movements slow and deliberate. "That's right. We have a secure location, but what we really need are people with practical skills. Farming, construction, that sort of thing. Looks like you've done a hell of a job here with limited resources." Tom's stance relaxed slightly, a hint of pride crossing his weathered features. "Been farming this land for 30 years. Weren't about to let no apocalypse run us off." Lisa stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Perhaps we should hear them out, dear. It's been so long since we've seen other people." Over the next hour, Sarah and Jack explained their situation, answering Tom and Lisa's questions with patience and transparency. As the conversation progressed, the farmer's initial suspicion gave way to cautious optimism. "Truth is," Tom admitted, "we've been struggling. Soil's good, but there's only so much two people can manage, and the infected, they've been getting bolder, coming closer to the house." Lisa nodded, a flicker of fear crossing her face. It would be nice to sleep through the night again, knowing others are keeping watch. Sarah smiled encouragingly. "We look out for our own and your skills, your experience that would be invaluable to our group." As Tom and Lisa exchanged a meaningful look, Sarah couldn't help but admire their obvious connection. In a world torn apart by chaos and death, their bond remained a beacon of normality, of the life they were all fighting to reclaim. The old oak tree loomed before them, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like grasping fingers. But it was the crude structure nestled among those branches that caught Sarah's attention, a tree house, cobbled together from scavenged materials and sheer ingenuity. "Hello up there," she called out, shielding her eyes against the sun. "Anyone home?" For a moment, there was no response. Then a young face peered over the edge of the platform, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "Holy shit, actual people," the boy exclaimed. "I was starting to think I was the last one left." Sarah couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. "Not quite, I'm Sarah, and this is Jack. What's your name?" Zach Wilson," he replied, already scrambling down the makeshift rope ladder. "Man, am I glad to see you guys. No offense to Wilson here." He patted a worn volleyball with a crudely drawn face, but the conversation's been pretty one-sided lately. As Zach's feet hit the ground, Sarah was struck by how young he looked, barely out of his teens, with a mop of unruly hair and a frame made lean by months of scavenging. But there was a sharpness in his eyes, a quick intelligence that had clearly served him well in surviving this long. "This is quite the setup you've got here," Jack commented, eyeing the treehouse with grudging admiration. "Pretty clever, staying off the ground." Zach beamed with pride. "Thanks, the zombies can't climb for shit, and the height gives me a good vantage point. Plus, I rigged up some early warning systems with tripwires and tin cans. No infected gets within 100 yards without me knowing about it." Sarah nodded, impressed despite herself. "That's some solid survival thinking. Listen, Zach, we're putting together a group of survivors, trying to build something sustainable. We could use someone with your creativity and problem-solving skills." The young man's eyes lit up at the prospect, but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. "I don't know, it sounds great, but I've kind of gotten used to being on my own, you know. No offense, but people can be just as dangerous as zombies these days." "You're not wrong," Sarah admitted. "But there's strength in numbers, and we look out for our own. Why don't you come back with us? Check out our setup. If you don't like it, no hard feelings. We'll bring you right back here with some extra supplies for your trouble." Zach considered this for a moment, absently fiddling with a frayed bracelet on his wrist. Finally, he nodded. "Yeah, all right, beats talking to a volleyball. I guess just let me grab my gear." As Zach darted back up to his treehouse, Sarah and Jack exchanged a look. The kid's enthusiasm was infectious, a reminder of the world they'd lost and were fighting to rebuild. But his carefree attitude could also be a liability in a group still learning to work together. The farmhouse that served as their base came into view, its fortified walls a welcome sight after days of scavenging and recruiting. As their small convoy of vehicles pulled up to the gate, Sarah could feel the tension radiating from their new companions. "Home sweet home," she announced, trying to inject some warmth into her voice. "I know it's not much to look at, but it's secure, and we're working on making it more comfortable every day." As they made their way inside, Sarah watched the interactions carefully. Emily hung back, her eyes darting nervously between the new faces. Marcus moved with military precision, already assessing defensive positions and potential weaknesses. Dr. Winters wrung her hands anxiously, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden influx of people. Tom and Lisa stayed close to each other, a united front in unfamiliar territory. And Zach was everywhere at once, his youthful energy a stark contrast to the weariness etched on the faces of the others. Sarah raised her voice to be heard over the murmur of conversation. "All right, everyone, let's gather in the main room for introductions and to go over some ground rules." As the group shuffled into what had once been a cozy living room, now converted into a makeshift command center, Sarah took a moment to study their faces. The mix of hope, wariness, and exhaustion she saw there was all too familiar. "First things first," she began, her tone firm, but not unkind. "Welcome to our little sanctuary. I know you all have questions, and we'll get to those. But for now, let's start with names and a quick background. I'm Sarah Thompson, former military medic. I've been running this place with Jack for the past few months." Jack grunted from his position by the window, ever vigilant. "Jack Morrison. I fix things and break zombies, usually in that order." One by one, the newcomers introduced themselves. Emily spoke so softly, they had to strain to hear her, while Zach's enthusiastic rundown of his survival strategies had to be gently cut short. Marcus's introduction was curt and professional, in stark contrast to Tom and Lisa's warm, if cautious, demeanor. Dr. Winters stumbled over her words, her nervousness palpable. As the introductions wound down, Sarah cleared her throat. "Right. Now for the important stuff. First rule. We work together. Everyone pulls their weight. Everyone contributes. We'll figure out where your skills fit best, but know that some days you might be on guard duty, others on latrine duty. We all do what needs to be done." She paused, making eye contact with each person in turn. "Second, honesty is critical. We can't afford secrets or hidden agendas. If you have concerns, voice them. If you make a mistake, own up to it. We're all human. We all screw up sometimes, but lying or hiding things puts everyone at risk." Dr. Winters shifted uncomfortably at this, her gaze dropping to the floor. Sarah made a mental note to have a private conversation with her later. "Third," she continued, "the infected are not our only threat. We've encountered other groups of survivors, and not all of them have been friendly. We do not shoot first, but we will defend ourselves and our home if necessary. Any signs of hostiles in the area need to be reported immediately." Marcus nodded approvingly at this, his posture straightening almost imperceptibly. "Last but not least," Sarah said, her tone softening slightly, "we're more than just survivors here. We're trying to build something, to hold on to our humanity in a world gone mad. Be kind to each other. Look out for one another. We're all in this together." As she finished speaking, Sarah could feel the weight of expectation in the room. These people had placed their trust in her, in the promise of safety and community. It was a responsibility she felt keenly, one that kept her awake more nights than she cared to admit. "Any questions?" she asked, bracing herself for the inevitable flood. Zach's hand shot up immediately. "Yeah, what's the food situation like? 'Cause I gotta say, I'm getting pretty tired of canned beans and squirrel meat." A ripple of nervous laughter went through the group, breaking some of the tension. Sarah smiled, grateful for the moment of levity. "We're working on expanding our gardens," she explained. "Lisa, your expertise is going to be invaluable there. We also have some livestock, chickens mostly, and a couple of goats. It's not exactly gourmet, but we manage." Emily raised her hand tentatively. What about power and communications? Do you have any contact with the outside world?" Jack fielded this one. "We've got a decent solar setup, enough to run the essentials. As for comms, we've got some short-range radios, but long distance has been spotty at best. If you've got ideas for improving our tech situation, we're all ears." The questions continued, ranging from security protocols to sleeping arrangements. Sarah and Jack answered as best they could, with occasional input from the others who'd been with them longer. As the impromptu meeting wound down, Sarah could see the first tentative bonds beginning to form. Zach was chatting animatedly with Emily about the possibility of rigging up some early warning systems. Marcus and Jack were deep in discussion about fortifications. Even Dr. Winters seemed to be relaxing slightly, drawn into a conversation with Lisa about medicinal herbs. It wasn't perfect, far from it. There were still wary glances, still moments of tension when someone moved too quickly or spoke too loudly. Trust would take time to build, but it was a start. As the group began to disperse, each being shown to their temporary quarters, Sarah felt a familiar mix of hope and apprehension settling in her gut. Every new person brought skills, brought strength. But they also brought complications, brought potential for conflict. She caught Jack's eye across the room, saw her own thoughts mirrored in his expression. They'd been down this road before, had seen groups tear themselves apart from the inside, even as the world crumbled around them. But they'd also seen the power of people coming together, of communities, rising from the ashes of civilization. "Get some rest, everyone," Sarah called out. "Tomorrow, we start figuring out how we all fit together in this new world of ours." As she watched the newcomers file out, each lost in their own thoughts, Sarah allowed herself a moment of cautious optimism. They had food, they had shelter, and now they had new allies. In a world where every day was a fight for survival, it was more than many could claim. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, Sarah couldn't shake the nagging feeling that their real challenges were only just beginning. The dead were growing stronger, more numerous. Tensions within the group would inevitably rise. And somewhere out there, the answers to how this all began, and perhaps how to end it, were waiting to be discovered. Sarah took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Tomorrow would bring new trials, new dangers, but it would also bring new possibilities, new hope. In this harsh new world, that would have to be enough. Chapter 7. Emily's fingers trembled as she made the final adjustments to the ancient radio. The device, a relic from a bygone era, sat on a makeshift workbench in the farmhouse's living room. Around her, the air was thick with anticipation and the acrid smell of soldered metal. Sarah leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, her eyes fixed on the young technician. The former medic's face betrayed nothing, but her grip on her own arms heightened with each passing moment. Jack paced behind the couch, his heavy boots wearing a path in the worn carpet. The others, Marcus, Dr. Winters, Tom and Lisa, Zach and Maria, were scattered around the room, their attention wholly captured by Emily's efforts. "Come on, you stupid thing," Emily muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration. She adjusted a wire, and for a heart-stopping moment, the radio crackled to life before falling silent again. A collective groan rippled through the room. "Maybe it's time to call it quits, kid," Marcus said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "We've been at this for days." Emily shot him a glare. "I'm not giving up, we need this." Sarah stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Emily's shoulder. "He's right about the time, Emily, but so are you. We do need this. Take a break, clear your head, and come back to it fresh." The teenager shrugged off Sarah's touch. "No, I'm close. I can feel it." Jack stopped his pacing, turning to face the group. "And what exactly do you think you're close to? More static? Maybe some long-dead DJ's last broadcast? Face it, there's nothing out there but us and those things." His words hung in the air, a grim reminder of the world beyond their fortified walls. The farmhouse had been their sanctuary for months, a bastion against the hordes of undead that roamed the countryside. But it was also a prison of sorts, confining them to a life of constant vigilance and dwindling hope. Emily ignored Jack, her focus entirely on the radio. Her fingers danced across the dials, making minute adjustments. The others watched in tense silence, the only sound the occasional pop and hiss from the speakers. And then, like a miracle, a voice crackled through the static. "Haven, survivors, coordinates." The room erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Emily's eyes widened, her hands frozen over the controls, as if any movement might shatter this fragile connection to the outside world. "Holy shit," Zach breathed, leaning in closer. Are we actually hearing this?" Sarah pushed off from the wall, her medical training kicking in as she assessed the situation. Everyone, quiet down. Emily, can you clean up that signal? With trembling hands, Emily adjusted the dials. The voice came through clearer, though still interspersed with static. Safe haven for all survivors. We have food, medicine, and protection. Our coordinates are. As the voice rattled off a series of numbers, Dr. Winters scrambled for a pen and paper, jotting them down with shaking hands. The message repeated once more before fading back into static. Emily sat back, her face a mixture of triumph and disbelief. The room was silent for a long moment, the weight of what they'd just heard settling over them like a heavy blanket. It was Marcus who broke the silence. Well, I'll be damned. We did it, Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. She looked up at Sarah, tears welling in her eyes. We actually did it. Sarah squeezed the girl's shoulder, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You did it, Emily. You gave us something. Something? Jack scoffed, his voice cutting through the moment of celebration. You mean a fairy tale? A pipe dream? Marcus nodded, his police officer's skepticism evident in his furrowed brow. Hate to say it, but Jack's got a point. How do we know this isn't some kind of trap? Or just some automated message left running long after whoever set it up is dead and gone? The room's atmosphere shifted, hope warring with doubt on every face. Tom and Lisa exchanged worried glances, while Zach's initial excitement began to fade into uncertainty. We don't, Sarah said, her voice calm and measured. But it's more than we had 5 minutes ago. Dr. Winters cleared her throat, adjusting her glasses nervously. The coordinates, if I've written them down correctly, would put this safe haven about 200 miles northeast of us. That's a significant journey given the current state of things. A journey we absolutely should not consider, Jack said, his voice rising. We've got a good thing going here, walls, food, a defendable position. Why in God's name would we risk all that for some voice on a radio? The room erupted into argument, voices overlapping as everyone tried to make their opinion heard. We can't just ignore this, Lisa shouted, surprising everyone with her vehemence. This could be our chance to find others, to start rebuilding. Or our chance to get torn apart by zombies on some wild goose chase, Marcus countered. But what if it's real? Zach asked, his youthful optimism shining through. What if there really is a safe place out there? As the debate raged, Sarah watched the group fracture before her eyes. She saw the hope in Emily's face, the fear in Jack's, the desperate need for something to believe in etched on every countenance. She knew that whatever decision was made here would shape their future, for better or worse. Taking a deep breath, Sarah stepped into the center of the room. Enough. Her voice, honed by years of military service, cut through the chaos. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to her. We're not making any decisions right now, she said, meeting each person's gaze in turn. What we're going to do is take some time to think about this rationally. Emily, is there any way to verify this signal, to communicate back? Emily shook her head. Not with this setup, it's receive only, but I might be able to rig something up if I had the right parts. Sarah nodded. All right, that's our first step then. We'll put together a scavenging team, see if we can find what Emily needs to upgrade our communications. In the meantime, we'll discuss the pros and cons of investigating this safe haven. But we do it calmly and respectfully, understood? There were nods and murmured assents around the room, though Jack's scowl deepened. This is a mistake, he said, his voice low and dangerous. We start chasing ghosts and we'll lose everything we've fought so hard to build here. Sarah met his gaze steadily. Nothing's been decided yet, Jack, but we can't ignore this. Hope is in short supply these days. We owe it to ourselves to at least consider the possibility. Jack shook his head, disgust evident in every line of his body. Hope gets you killed in this world. I thought you of all people would understand that, Sarah." With that, he stormed out of the room, the front door slamming behind him. The sound echoed through the farmhouse, a physical manifestation of the rift forming within the group. Sarah sighed, feeling the weight of leadership settle more heavily on her shoulders. She turned to the others, seeing the conflict written clearly on their faces. "Get some rest, everyone. We'll regroup in the morning and start making plans." As the group dispersed, murmuring amongst themselves, Sarah found herself alone with Emily. The teenager was still sitting at the radio, her fingers idly tracing the dials. "You did good work today, Emily," Sarah said softly. Emily looked up, her eyes shining with a mixture of pride and uncertainty. "Do you really think there could be something out there? A real safe haven?" Sarah considered her words carefully. I think that in this world, we have to be open to possibilities, good and bad. What you've given us is a chance to hope again. That's no small thing." Emily nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Thanks, Sarah, for believing in me, for giving this a chance." "Always," Sarah replied, giving the girl's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day." As Emily headed off to her room, Sarah found herself alone in the living room. She walked to the window, peering out into the darkness. In the distance, she could make out Jack's silhouette, a solitary figure pacing along the perimeter fence. The world outside was as it had been for months, silent dark, filled with unseen dangers. But for the first time in a long while, Sarah felt a stirring of something she'd almost forgotten. Hope, yes, but tempered with caution. The road ahead, should they choose to take it, would be fraught with peril. But the promise of something better, of a true safe haven, was a powerful lure. Sarah pressed her forehead against the cool glass, closing her eyes. The weight of the group's expectations, their fears and hopes, settled on her shoulders like a physical burden. She knew that in the coming days, she would have to navigate the treacherous waters of their conflicting desires, balancing the need for security with the allure of a better future. As she stood there, lost in thought, a faint sound caught her attention. At first, she thought it was just the wind, but as she listened more closely, she realized it was coming from the radio. Emily must have left it on. Crossing the room, Sarah leaned in close to the speaker. Through the static, barely audible, she could make out the message once more. "Safe haven for all survivors. We have food, medicine, and protection. Our coordinates are..." The words faded back into white noise, but their impact lingered. Sarah straightened up, her decision made. They would investigate this signal, this promise of salvation. The risks were great, but the potential reward, it was worth fighting for. Outside, the night grew deeper. In the distance, a lone zombie shambled along the edge of the forest, its moan carried on the wind like a grim reminder of the world they lived in. But inside the farmhouse, for the first time in months, there was a flicker of something new. A spark that, if nurtured carefully, could burst into a flame of hope. Sarah turned away from the window, her mind already racing with plans and contingencies. Tomorrow would bring arguments, preparations, and difficult decisions. But for now, in the quiet of the night, she allowed herself a moment of cautious optimism. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And maybe, just maybe, there was a light at the end of this long, dark tunnel. As Sarah made her way to Chapter 8. The first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, casting long shadows across the farmhouse and its surroundings. Sarah Thompson stood atop the newly constructed watchtower, her keen eyes scanning the perimeter. The past week had been a whirlwind of activity, and today promised more of the same. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. "All right, people," Sarah called out, her voice carrying across the yard. "Let's get moving. We've got a lot to do before nightfall." As if on cue, the farmhouse came to life. Doors opened, and survivors emerged, rubbing sleep from their eyes, but moving with purpose. Sarah climbed down the ladder, her boots hitting the ground with a soft thud. She strode towards the eastern wall, where a group had already gathered. "Morning, boss," Zach Wilson greeted her, his usual enthusiasm dampened by the early hour. "What's the plan?" Sarah unrolled a set of blueprints on a makeshift table. "We're reinforcing the east and south walls today. The last attack showed some weak points we need to address." She pointed to specific areas on the plans, her military training evident in the precision of her instructions. "Zach, I want you and Tom to focus on this section here. Use the scavenged metal sheets to reinforce the lower half. Lisa, you're on cement duty. Make sure we've got a steady supply mixed and ready." As the group dispersed to their tasks, Sarah felt a presence at her side. Jack Morrison stood there, his gruff exterior betraying a glimmer of approval. "Not bad, Thompson," he grunted. "You've got them working like a well-oiled machine." Sarah allowed herself a small smile. "High praise coming from you, Jack. How are the traps coming along?" A spark of excitement flashed in Jack's eyes. "Oh, you're gonna love this. Come on, I'll show you." They walked towards the perimeter, where Jack had been working tirelessly for days. As they approached, Sarah's eyes widened at the intricate network of wires, pulleys, and repurposed farm equipment. "Impressive," she murmured, taking in the details. Jack's chest swelled with pride. "Wait till you see it in action." He picked up a nearby stone and tossed it into a seemingly innocuous patch of grass. Suddenly, a series of mechanisms sprang to life. A net made of barbed wire shot up from the ground, while several sharpened stakes emerged from hidden compartments. "That's not all," Jack continued, his excitement palpable. "I've rigged up some noisemakers too. Any zombie that trips these will alert us long before they reach the walls." For a moment, Sarah saw past Jack's gruff exterior to the brilliant engineer underneath. His ingenuity could very well be the key to their survival. "This is excellent work, Jack," she said, genuine admiration in her voice. "I knew I could count on you." Jack's expression softened briefly before he cleared his throat. "Yeah, well, don't go getting sentimental on me. We've still got a lot of work to do." As Jack returned to his traps, Sarah made her way to the barn, now converted into a makeshift medical station. Dr. Olivia Winters was already there, organizing supplies with shaky hands. "Morning, Olivia," Sarah greeted, noting the doctor's unease. "How are we looking on medical supplies?" Dr. Winters jumped slightly, nearly dropping a bottle of pills. "Oh, Sarah, you startled me. We're doing all right. I've managed to sort everything into categories. Antibiotics here, pain relievers there, and these are the stronger medications." Sarah couldn't help but notice how Olivia's eyes darted nervously to a locked cabinet in the corner. "Is everything okay, Olivia? You seem a bit on edge." The doctor forced a smile. "Just tired, I suppose. It's been a long week." Sarah nodded, not entirely convinced, but choosing not to press the issue. "Well, I appreciate your help. Let's see about making this space more efficient." Together, they rearranged the medical station, creating clear pathways and organizing supplies for quick access. Sarah's experience as a military medic complemented Olivia's medical knowledge, and soon the barn resembled a proper field hospital. As they worked, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that Dr. Winters was hiding something. The way she hovered protectively around certain medications, her nervous glances at the locked cabinet, it all pointed to a secret Sarah wasn't sure she wanted to uncover. Their work was interrupted by the sound of excited chatter approaching. Emily Chen burst into the barn, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Sarah, Dr. Winters, you've got to see this." The teenager beckoned them to follow, practically bouncing with excitement. They followed Emily to a corner of the farmhouse that had been transformed into a communications center. Salvaged computer equipment and radio gear filled the space, wires snaking across the floor and up the walls. "I've got it working," Emily announced proudly, gesturing to a bank of monitors. "Well, most of it, anyway, look." Sarah leaned in, examining the screens. One showed a grainy satellite image of their region, while another displayed a constantly updating stream of data. "Is this current?" Sarah asked, astonished. Emily nodded vigorously. "It's piggybacking off some old military satellites. The coverage isn't great, but it's something, and that's not all." She moved to a radio set, adjusting some dials. "I've managed to boost our radio range. We might be able to reach other survivors hundreds of miles away." The implications of Emily's work weren't lost on Sarah. Long-range communication could be a game-changer, potentially leading them to more survivor supplies, or even the rumored safe haven. "Emily, this is incredible," Sarah said, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You've done amazing work here." The teenager beamed at the praise. "Thanks. I'm still working out some kinks, but I think we'll be able to." She was cut off by the sharp crack of gunfire outside. Sarah's hand instinctively went to her sidearm as she rushed to the window. In the field beyond the walls, she saw Marcus Reeves leading a group in firearms training. "Damn it, Marcus," Sarah muttered under her breath. She turned to Emily and Dr. Winters. "Keep working on this. I need to check on the training session." Sarah jogged out to the field, the sound of gunfire growing louder. As she approached, she could hear Marcus barking orders at the group. "Come on, Baker. My grandmother could shoot better than that, and she's been dead for 10 years. Marcus shouted at Tom, who was struggling to hit a series of makeshift targets. Lisa stood nearby, her face a mask of concern and frustration. "He's trying his best, Marcus. We can't all be expert marksmen." Marcus rounded on her, his voice harsh. "Yeah, well, the zombies aren't going to care about his best effort when they're tearing him apart again, Tom." Sarah stepped in, her voice cutting through the tension. "That's enough, Marcus. A word, please." She led him away from the group, keeping her voice low but firm. "I appreciate you taking charge of firearms training, but your methods are causing more harm than good. We need to build confidence, not tear it down." Marcus's jaw clenched. "These people need to be ready, Sarah. The zombies aren't going to go easy on them." "I know that," Sarah replied, "but fear and frustration will only make them freeze up in a real fight. Try a different approach. Work with their strengths, not against their weaknesses." For a moment, it looked like Marcus might argue, but then his shoulders slumped slightly. "Fine, I'll try it your way." As they returned to the group, Sarah addressed everyone. "All right, let's change things up, Tom. I want you on the rifle. Your experience with hunting gives you a steady hand for long-range shots, Lisa. You take the shotgun. In close quarters, spread is your friend." The change in approach was immediately noticeable. Tom's confidence grew with each successful long-range hit, while Lisa found her rhythm with the shotgun. Marcus, true to his word, adjusted his teaching style, offering more constructive feedback. As the sun began to set, Sarah called an end to the training session. "Good work. Everyone head back and get some rest. Night watch starts in an hour." The group had just reached the farmhouse when a shrill alarm cut through the air. Sarah's blood ran cold. It was Jack's early warning system. "Positions, everyone," Sarah shouted, springing into action. "This is not a drill." The farmhouse erupted into controlled chaos as everyone rushed to their designated spots. Sarah climbed the watchtower, binoculars in hand. What she saw made her breath catch in her throat. A massive horde of zombies shambled towards them, easily 3 times the size of any group they'd faced before. The setting sun cast long shadows across the field, making the approaching horde seem like a writhing mass of darkness. "Jack," Sarah called out. "Are the traps ready?" "Armed and waiting," came the reply from below. Sarah watched as the first wave of zombies hit the outer perimeter. Jack's traps sprang to life, ensnaring and impaling the front runners. The noisemakers blared, creating a cacophony that momentarily confused the horde. "Marcus, Tom, start picking off the ones that make it through," Sarah ordered. Rifle fire echoed across the farmyard as Marcus and Tom took aim from their elevated positions. Zombies fell, but more kept coming. Lisa, Zach manned the wall. "Use your shotguns when they get close." The sound of shotgun blasts joined the fray as Lisa and Zach opened fire on the zombies that reached the walls. Sarah's mind raced, analyzing the situation. The defenses were holding, but for how long? She made a quick decision. "Emily, get on the radio, see if there's anyone close enough to help." As Emily dashed to the communications center, Sarah climbed down from the watchtower, joining the fray. She moved along the wall, offering supporting fire where it was needed most. "Jack, how are we looking on traps?" she called out. "Running low on the outer perimeter," Jack shouted back, his voice strained. "But I've got some surprises waiting if they breach the inner defenses." The battle raged on as night fell. The group worked together seamlessly, covering each other's blind spots and conserving ammunition. Dr. Winters ran back and forth, treating minor injuries and ensuring everyone stayed hydrated. Just when it seemed the horde might overwhelm them, a series of explosions rocked the outer field. Jack's final traps had been triggered, scattering the remaining zombies and breaking their momentum. "Push them back," Sarah ordered. "Don't let up." With renewed vigor, the group pressed their advantage. Marcus and Tom's precision shots took down the stragglers, while Lisa and Zach's shotgun blasts kept the wall clear. As suddenly as it had begun, the attack was over. The last few zombies fell or retreated into the darkness beyond the perimeter. An eerie silence fell over the farmhouse. Sarah did a quick head count, relief washing over her, as she confirmed everyone had made it through. "Good work, everyone," she said, her voice hoarse from shouting orders. "That was one hell of a fight." The group gathered in the yard, a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration on their faces. For the first time since they had come together, Sarah saw true unity in their eyes. They had faced an overwhelming threat and emerged victorious. Jack approached, wiping zombie gore from his hands. "Well, I'd say that was a pretty good test run for our defenses." Sarah nodded, a grim smile on her face. "It was, but something tells me it's only going to get harder from here." As the group began the process of cleaning up and reinforcing their damaged defenses, Sarah couldn't shake a nagging feeling. The zombie horde had been larger and more coordinated than ever before. Were they evolving? Adapting? She pushed the thought aside for now. They had survived, and their makeshift family had proven its strength. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Sarah knew they would face them together. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a pale glow over the battered but unbroken farmhouse, Sarah allowed herself a moment of hope. They had turned this place into a fortress, a bastion against the chaos of the world outside. For now, at least, they were safe. But as her eyes scanned the tree line, Searching for any sign of lingering threats, Sarah couldn't help but wonder, how long could they hold out here? And what new horrors would the coming days bring? With a deep breath, she pushed those thoughts aside. There would be time for planning and worrying later. For now, they had a home to rebuild and strengthen. The dead might rule the world outside, but here, in this small corner of the apocalypse, life and hope still flourished. Sarah turned back to the farmhouse, ready to lead her people into another day of survival. Another day of fighting for a future they could only imagine. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Chapter 9. Sarah Thompson stood in the dimly lit storage room, her flashlight beam illuminating rows of nearly empty shelves. The sight sent a chill down her spine that had nothing to do with the cool air. She ran a hand through her short, graying hair, a habit from her military days that surfaced in times of stress. With practiced efficiency, she tallied the remaining supplies, her heart sinking with each meager count. "This can't be right," she muttered, double-checking her figures. But the numbers didn't lie. Their food stores, carefully rationed over the past months, had dwindled to a critical level. At their current rate of consumption, they had less than a week's worth of meals left. Sarah leaned against the wall, closing her eyes as the weight of this revelation settled on her shoulders. They'd been so focused on fortifying the farmhouse, on surviving each increasingly difficult wave of zombies, that they'd lost track of their most basic need. The irony wasn't lost on her. They could have the strongest walls in the world, but hunger would kill them just as surely as the undead. With a deep breath, Sarah steeled herself and climbed the stairs to the main floor. The farmhouse, once a quaint symbol of rural life, now bore the scars of their desperate fight for survival. Boarded windows, reinforced doors, and the constant hum of Emily's jury-rigged security systems greeted her as she entered the living room. Jack looked up from the makeshift workbench, where he was tinkering with a new trap design. His gruff features softened slightly at the sight of Sarah, but his brow furrowed as he caught the concern in her eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, setting down his tools. Sarah glanced around the room. Emily was curled up in an armchair, fiddling with a radio. Dr. Winters sat at the dining table, poring over her notes. The others were outside, tending to their daily chores. "Gather everyone," Sarah said quietly. "We need to talk." 20 minutes later, the entire group had assembled in the living room. The atmosphere was tense, with confused and worried glances exchanged as Sarah stood before them, her posture rigid. "I've just finished our weekly inventory," she began, her voice steady despite the gravity of the news she was about to deliver. "And I'm afraid I have some bad news. Our food supplies are critically low." A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by a heavy silence. Sarah continued, outlining the dire situation in clear, concise terms. As she spoke, she washed the hope drain from their faces, replaced by fear and disbelief. Tom Baker, his weathered face pale, was the first to speak up. "But that's impossible. We've been so careful with rationing. Lisa and I have been stretching every meal as far as it can go." His wife, Lisa, nodded vigorously. "We've been using every trick we know to make the food last. How could we be running out already?" Sarah held up a hand to calm the murmurs that had broken out. "I know we've all been doing our best, but the reality is, we've been consuming more than we've been able to replenish. The last few scavenging runs haven't been as fruitful as we'd hoped." Marcus Reeves, the former police officer, leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "So what you're saying is, we're starving, after everything we've been through. We're going to die of hunger." "No one is dying," Sarah said firmly. "Not if we work together and figure this out." But her words did little to stem the tide of panic that was rising in the room. Tom turned to Lisa, his voice rising. "I told you we needed to be stricter with the rations. but you kept insisting we needed to keep morale up with decent meals. Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you seriously blaming me for this? I've been killing myself trying to make our food stretch. Well, clearly it wasn't enough, Tom shouted, his face reddening. Hey, both of you calm down, Jack interjected, but his words fell on deaf ears. The argument between Tom and Lisa quickly escalated, years of marital tensions amplified by the stress of survival bubbling to the surface. Their voices grew louder, accusations flying back and forth as the rest of the group watched in stunned silence. I've been working my fingers to the bone to keep us all fed, and this is the thanks I get, Lisa cried, tears streaming down her face. Working your fingers to the bone, that's rich coming from someone who spends half the day gossiping with Maria, Tom retorted. How dare you, Enough. Sarah's commanding voice cut through the chaos like a knife. Tom and Lisa fell silent, both red-faced and panting. This isn't helping anyone. We need to focus on solutions, not point fingers. As Sarah attempted to steer the conversation back to productive territory, she noticed Zach Wilson slipping out of the room. The young man had been uncharacteristically quiet during the meeting, and something about his behavior set off alarm bells in Sarah's mind. Dr. Winters, she said quietly, would you mind following up on that idea about edible plants? Take Emily with you to check our books. As the others began to discuss potential solutions, Sarah quietly made her way out of the room, following Zach's path. Her instincts, honed by years of military service and sharpened by months of survival, led her to the kitchen. She paused at the doorway, watching as Zach frantically rummaged through the cabinets. His movements were panicked, almost feral. When he turned his arms full of canned goods and dried foods, he froze at the sight of Sarah. Zach, Sarah said softly, her heart breaking at the fear in the young man's eyes. What are you doing? I can't, Zach stammered, his voice cracking. I can't stop, Sarah, I can't. I'm sorry, I got so scared. Sarah took a step forward, her hands raised placatingly. I know you're scared, Zach, we all are, but stealing food isn't the answer. We need to stick together. What's going on here? Marcus's gruff voice came from behind Sarah. She turned to see him standing in the doorway, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. Nothing, Sarah said quickly. Just a misunderstanding, right, Zach? But Zach, overcome by panic, suddenly bolted. He shoved past Sarah, spilling cans across the floor in his haste. Marcus, reacting on instinct, grabbed the young man roughly, slamming him against the wall. You little thief, Marcus growled, his forearm pressed against Zach's throat. I knew we couldn't trust you. Marcus, let him go, Sarah ordered, pulling at the larger man's arm. The commotion drew the others, and soon the kitchen was crowded with shocked faces. He was stealing food, Marcus announced, his voice dripping with disgust. While we're all in there trying to figure out how to survive, this coward was helping himself to our supplies. Zach, released from Marcus's grip, slumped to the floor sobbing. I'm sorry, he choked out. I was just so scared, please, I'm sorry. The room erupted into chaos. Accusations flew, voices raised in anger and disbelief. Sarah looked around at the faces of her companions, people she'd come to consider family over the past months. Now, she saw only fear, betrayal, and growing hostility. We need to make an example of him, Marcus declared, his voice cutting through the noise. We can't afford to have someone we can't trust. I say we exile him. What no? Emily cried, pushing her way to Zach's side. It was a mistake. We can't just throw him out. Why not? Tom asked, his earlier argument with Lisa seemingly forgotten in light of this new crisis. He was willing to let the rest of us starve to save himself. He's just a kid, Maria argued. He panicked. We can't condemn him for that. The debate raged on, with Marcus pushing for harsh punishment, while others argued for leniency. Sarah watched as the group fractured before her eyes, the tenuous bonds of their makeshift family stretching to the breaking point. Enough, Sarah said, her quiet voice somehow cutting through the arguments. All eyes turned to her. She took a deep breath, centering herself before addressing the group. What happened here is serious, she began, her gaze moving from face to face. Zach's actions were wrong, and they've shaken the trust we've built, but exiling him, condemning him to almost certain death, isn't the answer. Then what do you suggest? Marcus challenged. A slap on the wrist? How can we ever trust him again? Sarah held up a hand, silencing the murmurs of agreement. We're all scared, we're all hungry, and yes, what Zach did was selfish. But look at us now, we're at each other's throats, ready to tear apart everything we've built over one moment of weakness. She moved to the center of the room, her presence commanding attention. The zombies out there aren't our only enemy. Fear, desperation, distrust, these are just as deadly if we let them win. If we turn on each other, then we've already lost. Sarah knelt beside Zach, placing a hand on his trembling shoulder. Zach will face consequences for his actions, but those consequences will be decided as a group, and they will be focused on rebuilding trust, not punishment for its own sake. She stood, addressing the room once more. We've survived this long because we've stood together, united. The moment we start casting people out, we lose our humanity, and once that's gone, we're no better than the monsters outside our walls. A heavy silence fell over the room as Sarah's words sank in. She could see the conflict in their eyes, the desire for harsh justice warring with the recognition of their shared humanity. So what do we do now? Jack asked, breaking the silence. Sarah took a deep breath. Now we face reality, our food situation is critical, and we need to address it immediately. We've picked clean every building in town, which means, she paused, knowing the weight of what she was about to propose. Which means we need to venture further out. We need to organize a major scavenging mission. The implications hung heavy in the air. Venturing beyond their known territory meant increased risk, longer exposure to the dangers that lurked outside their walls. It's suicide, Marcus muttered, but there was less conviction in his voice now. It's survival, Sarah countered. We don't have a choice, but we'll plan carefully, choose our team wisely, and take every precaution. She looked around the room, meeting each person's gaze. I know you're all scared, I am too, but we've faced impossible odds before and survived. We'll do it again, but only if we stand together, united. Slowly, nods of agreement rippled through the group. The tension in the room began to dissipate, replaced by a somber determination. All right, Jack said, stepping forward. Let's start planning this mission. We'll need to map out potential locations, figure out our best routes. As the group began to discuss the logistics of the scavenging mission, Sarah felt a small hand slip into hers. She looked down to see Emily, her young face etched with worry. Are we going to be okay, Sarah? The teenager asked quietly. Sarah squeezed her hand, wishing she could offer more certainty. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we are, she replied. As the planning session continued late into the night, Sarah found herself staring out the window at the darkened landscape beyond their walls. Out there, danger lurked in every shadow. But in here, in this farmhouse that had become their fortress, a different kind of threat had reared its head, the slow erosion of trust and unity that had kept them alive so far. Sarah knew that the coming days would test them all in ways they hadn't yet faced. The scavenging mission was necessary, but it was fraught with risks. And even if they succeeded in finding food, the cracks that had appeared in their group dynamic wouldn't be easily mended. As she turned back to the room, watching her companions argue over maps and inventory lists, Sarah felt the weight of leadership pressing down on her shoulders. She had guided them this far, but the road ahead seemed darker and more treacherous than ever before. With a silent prayer to whatever higher power might still be listening in this broken world, Sarah rejoined the planning session. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. They had to. In this harsh new world, unity wasn't just their strength, it was their only hope for survival. Chapter 10. Sarah's boots crunched on broken glass as she crept through the abandoned pharmacy. The smell of decay and stale medicine hung in the air, a constant reminder of the world they now lived in. Her eyes darted from shelf to shelf, searching for anything useful that might have been overlooked by previous scavengers. "Jack, I'm going to check the back," she whispered into her walkie-talkie. "Roger that," came the gruff reply. "Be careful, those bastards could be anywhere." Sarah nodded to herself, her hand instinctively tightening on her machete. The group needed antibiotics, and this was their best shot at finding some. She pushed through the swinging doors into the stockroom, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. As she rummaged through toppled boxes and scattered pill bottles, a fluttering caught her eye. A piece of paper trapped beneath a fallen filing cabinet. Sarah wedged her fingers underneath and pulled, freeing the document with a soft tearing sound. Her brow furrowed as she scanned the page. It was clearly part of a larger report, filled with complex chemical formulas and medical jargon. Words like prion-based pathogen and neurological reconfiguration jumped out at her. Sarah's medical training from her time as a military medic allowed her to grasp bits and pieces, but much of it was beyond her understanding. What caught her attention, however, was the header, Project Lazarus, Phase 3 Trials. A chill ran down Sarah's spine. This wasn't some random pharmaceutical research. This seemed deliberate, related to the outbreak, perhaps. She quickly folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket. They needed to get back to the farmhouse. "Jack," she hissed into the walkie-talkie, "I've got something. Let's wrap this up." The sun was setting by the time Sarah and Jack made it back to the farmhouse. The reinforced gates creaked open, Emily's face visible in the watchtower as she waved them in. "Any trouble?" Marcus called from his position on the porch, rifle at the ready. Sarah shook her head. "Nothing we couldn't handle. Got some supplies, too." As they entered the main house, the group gathered around to see what they'd managed to scavenge. Sarah's mind, however, was on the document burning a hole in her pocket. She needed to talk to Dr. Winters. She found the biochemist in the makeshift lab they'd set up in what used to be the farmhouse's study. "Dr. Winters?" Sarah called, knocking on the open door. "Got a minute?" Olivia Winters looked up from her microscope, pushing her glasses up her nose. "Of course, Sarah. What can I do for you?" Sarah pulled out the torn document and held it up. "I found this while we were out. I was hoping you might be able to make sense of it." Dr. Winters' eyes widened almost imperceptibly as she took the paper. Sarah watched carefully as the older woman's eyes darted across the page, her lips moving silently as she read. "Where did you find this?" Dr. Winters asked, her voice oddly strained. "In a pharmacy we were searching," Sarah replied, studying the doctor's face. "It seems pretty technical. I thought maybe you could explain." "It's nothing," Dr. Winters cut her off, folding the paper quickly. "Just some pre-outbreak research. Nothing relevant to our situation." Sarah blanked, taken aback by the doctor's abrupt dismissal. Are you sure it mentioned something called Project Lazarus? That doesn't sound like standard pharmaceutical stuff to me. Dr. Winter's laugh was forced, her smile not reaching her eyes. Oh, you'd be surprised at the grandiose names they give to simple drug trials. It's not important. We should focus on more pressing matters. As the doctor turned away, busying herself with organizing vials on a nearby shelf, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Dr. Winter's reaction was too defensive, too dismissive. But why? Sarah left the lab, her mind racing. She'd known Dr. Winters for months now, ever since they'd found her hiding in that pharmacy. The biochemist had been an invaluable addition to their group, her knowledge proving crucial in understanding the nature of the zombie plague. But now, for the first time, Sarah found herself questioning how much they really knew about Olivia Winters. That night, as the rest of the group settled in for dinner, Sarah pulled Emily aside. The teenager looked at her quizzically, sensing the urgency in Sarah's demeanor. "I need your help with something," Sarah whispered, glancing around to make sure they weren't overheard. "But it needs to stay between us for now." Emily nodded, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "What's going on?" Sarah quickly filled her in on the document and Dr. Winter's strange reaction. "There's a research outpost about 10 miles from here," she explained. "I think we need to check it out, see if we can find any connection to this Project Lazarus." "You want to go behind everyone's backs?" Emily asked, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. Sarah nodded grimly. "For now, I can't shake the feeling that there's something bigger going on here, something Dr. Winters isn't telling us." Emily bit her lip, then nodded. "Okay, I'm in. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow night," Sarah replied. "We'll need to be careful, pack light, bring weapons, and Emily, not a word to anyone." As they rejoined the others, Sarah couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. She'd always prided herself on being honest with the group, on fostering trust. But now, as she ladled out bowls of Tom's latest attempt at a stew, she found herself planning and scheming like never before. The next day passed in a blur of routine tasks and covert preparation. Sarah made sure to volunteer for extra watch duty, using the time to study the route to the research outpost. Emily, for her part, tinkered with some portable radio equipment, muttering about boosting signals and bypassing security measures. As night fell, Sarah met Emily by the back gate. They'd told Jack they were doing a quick perimeter check, but Sarah knew they'd have to move fast to avoid suspicion. "Ready?" Sarah whispered, checking her pack one last time. Emily nodded, her young face a mask of determination. "Let's do this." They slipped out into the darkness, the weight of their secret mission hanging heavy between them. The familiar landscape took on a sinister quality in the moonlight, every shadow potentially hiding a lurking zombie or something worse. As they trekked through the wilderness, Sarah found herself hyper-aware of every sound, every movement. The crack of a branch underfoot made her jump, her hand flying to her weapon. "Easy," Emily murmured. "Just a rabbit." Sarah nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something bigger than they could handle. After what felt like hours of tense hiking, they crested a hill and saw their destination. The research outpost was a squat, concrete building surrounded by a chain-link fence. Even from a distance, Sarah could see that parts of the fence had been torn away, likely by zombies or desperate survivors. "Looks quiet," Emily whispered, peering through a pair of night vision binoculars. "No movement that I can see." Sarah nodded, her mouth dry. "All right, let's move in, stay close, and if anything feels off, we bail, got it?" Emily gave a thumbs up, and they began their approach. As they drew closer, the true state of the facility became apparent. Windows were smashed, doors hung off their hinges, and dark stains, some old, some disturbingly fresh, marred the concrete walls. They paused at the main entrance, Sarah's hand hovering over the door handle. "Let's just turn back," she said, looking at Emily. The teenager shook her head. "We came this far, let's see it through." With a deep breath, Sarah pushed open the door. The interior was pitch black, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness like knives. The air was stale, thick with the smell of mold, and something worse, the unmistakable stench of death. As they moved deeper into the facility, Sarah's unease grew. This wasn't just any research outpost. The equipment they passed, while damaged and decaying, was far more advanced than anything she'd seen before. "Sarah," Emily called softly, gesturing to a sign on the wall. The words made Sarah's blood run cold. "Project Lazarus, authorized personnel only." "What the hell were they doing here?" Sarah muttered, her mind racing. They pushed on, moving from room to room. Each new discovery raised more questions than answers. Isolation chambers with reinforced glass, now shattered. Operating theaters with strange, almost medieval-looking equipment. And everywhere, scattered notes and documents, most too damaged to read. In what appeared to be a main laboratory, Emily made a beeline for a battered computer terminal. "If I can get this running," she said, already prying open the casing, "we might be able to access their files." Sarah nodded, keeping watch as Emily worked her tech magic. The minutes ticked by, punctuated only by the soft clicks of Emily's improvised tools and the distant, unsettling groans that echoed through the building. "I think I've got something," Emily finally said, her voice taut with excitement. "It's encrypted, but I should be able to download it. We can crack it later." As Emily worked to extract the files, Sarah's attention was drawn to a large whiteboard on the far wall. Most of the writing had been erased or smudged beyond recognition, but one phrase stood out clearly. "Necrotic reanimation achieved. Cognitive function, 13%. Proceed to human trials." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Human trials? Were they actually experimenting on people here? Creating zombies on purpose? The implications were staggering, horrifying. "Done," Emily announced, snapping Sarah back to the present. "We should go. This place gives me the creeps." Sarah couldn't agree more. They made their way back through the facility as quickly as stealth would allow, both of them jumping at every shadow. It wasn't until they were a mile away, the outpost disappearing behind them, that Sarah allowed herself to breathe normally again. "What do you think it all means?" Emily asked as they walked, her voice small in the vast darkness. Sarah shook her head. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's big, and I have a feeling Dr. Winters knows more than she's letting on." They made it back to the farmhouse, just as the sky was beginning to lighten. Sarah's mind was reeling from everything they'd seen, the weight of potential answers creating a palpable tension in her chest. As they snuck back in through the rear entrance, a voice made them both freeze. "I understand the risks, but we're running out of time." It was Dr. Winters, her voice hushed but urgent. Sarah gestured for Emily to stay put as she crept closer to the source of the sound. Peering around a corner, she saw Dr. Winters hunched over a small radio, speaking rapidly into the microphone. "The subjects are becoming more aggressive, more intelligent with each cycle. If we don't act soon, it may be too late to contain the situation." There was a pause as Dr. Winters listened to whoever was on the other end of the transmission. "Yes, I understand. No, they don't suspect anything, but we need to move quickly. The Thompson woman. She's asking questions. If she finds out about Phase 3, everything we've worked for could be jeopardized." Sarah's heart pounded in her chest. Phase 3, the Thompson woman? They were talking about her. Dr. Winter's next words sent a chill down Sarah's spine. Agreed. I'll make the necessary preparations. With any luck, we can salvage Project Lazarus and finally bring this nightmare to an end. Over and out. As the doctor switched off the radio, Sarah retreated silently, her mind racing. She grabbed Emily's arm and pulled her outside, not daring to speak until they were safely away from the house. "What is it?" Emily whispered, her eyes wide with concern. "What did you hear?" Sarah took a deep breath, trying to process everything she'd just witnessed. "I don't know exactly," she said slowly. "But one thing's for sure, Dr. Winters isn't who she says she is. And whatever's going on, it's bigger than we ever imagined." As the sun rose over the farmhouse, casting long shadows across the overgrown fields, Sarah felt the weight of her discovery settling on her shoulders. The world they'd been fighting to survive in suddenly seemed even more dangerous, more unpredictable. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a terrifying thought began to take root. What if the zombie apocalypse wasn't an accident at all? What if it was all part of some grand, terrible plan? And if so, how deep did the conspiracy go? As she watched the others beginning to stir, going about their morning routines, Sarah knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The truth was out there, hidden in encrypted files and secret radio transmissions. And she was determined to uncover it, no matter the cost. The battle for survival had taken on a new dimension. It wasn't just about fighting off zombies anymore. Now they were up against something far more insidious, a human conspiracy that threatened to unravel everything they thought they knew about their shattered world. Sarah squared her shoulders, a grim determination settling over her. Whatever came next, she would be ready. The truth and the fate of what remained of humanity depended on it. Chapter 11. Sarah's footsteps echoed through the farmhouse's empty hallway as she approached Dr. Winter's makeshift lab. Her heart pounded, each beat a reminder of the weight of the evidence she carried. The worn leather of her father's old briefcase creaked as she tightened her grip. She paused at the door, steeling herself for the confrontation ahead. Through the frosted glass, she could make out Winter's silhouette hunched over a microscope. Sarah took a deep breath and knocked firmly. "Come in," Winters called, her voice muffled. Sarah entered, the smell of antiseptic and chemicals assaulting her senses. Dr. Olivia Winters looked up, her silver-streaked hair escaping from a messy bun. "Sarah, is everything all right?" "We need to talk," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the churning in her stomach. Winter's eyes darted to the briefcase, then back to Sarah's face. "Of course. What's on your mind?" Sarah set the briefcase on the cluttered lab table and met Winter's gaze. "I know, Olivia, about your involvement in the outbreak." The color drained from Winter's face, her composure cracking like thin ice. I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me," Sarah said, her voice low and intense. She opened the briefcase, pulling out a stack of documents. "I found these in the ruins of the CDC outpost we raided last week. Project Lazarus. Ring any bells?" Winter's hands began to tremble as she reached for the papers. "Where did you get these? They're classified." "Classified doesn't mean much in a world of the undead, does it?" Sarah's tone was sharp, accusatory. "What I want to know is why you've been hiding this from us, from me." The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. Winter's eyes darted around, looking anywhere but at Sarah. Her fingers fidgeted with the edge of a paper, creating tiny tears. It's not what you think," Winter stammered, her usual scientific eloquence abandoning her. "We were trying to help people, to cure diseases. The zombie plague was never the intention." Sarah slammed her hand on the table, causing beakers to rattle. Then what was the intention? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you and your colleagues played God and lost control. Winters flinched at the outburst, then took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her words came out in a rush, a mix of scientific jargon and emotional pleas. Project Lazarus was meant to be revolutionary, she began, her voice trembling. We were developing a nanite-based regenerative therapy, something that could repair cellular damage on an unprecedented scale. The applications were endless, curing degenerative diseases, reversing brain damage, even potentially extending human lifespan. She paused, running a hand through her hair. But the nanotech, it was more autonomous than we anticipated in our hubris. We designed it to adapt, to evolve. We thought we could control it. Sarah listened intently, her anger giving way to a mix of horror and fascination. What went wrong? Winters laughed bitterly. Everything. The nanites began rewriting neural pathways, overriding the host's consciousness. We tried to shut it down, but she trailed off, her eyes distant. By the time we realized the full extent of the problem, it had already escaped containment. Patient zero. God, I'll never forget the sound of his screams as he turned. Sarah's mind reeled with the implications. So the zombies, they're not just reanimated corpses, they're humans whose minds and bodies have been hijacked by a swarm of microscopic machines, Winters finished. Machines that are constantly evolving, adapting. That's why the hordes get stronger with each cycle. The nanites are learning, improving their hosts. The revelation hung in the air between them, its weight almost suffocating. Sarah's hands clenched into fists at her sides. Why didn't you tell us? We've been fighting this thing blind for months. Winter's composure crumbled entirely, tears streaming down her face. I was afraid you'd cast me out, or worse. I've seen what desperate people do in this new world, Sarah, I thought. If I could use my knowledge to help, to find a way to stop it, maybe I could atone for my part in this nightmare. Before Sarah could respond, the door burst open. Jack stood in the doorway, his expression grim. What's going on here? We could hear you shouting from outside. Sarah turned to Jack, her voice tight with barely contained emotion. Dr. Winters here has been keeping some pretty big secrets from us, about the outbreak, about what we're really fighting. Jack's eyes narrowed as he looked between Sarah and the tearful Winters. What kind of secrets? As Sarah began to explain, more of the group filtered into the lab, drawn by the commotion. Marcus, Emily, Zach, and the others listened with growing horror and anger as the truth of their situation was laid bare. The room erupted into chaos as soon as Sarah finished speaking. Accusations flew like bullets, theories and counter-theories battling for dominance in the air. You know, Marcus roared, his face red with fury as he advanced on Winters. You knew what we were up against this whole time, and you said nothing. Emily, her young face pale with shock, whispered, So every zombie we've killed, they were still people inside, just trapped. Zach laughed hysterically. Nanobots? Are you kidding me? This is some sci-fi bullshit. Jack raised his hands, trying to calm the storm. Everyone, please. We need to think this through rationally. But rationality seemed to have abandoned the farmhouse. The group had splintered into factions before their eyes. Marcus, with Tom and Lisa backing him, called for Winter's immediate expulsion. We can't trust her, he shouted, spittle flying from his lips. For all we know, she's been working against us this whole time. Maria and Zach seemed shell-shocked, unable to fully process the revelation. They stood to the side, murmuring to each other in hushed, frantic tones. Emily had retreated to a corner, hugging herself tightly, while Jack tried to mediate between the shouting factions. Sarah found herself standing protectively in front of Winters, despite her own anger and sense of betrayal. "We need her knowledge," she argued back. "If what she's saying is true, she might be our best chance of finding a way to stop this." The argument raged on, voices rising and falling like waves in a storm. The very foundations of trust that had held their group together for months were crumbling before their eyes. Suddenly, a shrill alarm cut through the chaos. Everyone froze, turning towards the source of the sound. Emily's eyes widened in terror as she stared at the flashing device in her hands. "The proximity alarm," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the blaring siren. It's never gone off like this before." Jack rushed to her side, peering at the crude radar system they'd cobbled together. His face paled. "My God, it's massive, bigger than anything we've seen." As if to punctuate his words, a distant roar reached their ears, the collective moan of hundreds, perhaps thousands of undead throats. "How long?" Sarah asked, snapping into action. Emily's fingers flew over the device. 20 minutes, maybe less, they're moving fast." The argument that had consumed them moments ago evaporated in the face of imminent danger. Sarah looked around the room, seeing the fear and determination warring on each face. "We don't have time for this," she said firmly. "Whatever issues we have with each other, they don't matter right now. What matters is survival." She turned to Jack. "How are our defenses?" Jack ran a hand through his graying hair. "The east wall is still weak from the last attack, if they hit us there." "Then we reinforce it," Sarah finished. She began barking orders, falling back on her military training. "Marcus, Tom, Lisa, get every piece of furniture, every scrap of wood you can find, and brace that wall. Jack, check the generator and make sure the electric fence is at full power. Emily, monitor their approach and keep us updated." She turned to Winters, her gaze steely. "You said the nanites are evolving. Any insights on what we might be facing?" Winters nodded, wiping her tears away and visibly pulling herself together. "They'll be stronger, faster, and if the swarm is as large as you say, there might be more specialized forms. Watch for any that seem to be coordinating the others." "Zach Maria," Sarah continued. "Get to the armory, distribute weapons and ammo. Remember, headshots are still the most effective." As the group dispersed to their tasks, Sarah felt a moment of pride. Despite their differences, despite the earth-shattering revelations, they fell into their roles seamlessly. The bonds forged in months of survival were not so easily broken. She allowed herself a small, grim smile. "All right, people, let's show these nanite bastards what we're made of." The next hour was a blur of frantic activity. The moans of the undead grew louder, a horrifying chorus that set everyone's nerves on edge. Sarah moved from position to position, checking defenses and offering encouragement where needed. When the horde finally came into view, the sight stole the breath from her lungs. It was a seething mass of rotting flesh and glinting eyes, stretching as far as she could see. And at the forefront, "Sarah." Jack's voice crackled over the radio. "Are you seeing this?" She was. Lumbering at the head of the horde were monstrosities she'd never encountered before. Hulking beasts easily twice the size of a normal zombie, with multiple arms sprouting grotesquely from their torsos. "Winters was right," Sarah breathed. "They're evolving." The battle, when it came, was like nothing they'd faced before. The enhanced zombies smashed through their outer defenses like they were made of paper. Only the electric fence gave them pause, and Sarah knew it was only a matter of time before they found a way through. Gun in hand, she raced along the barricades, shouting encouragement and directions. She saw Marcus and Tom working in perfect synchronization, dropping zombie after zombie with well-placed shots. Emily's voice was a constant presence in their ears, calling out movements and weak points in their defense. And through it all, the horrible sound of wood splintering, of metal groaning under inhuman pressure. Their defenses, painstakingly built over months, were being torn apart before their eyes. A scream cut through the air, Lisa, cornered by one of the hulking monstrosities. Sarah's heart leapt into her throat as she sprinted towards her, knowing she'd never make it in time. But then Winters was there, wielding a makeshift flamethrower cobbled together from lab equipment. She doused the creature in burning chemicals, her face a mask of desperate determination. The monster fell, thrashing, and Lisa scrambled to safety. For hours, they held the line through sheer force of will. Every time Sarah thought they were about to be overrun, someone would find a reserve of strength, a moment of heroism to push back the tide. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the reality of their situation became clear. They were losing. Slowly, inexorably, the horde was pushing them back towards the heart of the farmhouse. Sarah. Jack's voice came through the radio, breathless and strained. The east wall is breached, we can't hold them. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the weight of the decision settle on her shoulders. When she opened them, her voice was calm, resolute. All units, fall back to the house, I repeat. Fall back to the house. We're initiating Protocol Omega. A collective shudder seemed to run through the group at her words. Protocol Omega, their last resort, a plan they'd all hoped never to use. As they retreated, Sarah caught glimpses of the devastation. The barn was in flames, casting a hellish glow over the scene. The carefully tended crops were trampled, destroyed. Years of work, of hoping to rebuild some semblance of civilization, gone in a single night. They barricaded themselves in the farmhouse, pushing furniture against doors and windows. The sound of the zombies trying to break in was deafening, punctuated by the occasional gunshot as they picked off any that got too close. In the eerie quiet of the living room, the surviving members of the group looked at each other, exhaustion and despair etched on every face. They all knew, without saying it, that this was the end of their time here. The farmhouse, their sanctuary for so long, had become a tomb. Sarah cleared her throat, wincing at the rawness there. "Status report," she said, her voice hoarse from shouting orders. One by one, they checked in. Miraculously, they'd all survived, though not without injury. Marcus was nursing a nasty gash on his arm, and Zach's left eye was swollen shut, but they were alive. "The defenses?" Sarah asked, though she already knew the answer. Jack shook his head, his expression grim. "Total loss, even if we drive them back, there's nothing left out there to salvage. We'd be starting from scratch, and with a horde that size still out there." He didn't need to finish the thought. They all understood the implications. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the constant moaning and scratching from outside. Sarah looked around at her people, battered, bloody, but unbroken. They'd been through hell together, and now... "We can't stay here," she said softly, voicing what they all knew to be true. "Our situation is untenable. The farmhouse is compromised, our supplies are low, and that horde isn't going to just wander off." Emily, her young face streaked with dirt and tears, spoke up. "The radio signal, the safe haven, maybe it's time we made that journey." Sarah nodded slowly. It was a risk, a huge one. They had no guarantee that the safe haven even existed, let alone that they could reach it. But staying here was certain death. "We'll leave at first light," she decided. "Pack only what you can carry, weapons, medical supplies, and food take priority." As the group dispersed to prepare, Sarah felt the weight of leadership pressing down on her more heavily than ever. She'd led them through crisis after crisis, but this felt different. They were stepping off into the unknown, leaving behind everything they'd built. She felt a presence beside her and turned to see Dr. Winters, her face a mask of guilt and determination. "I'm so sorry," Winters said softly, "for everything I never meant." Sarah held up a hand, cutting her off. "We don't have time for that now. What's done is done. But I need to know, can your knowledge help us? Give us an edge out there?" Winters nodded firmly. "I'll do whatever it takes. My research, my skills, they're all yours. If there's a way to stop this, to reverse it, I swear I'll find it." Sarah studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "Good, because where we're going to need every advantage we can get." As she turned away to begin her own preparations, Sarah caught a glimpse of herself in a cracked mirror. The woman staring back at her was a far cry from the military medic she'd once been. Her face was leaner, harder, etched with lines of worry and determination. But in her eyes, there was still a spark of hope, of defiance against the dying of the light. Tomorrow, they would step out into a world more dangerous than ever, with no guarantee of survival. But they would face it together. And somehow, someway, they would find a path through this nightmare. Sarah allowed herself a small, grim smile at the thought. The world had ended. Their sanctuary was lost. But as long as they had each other, as long as that spark of humanity remained, there was hope. And in this new world of the undying, hope was the most precious resource of all. Chapter 12. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the overgrown fields surrounding the farmhouse. Sarah Thompson stood at the kitchen window, her fingers wrapped tightly around a chipped mug of lukewarm coffee. She watched as Jack and Marcus made their way back from the perimeter check, their body language tense and confrontational even from a distance. "Here we go again," she muttered under her breath, steeling herself for the inevitable clash. The screen door slammed open as Jack stormed into the kitchen, Marcus hot on his heels. "You're going to get us all killed with your bullshit cowboy antics," Jack shouted, his face flushed with anger. Marcus squared his shoulders, towering over the older man. "And your overcautious ass is going to starve us to death before the zombies even get a chance." Sarah set her mug down with a sharp clank. "Enough, both of you. Lower your voices. You know better than this." But her words fell on deaf ears as the two men continued their heated exchange, weeks of simmering tension finally boiling over. "We need to expand our scavenging radius," Marcus insisted, jabbing a finger at Jack's chest. "The nearby towns are picked clean and we're running low on everything." Jack swatted Marcus's hand away. "And I'm telling you it's too risky. We barely have enough fuel for the truck as it is. One breakdown out there, and we're zombie chow." "So what's your brilliant plan then, old man? Sit here and slowly wither away." "My plan is to keep us alive. Something your trigger-happy, adrenaline junkie brain can't seem to grasp." Their shouting match echoed through the farmhouse, drawing the attention of the other survivors. Tom and Lisa appeared in the doorway, their faces etched with worry. Dr. Winters lingered behind them, her eyes darting nervously between the arguing men. Sarah opened her mouth to intervene again, when a chilling sound cut through the air, the unmistakable moan of the undead, closer than it should be. The group froze, the argument forgotten in an instant. "Shit," Jack hissed, reaching for the rifle leaning against the wall. Sarah moved to the window, her heart pounding. In the fading light, she could make out shambling figures emerging from the tree line. "At least a dozen," she reported, her voice tight. "Maybe more behind them." Marcus cursed under his breath. "They must have heard us, damn it. Everyone, grab your weapons, Sarah ordered, slipping easily into her role as de facto leader. Jack, Marcus, you're with me. We'll thin them out from the upstairs windows, Tom. Lisa, secure the ground floor, Dr. Winters. Get to the barn and make sure Emily and Zach are safe. As the group dispersed to their assigned tasks, Sarah caught Jack and Marcus exchanging guilty looks. She wanted to berate them for their carelessness, but there wasn't time. The moans were getting louder, more numerous. They had a long night ahead of them. Hours later, as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Sarah made her way to the barn. The zombie attack had been repelled, but the close call had left everyone on edge. She needed to check on Emily, who had been conspicuously absent during the crisis. She found the teenager hunched over a cluttered workbench, soldering iron in hand, surrounded by a mess of wires and circuit boards. Emily didn't look up as Sarah approached, her eyes fixed on whatever device she was tinkering with. "Hey," Sarah said softly, not wanting to startle her. "You okay? We missed you last night." Emily shrugged, still not making eye contact. "I heard the commotion, figured you had it handled." Sarah frowned, taking in the dark circles under Emily's eyes and the empty energy drink cans littering the workbench. "Have you been up all night? What are you working on?" "Trying to boost the radio signal," Emily muttered. "If I can increase the range, maybe we can pick up more transmissions, find out if there's anyone else out there." Sarah's heart ached at the hopeful note in Emily's voice. She placed a gentle hand on the girl's shoulder. "That's great, Em, but you need to rest too, okay? And it might be good to spend some time with the group. We worry about you." Emily finally looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and something darker, a loneliness that Sarah recognized all too well. "Why? So I can listen to Jack and Marcus try to outmacho each other, or watch Tom and Lisa's marriage implode? No thanks." Sarah sighed, at a loss for words. She wanted to reassure Emily, to tell her that things would get better, but the words felt hollow even in her own mind. Instead, she simply squeezed the girl's shoulder. "Just don't shut us out completely, okay? We're all in this together." Emily nodded noncommittally and turned back to her work. Sarah lingered for a moment, watching as the teenager retreated once more into her own world of circuits and signals. She made a mental note to check on Emily more often, even as a part of her wondered if she was equipped to handle the emotional needs of a traumatized teenager on top of everything else. As Sarah left the barn, she nearly collided with Dr. Winters, who was hurrying towards the farmhouse with an armful of medical supplies. "Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah," the older woman apologized, fumbling to keep her load from spilling. I thought I should restock the first aid kits after last night." Sarah managed a tired smile. "That's a good idea, Olivia, thank you." Dr. Winters nodded, a flicker of relief crossing her face at the small acknowledgement. But as they walked together towards the house, Sarah could feel the tension radiating off the scientist. "Is everything all right?" Sarah asked, though she had a sinking feeling she already knew the answer. Dr. Winters hesitated, then sighed heavily. It's Marcus. He confronted me this morning, accused me of hoarding antibiotics, said I was, what were his words, playing God with our lives." Sarah felt a headache building behind her eyes. "I'll talk to him. He's out of line." "It's not just Marcus," Dr. Winters continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can feel how they all look at me like I'm somehow responsible for all of this." She gestured vaguely at the world around them. Sarah stopped walking, turning to face the scientist directly. "Olivia, you're a valuable member of this group. Your knowledge has saved lives. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise." Dr. Winters gave a wan smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you, Sarah. Sometimes I wonder if they're right to be suspicious. If I'd recognized the signs earlier, if I'd spoken up." She trailed off, lost in thoughts of what might have been. Sarah wanted to probe further, to uncover what secrets the scientists might be harboring. But before she could respond, a commotion from the farmhouse drew their attention. Tom's voice, raised in anger, carried across the yard. "Damn it, Lisa. We can't just abandon everything we've built here." Sarah and Dr. Winters exchanged a worried glance before hurrying towards the source of the shouting. They found Tom and Lisa in the living room, facing off in what was clearly the culmination of a long simmering argument. Lisa, her face streaked with tears, was shoving clothes into a backpack. "Belle, what exactly have we built, Tom? A prison. A tomb. We're just waiting to die here." Tom ran his hands through his thinning hair in frustration. "And where do you think we'll go? You heard Jack, there's nothing out there but death. So we should just give up, accept that this is all there is," Lisa demanded, her voice cracking. "I can't do it anymore, Tom. I can't wake up every day wondering if it's going to be my last. At least if we leave, we have a chance." A chance at what? Becoming zombie food, or worse, running into those gangs of marauders we've heard about on the radio? Tom's anger seemed to deflate, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. "Lisa, please. We're safer here together." Lisa zipped up the backpack with finality. "Are we? Because it feels like we're falling apart, all of us." She looked up, noticing Sarah and Dr. Winters for the first time. "Tell him, Sarah. Tell him we can't stay here forever." Sarah felt the weight of their expectant gazes, the pressure of making a decision that could tear the group apart. I think we all need to calm down and discuss this rationally as a group." Her diplomatic response seemed to satisfy neither of them. Tom threw up his hands in exasperation, while Lisa let out a bitter laugh. "Rationally, there's nothing rational about this world anymore, Sarah." Lisa shouldered her backpack. "I need some air. Don't follow me, Tom, I mean it." As Lisa stormed out, brushing past Sarah and Dr. Winters, Tom sank onto the worn couch, his head in his hands. Sarah moved to comfort him, but he waved her off. "Just give me a minute," he muttered, his voice muffled. Sarah nodded, ushering Dr. Winters out of the room. As they stepped into the hallway, she caught sight of Zach coming down the stairs, his expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Hey, Sarah, I think I found something on the supply run yesterday, something big." Sarah frowned, instantly on alert. "What do you mean? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?" Zach shifted uncomfortably. "I wanted to check it out myself first. Make sure it was safe, you know." A sense of dread settled in Sarah's stomach. "Zach, what did you do?" Before he could answer, a loud crash came from outside, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Sarah's blood ran cold as the unmistakable moans of the undead filled the air. "Oh, God," Zach whispered, his face pale. "The warehouse? I thought I secured it, but—" Sarah was already moving, shouting orders. "Everyone, weapons now, Jack. Marcus, get to the watchtower, Tom. With me, we need to secure that breach." As chaos erupted around them, Sarah grabbed Zach's arm, her grip painfully tight. "When this is over, you and I are going to have a long talk about following protocols." The young man nodded miserably, the full weight of his mistake crashing down on him as the sounds of battle began to fill the air. The sun had long since set by the time they managed to repair the breach and put down the last of the zombies that had invaded their sanctuary. Sarah stood in the yard, surveying the damage. The outer fence was a splintered mess, and dark bloodstains marred the once fertile soil. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of how close they had come to being overrun. She watched as the others worked to drag the corpses into a pile for burning, their movements mechanical, faces blank with exhaustion and lingering fear. Jack and Marcus worked side by side, their earlier argument forgotten in the face of crisis. Tom methodically patched the fence, while Lisa hovered nearby, her plans of leaving seemingly put on hold. Dr. Winters moved among the group, checking for injuries and distributing water. Even Zach, chastened by his near-fatal mistake, threw himself into the cleanup efforts with grim determination. Only Emily was absent, having retreated back to her tech sanctuary in the barn as soon as the immediate danger had passed. As the rest of the group focused on the physical aftermath, Sarah found her mind racing, tallying up the cost of this latest crisis. They had expended precious ammunition, risked lives, and further strained their already fragile group dynamic. And for what? To barely maintain the status quo, to eke out another day of mere survival. The weight of leadership, which Sarah usually bore with stolid resolve, suddenly felt crushing. She needed a moment alone, away from the expectant gazes and unspoken demands of the others. Murmuring something about checking the back perimeter, Sarah slipped away from the group. She made her way to a quiet spot behind the barn, leaning heavily against the weathered wood and sliding down until she sat on the cool grass. Only then, in the solitude of the gathering darkness, did Sarah allow her carefully constructed mask to slip. Her shoulders sagged, and she pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes, willing back the tears that threatened to fall. "Keep it together," she whispered to herself, her voice raw with emotion. "They need you to be strong." But in that moment, Sarah wasn't sure how much longer she could be the pillar that everyone leaned on. The constant vigilance, the responsibility of keeping 8 traumatized, volatile personalities from tearing each other apart, it was wearing her down to her very core. She thought of Emily, retreating further into herself with each passing day. Of Jack and Marcus, their clashing leadership styles a powder keg waiting to explode. Tom and Lisa's crumbling relationship, a microcosm of the despair that threatened to engulf them all. Dr. Winters, isolated by suspicion and her own guilt. And Zach, whose youthful recklessness had nearly cost them everything. How long could she hold them together? How long before the next crisis became the one they couldn't overcome? Sarah took a shuddering breath, forcing herself to focus on the facts, to think like the military medic she had once been. They had supplies, shelter, and a defensible position. They had skills and knowledge that complemented each other. They had survived this long. But they also had fear, distrust, and a growing sense of hopelessness. Sarah knew that these intangible threats could be just as deadly as any zombie horde. As she sat there, grappling with the enormity of their situation, Sarah's hand brushed against something in her pocket, the folded scrap of paper on which Emily had scribbled the coordinates of the supposed safe haven. She pulled it out, staring at the numbers that represented their best hope and their greatest risk. The choice loomed before her: stay and slowly suffocate in the relative safety of their farmhouse fortress, or risk everything on a perilous journey toward an uncertain salvation. Sarah knew that soon she would have to make that decision. She would have to look into the eyes of the people who had come to depend on her and ask them to trust her with their lives one more time. But not tonight. Tonight, in this rare moment of solitude, Sarah allowed herself to be simply human, afraid, uncertain, and desperately longing for a world that no longer existed. A distant moan floated on the night air, a reminder that the danger never truly passed. Sarah wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly got to her feet. Her moment of vulnerability had passed. It was time to be their leader again. As she walked back toward the farmhouse, Sarah's stride became more purposeful, her expression settling into the mask of calm competence that the others had come to rely on. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, she would face them head-on. Because in this post-apocalyptic world, giving up wasn't an option. They would survive, or they would die trying. and Sarah Thompson was determined to make sure it was the former. Chapter 13. The crackling of the radio cut through the heated argument like a knife, silencing the group gathered in the farmhouse's living room. Sarah's hand shot out, fingers closing around the battered device's volume knob. She turned it up, her breath catching in her throat as a voice emerged from the static. Safe haven, coordinates 41.8781 deg N, 87.6298 deg W supplies, medical care, forming cure. The transmission faded back into white noise, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Sarah's eyes met Jack's across the room, a spark of desperate hope igniting between them. Emily, the teenager who had first picked up the transmission days ago, leaned forward, her face pale with excitement. That's it. That's the same signal, but clearer this time, and we got coordinates. Dr. Olivia Winters, the biochemist they'd found hiding in a pharmacy months ago, pulled out a crumpled map. Her hands shook as she traced lines across the paper. Those coordinates, they're in Chicago, or what's left of it. The hope that had bloomed in Sarah's chest constricted painfully. Chicago, a major city. The thought of navigating through an urban center teeming with the undead sent a chill down her spine. But the words medical care and forming cure echoed in her mind, tantalizing in their promise. Marcus, the ex-cop, voiced what they were all thinking. It's a trap, has to be. No way there's a safe haven in the middle of a goddamn sea. But what if it's not? Zach, the young college student, countered. What if they've really found a way to fight back against the zombies? The debate that erupted was fierce, but it wasn't about whether to trust the transmission. The seed of hope had been planted too deeply for that. Instead, the argument centered on the monumental risks of the journey itself. We've got a good thing going here, Tom Baker insisted, his weathered farmer's hands clenched into fists. We've held out for months. Why risk everything on a maybe? His wife, Lisa, placed a calming hand on his arm. But for how much longer, Tom? Our supplies are dwindling. The hordes are getting bigger, smarter. We can't hold out forever. Maria, their nurse who joined their group more recently, nodded in agreement. Lisa's right. We're on borrowed time here, but the journey, God, it would be dangerous. Jack, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. Dangerous is an understatement. We're talking about crossing hundreds of miles of zombie-infested territory, with no guarantee of what we'll find at the end, if we even make it that far. Sarah understood his hesitation. They'd all lost so much already. The thought of risking their hard-won safety on a promise whispered through the airwaves was terrifying. But as she looked around at the haggard faces of her companions, she saw the toll their current situation was taking. The constant vigilance, the gnawing fear, the dwindling hope it was slowly killing them. Before she could voice her thoughts, a bone-chilling screech pierced the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of splintering wood. The barn, Jack yelled, already moving. The east wall's giving way. They scrambled for weapons, the debate forgotten in the face of immediate danger. Sarah's hands closed around her trusty machete as she raced out the door, Jack and Marcus flanking her with their rifles at the ready. The scene that greeted them was one of nightmarish chaos. The reinforced barn wall, which had withstood countless assaults, was buckling under the weight of dozens of rotting bodies. As they watched in horror, a section of the barricade collapsed entirely, and a flood of undead poured through the breach. "Fall back to the house," Sarah shouted, her military training kicking in. "Zach, Emily, get the Molotovs, Tom. Lisa, secure the doors and windows." The next few minutes were a blur of desperate fighting. Sarah's machete sang through the air, cleaving rotting skulls and severing grasping limbs. Jack's rifle boomed steadily beside her, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. But for every zombie they put down, two more seemed to take its place. A scream caught through the cacophony of battle. Sarah turned to see Maria pinned against the porch railing, a zombie's teeth inches from her throat. Without hesitation, Sarah hurled her machete. It spun through the air, burying itself in the creature's head with a sickening thud. Maria's eyes met Sarah's, wide with gratitude and terror. In that moment, the precariousness of their situation hit Sarah with stark clarity. They couldn't keep this up. Something had to change. As suddenly as it had begun, the attack subsided. The remaining zombies retreated into the growing darkness, leaving behind a scene of carnage. The barn was a total loss, their carefully cultivated crops trampled and destroyed. Worse, their defensive perimeter had been irrevocably breached. They regrouped in the blood-spattered living room, shell-shocked and exhausted. Sarah looked at each of them and turned Jack nursing a gashed arm. Emily curled protectively around the radio, Marcus reloading his pistol with shaking hands. They were survivors, all of them. But for how much longer? Taking a deep breath, Sarah stepped into the center of the room. "We can't stay here," she said, her voice low but firm. "What happened tonight? It's only the beginning. The hordes are getting bigger, smarter. Our defenses won't hold." "So what? We just give up?" Marcus challenged, but there was more fear than anger in his voice. Sarah shook her head. "No, we fight, but we fight smart, that transmission. It's a chance, maybe our only chance." "A chance to die on the road instead of in our beds," Jack muttered, but Sarah could see the doubt in his eyes. "A chance to live," Sarah countered. "Really live, not just survive day to day, waiting for the inevitable." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "I've seen what waiting does to people, in war zones, in disaster areas. It hollows you out, steals your humanity piece by piece. We've all felt it happening here." She turned to Tom and Lisa. "You two have forgotten what it's like to plan for a future beyond the next supply run." The older couple exchanged a pained glance, unable to deny the truth of her words. Sarah's gaze found Emily next. "Emily, you're brilliant with electronics, but when was the last time you got to really learn to grow?" The teenager's eyes welled with tears, her hands tightening around the radio. "Zach, your survival skills have saved our asses more times than I can count. But is this all you want your life to be, constant fear and vigilance?" The young man's usual bravado faltered, revealing the scared kid beneath. Sarah continued, addressing each of them in turn, laying bare the harsh truths they'd all been avoiding. She spoke of Marcus's increasing paranoia, of Maria's haunted eyes, of Dr. Winter's frustrated brilliance with no outlet. "And Jack," she said finally, turning to her closest ally in this nightmare world. "You're an engineer, a builder, but all we've done here is patch and mend, and pray it holds for one more day. Don't you want the chance to create again, to build something that lasts?" A heavy silence fell over the room as her words sank in. Sarah could see the conflict on their faces, fear warring with a desperate, rekindled hope. "It won't be easy," she acknowledged. "The journey will be dangerous. Some of us might not make it." Her voice caught, but she forced herself to continue. "But staying here, that's a slow death sentence. We have a chance to do more than just survive. We have a chance to find a cure, to rebuild, to have a future worth fighting for." She looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes. "I can't make this decision for you, but I'm going tomorrow at dawn. Anyone who wants to come with me is welcome. Anyone who wants to stay." She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, slowly, Emily stood up. "I'm in," she said quietly. "I want to see what's out there. I want to help find a cure." Zach was next, his usual grin replaced by a look of determination. "Count me in, Beats waiting around to be zombie chow." One by one, they all voiced their agreement. Even Marcus, the most skeptical among them, gave a grudging nod. "'Cause I better come along to keep you all out of trouble," he grumbled. Jack was the last to speak. He stood, wincing slightly at his injured arm, and met Sarah's gaze. "You're a real pain in the ass, you know that," he said, but there was a hint of a smile on his weathered face. "All right, let's do this, but if we all end up dead, I'm gonna say I told you so." Sarah felt a weight lift from her shoulders. They were in this together. "Okay," she said, her mind already racing with plans. "We leave at dawn. Pack only what you can carry, essentials only. We'll salvage what we can from the barn, but travel light. Emily, see if you can boost that radio signal. Get any more information. Jack, we need to go over maps, plan the best route. The rest of you, start packing and securing the house. We don't want to leave anything useful behind for scavengers." The next few hours were a flurry of activity. Sarah moved from task to task, helping where she could, offering encouragement and making tough decisions about what to take and what to leave behind. As the sky began to lighten, Sarah found herself in her small bedroom, surveying the space that had been her sanctuary for the past months. Her eyes fell on the battered photo of her old military unit, and she felt a pang of grief for the friends she'd lost. Carefully, she tucked the photo into her pack. A soft knock at the door pulled her from her reverie. Jack stood in the doorway, his own pack slung over his shoulder. "It's time," he said simply. Sarah nodded, taking one last look around the room before shouldering her pack. Together, they made their way downstairs where the others were waiting. The mood was somber as they stepped out onto the porch. The dawn light revealed the extent of the damage from the night's attack, a stark reminder of why they had to leave. Sarah took a deep breath of the cool morning air. "All right, let's move out," she said, her voice steady despite the churning in her stomach. They set off down the overgrown driveway, a ragtag group of survivors carrying their hopes and fears with them. At the end of the drive, they paused as one, turning to look back at the farmhouse that had been their refuge. For a moment, they stood in unified silence. Sarah saw the emotions play across their faces: fear, determination, a flicker of hope. The farmhouse grew smaller as they walked, until finally it disappeared behind them, swallowed by the landscape. Ahead lay hundreds of miles of unknown territory, teeming with dangers both living and undead. But as Sarah looked at her companions, Jack's determined stride, Emily's curious glances at the world around them, the way Tom and Lisa's hands were clasped tightly together, she felt a surge of something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. Fragile and terrifying in its intensity, but hope nonetheless. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. And just maybe, somewhere at the end of this perilous journey, they would find more than just survival. They would find a reason to truly live again. With that thought bolstering her resolve, Sarah turned her eyes to the horizon and took the first step into the unknown. Chapter 14. The dense canopy of the forest filtered the afternoon sunlight, casting dappled shadows across the group of survivors as they picked their way through the underbrush. Sarah Thompson led the way, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, one hand resting on the holstered pistol at her hip. The weight of her backpack, laden with what remained of their medical supplies, served as a constant reminder of the precarious nature of their journey. Behind her, Jack Morrison's gruff voice broke the eerie silence. "Hold up," he whispered, raising a closed fist. The group froze, each member tensing as they strained their ears for any sign of danger. A twig snapped somewhere to their left. In an instant, weapons were drawn. Marcus Reeves, the former police officer, leveled his shotgun at the source of the sound, his finger hovering near the trigger. Zach Wilson, a young survivalist, fumbled with his machete, nearly dropping it in his haste. Sarah held her breath, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3. A squirrel darted out from behind a fallen log, chittering angrily at the intruders before scampering up a nearby tree. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the group. Marcus lowered his shotgun, but the tension in his shoulders remained. "False alarm," he muttered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. "Stay alert," Sarah cautioned, her voice low but firm. "We can't afford to let our guard down, not even for a moment." They resumed their trek, the incident serving as a stark reminder of the constant danger that lurked in this new world. Every shadow held the potential for death, every sound a harbinger of the undead. As they moved deeper into the forest, the terrain grew more treacherous. Roots and rocks threatened to trip unwary feet, while low-hanging branches seemed to reach out with grasping fingers. Tom Baker, the middle-aged farmer, helped his wife Lisa navigate a particularly difficult stretch, their hands intertwined in a gesture that spoke of years of shared hardship and love. Emily Chen, the tech-savvy teenager, kept pace with Sarah, her eyes darting between the dense foliage and the small device in her hand. "The signal's getting stronger," she murmured, hope coloring her voice. "We must be getting closer to the safe haven." Sarah nodded, allowing herself a small smile. The promise of safety, of a place where they could finally lower their guard, was a powerful motivator. But experience had taught her the dangers of false hope. As the day wore on, the forest began to thin, giving way to rocky outcroppings. The change in terrain brought a new set of challenges, but also the promise of a better vantage point. "There," Jack called out, pointing ahead. "Looks like we've got a ravine coming up. Might be our best chance to get our bearings." The group carefully made their way to the edge of the ravine, the sound of rushing water growing louder with each step. As they emerged from the tree line, the sight before them caused a collective gasp. A great chasm stretched out before them, its jagged walls plunging down to a roaring river far below. And spanning the gap, or rather, what remained of it, was the twisted wreckage of what had once been a bridge. "Well, shit," Zach eloquently summed up the situation. Sarah stepped closer to the edge, her mind racing as she assessed their options. The bridge had clearly collapsed long ago, its metal skeleton jutting out over the abyss like the ribs of some great, fallen beast. Far below, the river raged, its waters swollen by recent rains. "We can't cross here," Maria Gonzalez, the former nurse, stated the obvious. "Is there another way around?" Jack shook his head, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed the damage. "Doubtful. This looks like it was the main route through these parts. Going around could add days to our journey if it's even possible." The implications of his words settled over the group like a heavy blanket. Days of additional travel meant more exposure, more risk, and a greater chance of running out of supplies before reaching their destination. Dr. Olivia Winters wrung her hands, her anxious gaze darting between the ruined bridge and the forest behind them. "We can't go back," she said, her voice trembling. "The hordes will have picked up our trail by now." Sarah knew she was right. They had been lucky so far, managing to stay ahead of the larger zombie groups, but their luck couldn't hold forever. Sooner or later, they would be overwhelmed if they didn't reach the safe haven. "There has to be a way," Sarah muttered, more to herself than the others. She turned to Jack, seeing the same determination in his eyes that she felt. "What are you thinking?" The engineer was already moving, scrambling down the ravine's edge to get a closer look at the remnants of the bridge. The others watched nervously as he examined the wreckage, occasionally muttering to himself. After what felt like an eternity, Jack climbed back up, a gleam of excitement in his eyes that Sarah hadn't seen in weeks. "I think I've got something," he announced. "It's risky, but it might just work." The group huddled around as Jack laid out his plan. Using the cables and metal from the collapsed bridge, combined with some of their own supplies, they could construct a makeshift pulley system. It wouldn't be pretty, and it certainly wouldn't be comfortable, but it could get them across the ravine. "The biggest risk is the noise," Jack explained. "The pulleys won't be silent, and will be exposed while crossing if there are any zombies in the area. This'll draw them like moths to a flame." Sarah nodded, weighing the dangers against their dwindling options. "It's a risk we'll have to take," she decided. "We can set up a defensive perimeter on both sides of the ravine, Marcus. You and Maria take point on this side. Tom, Lisa, you'll cover the far side once we get someone across." As the group began to prepare, Sarah pulled Jack aside. "This plan of yours," she said quietly, "what are the odds it actually works?" Jack's expression was grim but determined. "Better than our odds if we try to go around," he replied. "But Sarah, you should know there's a good chance we'll lose some of our gear in the crossing. The river's not forgiving." Sarah's heart sank at the news, but she steeled herself. "We'll deal with that if it happens. For now, let's focus on getting everyone across in one piece." The next few hours were a flurry of activity as the group worked to bring Jack's plan to life. The engineer directed their efforts, his expertise turning the ragtag collection of scavenged materials into a workable transport system. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the ravine, they were ready for the first crossing. Sarah volunteered to go first, knowing that her leadership would be needed on the other side to coordinate the rest of the group's passage. She stepped into the makeshift harness, trying not to think about the yawning chasm beneath her feet. Jack double-checked the connections, his calloused hands moving with surprising gentleness. "Ready?" he asked, his eyes meeting hers. Sarah nodded, not trusting her voice. With a grunt of effort, Jack and Marcus began to operate the pulley system, and Sarah felt herself being lifted off the ground. The journey across the ravine was both terrifying and exhilarating. The wind whipped around her as she dangled precariously over the rushing water far below. Every creak of the cables sent a jolt of fear through her, but Sarah forced herself to remain calm, knowing that the others would be looking to her for strength. As she neared the other side, a horrifying screech cut through the air. Sarah's head whipped around, her heart pounding as she saw movement at the edge of the forest they had just left. "Incoming!" Marcus shouted, his shotgun already raised. The first zombie burst from the tree line, its rotting flesh hanging in tatters as it lumbered towards the group. More followed, drawn by the noise and movement. Sarah felt a moment of panic as she realized she was helpless, suspended in midair as the threat approached. But her training kicked in, and she called out orders to the others. "Marcus, Maria, hold the line, Jack. Get me across now." The next few moments were chaos. The sound of gunfire echoed across the ravine as Marcus and Maria engaged the approaching horde. Jack and the others worked frantically to pull Sarah the rest of the way across, the pulley system groaning under the strain of their haste. With a final heave, Sarah tumbled onto solid ground on the far side of the ravine. She scrambled to her feet, quickly unhooking herself from the harness. "Tom, Lisa, covering fire," she shouted, gesturing for the couple to take up defensive positions. As bullets flew across the gap, Sarah and Jack worked to send the harness back for the next person. Emily was next, her small frame making her the lightest and quickest to transport. The teenager's face was pale with fear, but she gritted her teeth and endured the crossing without complaint. One by one, the survivors made the perilous journey. Zach nearly slipped from the harness halfway across, causing a heart-stopping moment for everyone involved. Dr. Winters openly wept as she was pulled across, her eyes squeezed shut against the terrifying vista below. The zombies continued to pour from the forest, their numbers seeming to grow with each passing minute. Marcus and Maria's gunfire became more sporadic as they were forced to conserve ammunition. "We're running low," Marcus called out, the strain evident in his voice. "We need to move." Sarah made a split-second decision. "Jack, Marcus, Maria, you're last. We'll cover you from this side. Get ready to cut the lines as soon as you're across." The next few minutes were a blur of desperate action. Jack went first, his expertise needed on the far side to ensure the pulley system held for the final crossings. Maria followed, then finally Marcus, laying down covering fire until the very last second before he clipped into the harness. As Marcus reached the midpoint of the ravine, disaster struck. A particularly large zombie barreled into the pulley system on the far side, sending shockwaves through the cables. Marcus swung wildly, nearly losing his grip on his shotgun. "Hold on!" Sarah screamed, her voice barely audible over the moans of the undead and the roar of the river. With a tremendous effort, the group managed to haul Marcus the rest of the way across. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, Jack was there with a knife, slicing through the cables. The pulley system collapsed, taking with it their last connection to the other side of the ravine. Several zombies, in their mindless pursuit, tumbled over the edge, their bodies disappearing into the churning waters below. For a moment, the group stood in stunned silence, chests heaving as they caught their breath. They had made it across, but the cost quickly became apparent. "The medical supplies," Sarah gasped, realizing that, in the chaos of the final crossing, one of the packs had come loose and fallen into the river. Dr. Winters let out a small sob as the implications set in. Their already limited resources had just become even more precious. As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, the reality of their situation settled in. They were alive, but stranded on the far side of the ravine, with dwindling supplies and an uncertain path ahead. "We need to move," Sarah said, her voice hoarse but determined. "It's not safe to stay here, and we need to find shelter before nightfall." The group gathered what remained of their supplies and began to move away from the ravine, the sound of zombies still audible but growing fainter with each step. The forest on this side was denser, the undergrowth more challenging to navigate, but it offered better cover from both the undead and any less than friendly survivors they might encounter. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky, they found a small clearing that offered some protection. A fallen tree provided a natural barrier on one side, while dense thickets surrounded the rest of the area. "This'll have to do," Jack grunted, dropping his pack with a weary sigh. Sarah nodded, already assessing their defensive options. "Zach, Emily, gather some branches. We'll need to create some noise traps around the perimeter, Marcus. You take first watch. We'll rotate every 2 hours." As the others set about their tasks, Sarah pulled Dr. Winters aside. "Olivia, I need you to take stock of our medical supplies. We lost a lot in the crossing, and I need to know exactly what we're working with." The biochemist nodded, her hands shaking slightly as she began to sort through what remained of their supplies. Sarah watched her for a moment, noting the dark circles under the older woman's eyes and the way her gaze occasionally darted to the shadows beyond their camp. Dr. Winters knew something about the origins of this plague. Sarah was certain of it. But now wasn't the time to press for answers. Survival came first. As night fell in earnest, the forest came alive with unfamiliar sounds. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent a ripple of tension through the group. They huddled close to the small, carefully shielded fire, speaking in whispers when they spoke at all. Sarah made her rounds, checking on each member of their ragtag band. Tom and Lissa sat close together, their hands intertwined, drawing comfort from each other's presence. Zach tried to maintain his usual bravado, but Sarah could see the fear in his eyes as he stared into the darkness. Emily tinkered with her communications device, the soft glow of its screen illuminating her determined face. As the night wore on, Sarah found herself unable to sleep despite her exhaustion. She sat with her back against the fallen tree, her eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Jack settled down beside her, his presence a comforting warmth in the cool night air. "Quite a day," he murmured, his voice barely audible. Sarah nodded, allowing herself a small smile. "That's one way of putting it. Your bridge idea saved our lives back there." Jack shrugged, but Sarah could see the hint of pride in his eyes. "It was a team effort. We've come a long way since that farmhouse." They sat in companionable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Sarah found her mind drifting to the challenges that lay ahead. The loss of their medical supplies weighed heavily on her. If anyone was seriously injured or fell ill. As if reading her thoughts, Jack spoke again. "We'll figure it out, Sarah. We always do." She turned to look at him, struck by the quiet confidence in his voice. In that moment, Sarah allowed herself to believe him, to hope that maybe, just maybe, they would find a way through this nightmare. The night crawled on, each hour feeling like an eternity. Sarah took her turn at watch, her senses hyper-alert to every sound and movement in the forest around them. In the pre-dawn hours, a low moan drifted through the trees, sending a chill down her spine. But it was distant and soon faded away. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, Sarah roused the group. They moved with the quiet efficiency of those long accustomed to danger, breaking camp and erasing all signs of their presence. Before they set out, Sarah gathered everyone together. "I know yesterday was rough," she said, her eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. "We lost supplies we couldn't afford to lose, but we're still here, still fighting, and we're going to keep fighting until we reach that safe haven, together." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. They were battered, exhausted, and running low on resources. But as Sarah looked at their determined faces, she felt a surge of pride and hope. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as a team. With a nod, Sarah shouldered her pack and took point. As they moved out into the unknown forest, the rising sun at their backs, she allowed herself a moment of optimism. They had survived another day in this brutal world. And with a little luck and a lot of perseverance, they would survive many more. Chapter 15. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. Sarah Thompson squinted against the fading light, her hand reflexively tightening on the grip of her rifle. Behind her, the ragtag group of survivors trudged forward, their footsteps a weary chorus of gravel and dirt. "There," Jack Morrison grunted, pointing to a barely visible structure in the distance. "Looks like some kind of compound." Sarah raised her binoculars, studying the distant outlines. High walls, what appeared to be watchtowers. "It's a survivor camp," she confirmed, a mix of hope and trepidation coloring her voice. As they drew closer, the details of the compound came into sharper focus. The walls were a patchwork of scavenged materials, corrugated metal, wooden planks, even overturned vehicles. Barbed wire crowned the top, glinting menacingly in the dying sunlight. Finally, Zach Wilson exhaled, his youthful face brightening. "Maybe they'll have real food. I'm so sick of canned beans I could scream." "Don't get your hopes up, kid," Marcus Reeves growled, his police-trained eyes scanning for potential threats. "We don't know what kind of people are in there." As if on cue, a spotlight blazed to life atop one of the watchtowers, bathing them in harsh white light. An amplified voice boomed across the empty terrain. That's far enough. State your business or turn back. Sarah raised her hands slowly, motioning for the others to do the same. We're travelers, she called out. Just looking for safe passage and maybe some supplies to trade. For a long moment, silence reigned. Then, with a grinding screech, a section of the wall began to slide open. Sarah's initial relief quickly gave way to apprehension as she saw what lay beyond. A dozen armed men and women stood in formation, weapons trained on the newcomers. Their faces were hard, etched with the kind of weariness and suspicion that came from surviving in this unforgiving world. "Lower your weapons and approach slowly," the voice commanded. "Any sudden moves, and we open fire." Sarah glanced at her companions, seeing her own unease mirrored in their eyes. Even Jack, usually unflappable, looked tense. Slowly, deliberately, they began to move forward. As they neared the entrance, a man stepped out from behind the armed group. He was tall and lean, with a shock of gray hair and eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "I'm Commander Alec Donovan," he announced, his voice carrying the unmistakable tone of someone used to being obeyed. "Welcome to New Eden." Sarah took a step forward, ready to introduce herself and the group, but Marcus shouldered past her. "Nice welcome wagon you've got here, Commander," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is this how you greet all your guests?" Donovan's eyes narrowed. "In times like these, caution is survival. But please, come inside. We can discuss matters more comfortably." As they were led into the compound, Sarah grabbed Marcus's arm. "What the hell was that?" she hissed. "We need these people to cooperate, not antagonize them." Marcus shrugged off her hand. "You're too trusting, Sarah. These people are armed to the teeth and jumpy as hell. We need to show strength, or they'll walk all over us." Sarah shook her head, frustrated. This wasn't the time or place for Marcus's aggressive posturing. She quickened her pace to catch up with Donovan, determined to smooth things over. "Commander," she began, "I apologize for any misunderstanding. We've been on the road for weeks, and tensions are running high. I'm Sarah Thompson, former military medic. We're just looking for a safe place to rest and maybe trade for some supplies." Donovan's expression softened slightly. "A medic, you say? That's a valuable skill these days. Perhaps we can come to some sort of arrangement." They were led to a large tent in the center of the compound. Inside, a table was set up with maps and what looked like inventory lists. Donovan took a seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Sarah and the others to sit. "Let's get down to business," he said, leaning forward. "Safe passage through our territory doesn't come free. What do you have to offer?" Sarah began listing their tradable supplies, medical equipment. Some spare parts Jack had been carrying, a few weapons they could part with. As she spoke, she could see Donovan's eyes calculating, weighing their worth. "It's not enough," he said finally. "Our scouts have reported increased zombie activity in the area. Letting you through puts our people at risk. We'll need more." "More?" Marcus scoffed. "We're offering half our supplies as it is. You're not exactly rolling out the welcome mat here, pal." Sarah shot Marcus a warning look, but the damage was done. Donovan's face hardened. "Perhaps I wasn't clear. This isn't a negotiation. It's our way. Or you can take your chances out there with the dead." The tension in the tent was palpable. Sarah could see Jack's hand inching towards his concealed weapon, while Emily Chen huddled closer to Tom and Lisa Baker. This was spiraling out of control. "Commander," Sarah said, forcing calm into her voice, "surely we can come to a reasonable agreement. We have skills to offer as well. I'm a trained medic. Jack here is an engineer. We could help fortify your defenses, treat your sick." "And how do I know you won't just slit our throats in our sleep?" Donovan interrupted. "No, I think we'll stick with tangible goods, let's say 80% of your supplies. and we'll let you pass through unharmed. 80%? Zach exclaimed. That's insane. We'll starve. Marcus stood up so quickly his chair toppled backward. Listen here, you son of a... Enough. Sarah's voice cracked like a whip. She stood, locking eyes with Donovan. 60%? That's our final offer. Take it, or we walk away right now. For a long moment, no one moved. Sarah could hear her own heart pounding in her ears. Finally, Donovan nodded. 60%? You have a deal, Miss Thompson. As they were escorted out of the compound, their packs considerably lighter, a somber mood settled over the group. The harsh realities of this new world's economy of survival weighed heavily on them all. We should have fought, Marcus muttered. Taken what we needed. And how many of us would have died in the process? Sarah shot back. We're alive, and we have a clear path ahead. That's a win in my book. They walked in silence as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and reds. Sarah was just about to suggest they find a place to make camp when a blood-curdling screech split the air. What the hell was that? Jack whispered, his eyes wide. Before anyone could respond, a blur of motion erupted from the nearby tree line. Sarah's blood ran cold as she took in the creature bearing down on them. It looked like a zombie, but wrong. Its movements were too fast, too coordinated. Its eyes gleamed with a terrible intelligence. Open fire! Marcus roared, and the night erupted in gunfire. The battle that followed was like nothing Sarah had ever experienced. The zombie, if that's what it truly was, moved with horrifying speed and strength. It shrugged off shots that would have dropped a normal undead instantly. Zach went down first, the creature's claws raking across his chest. Sarah heard Lisa's scream of terror as she dragged the injured young man back. Jack and Marcus formed a protective line, their weapons blazing, but it wasn't enough. The zombie lunged, catching Marcus off guard. They went down in a tangle of limbs, the former cop's screams of rage turning to pain as razor-sharp teeth sank into his shoulder. Sarah's training took over. She grabbed a flare from her pack, struck it, and hurled it directly at the creature's face. The zombie recoiled, shrieking, momentarily blinded by the intense light. Now, Sarah yelled. Hit it with everything we've got. A hail of bullets, each carefully aimed, tore into the disoriented zombie. Finally, mercifully, it went down and stayed down. In the ringing silence that followed, Sarah became aware of ragged breathing that wasn't coming from any of her group. She spun, weapon raised, to see a woman stumbling out from behind a rocky outcropping. Please, the stranger gasped, her clothes torn and bloody. Help me. Sarah approached cautiously, her medics already assessing the woman's injuries. I'm Sarah. What's your name? Maria, the woman replied, her eyes darting nervously between Sarah and the others. Maria Gonzalez, my group. We were attacked by those things. I'm the only one left. Sarah nodded grimly. You're safe now. We'll get you patched up. As she led Maria back to the others, Sarah could see the wariness in their eyes. Another mouth to feed, another potential threat. But they couldn't just leave her. They made camp in a small clearing, the mood somber as Sarah tended to the wounded. Zach's injuries were painful, but not life-threatening. Marcus, however, was in bad shape. The bite wound on his shoulder was deep, and he burned with fever. As the night wore on, heated whispers broke out around the campfire. Sarah could hear fragments of conversation, concerns about their dwindling supplies, arguments about whether they should have fought harder at the compound, debates about what to do with Maria. It came to a head when a small group of survivors stumbled into their camp, clearly desperate and starving. Before Sarah could even stand to greet them, Marcus was on his feet, weapon raised. "Back off," he snarled, his eyes wild with pain and fever. "This is our camp, our supplies." The newcomers raised their hands, pleading for help, for just a little food. Sarah started to reach for her pack, but Marcus's harsh laugh stopped her. "You want to give them our food?" he sneered. "The food we nearly died for today? No, they're a threat. We should eliminate the threat." A horrified silence fell over the camp. Sarah looked at her companions, seeing the conflict on their faces. This was the moment, she realized. The moment where they decided what kind of survivors they were going to be. "Marcus," she said softly, "put the gun down. We're not murderers." For a terrible moment, she thought he might turn the weapon on her. Then, with a choked sob, he collapsed to his knees. Sarah approached the newcomers cautiously. "I'm sorry," she said. "We don't have much, but we can spare some food and water. Please join us by the fire." As the grateful survivors settled in, the debate began anew. Sarah could hear the fear in her companions' voices, the moral struggle as they grappled with the implications of their actions and decisions. "We can't save everyone," Jack argued. "Every person we help is another drain on our resources." "But if we turn our backs on people in need, what separates us from the zombies?" Lisa countered, her voice trembling. On and on it went, the firelight flickering across faces etched with exhaustion and doubt. Sarah listened silently, her mind racing. She thought of the compound they'd left behind, of the new, terrifying zombie they'd faced, of Maria's haunted eyes and Marcus's fever-induced aggression. This was their world now, a world of impossible choices and brutal consequences. As she looked around at her battered, weary companions, Sarah realized that their greatest challenge wasn't just surviving the undead or finding enough food. It was holding on to their humanity in a world determined to strip it away. With a heavy sigh, Sarah stood, ready to weigh in on the debate that would shape their path forward. Whatever they decided, she knew one thing for certain: the choices they made tonight would echo long into their uncertain future. Chapter 16. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the abandoned streets of Hope's Crossing. Sarah Thompson stood atop the rickety watchtower, her eyes scanning the deceptively peaceful landscape. The cool metal of her binoculars pressed against her skin as she surveyed the area, searching for any sign of movement among the decaying buildings and overgrown lots. "All clear from the north," she called down to Jack, who was busy reinforcing the base of the tower with scavenged lumber. Jack grunted in acknowledgement, hammering another nail into place. "Good. Let's hope it stays that way for the supply run." Sarah climbed down, her boots thudding against the wooden planks. As she reached the ground, she saw the rest of the scouting team gathering near the farmhouse gate. Tom and Lisa Baker stood close together, checking their weapons and exchanging worried glances. Zach Wilson bounced on the balls of his feet, nervous energy radiating from his lanky frame. Emily Chen fiddled with the portable radio clipped to her belt, while Marcus Reeves did one final check of his tactical gear. "Everyone ready?" Sarah asked, her voice steady despite the knot of anxiety in her stomach. They all nodded, faces grim with determination. As they prepared to leave, Dr. Olivia Winters approached, wringing her hands. "Please be careful out there," she said, her eyes darting between the group members. "And don't forget the list of medical supplies we desperately need." Sarah patted the folded paper in her pocket. "We've got it covered, Doc. We'll be back before dark." With a final nod to Jack, who would oversee the defenses in their absence, Sarah led the group out of the gate and into the silent streets of Hope's Crossing. They moved swiftly and silently, years of practice evident in their coordinated movements. Each intersection was approached with caution, every open doorway treated as a potential threat. The team's formation was well rehearsed, Marcus on point, Tom and Lisa covering the flanks, with Sarah and Zach watching the rear. Emily stayed in the center, her keen eyes searching for useful salvage as they progressed. As they neared the town's old pharmacy, a flicker of movement caught Sarah's attention. She raised her fist, signaling the group to halt. "Movement, 2 o'clock," she whispered, gesturing towards a partially collapsed storefront. Marcus nodded, raising his rifle to peer through the scope. "I see it. Single walker, sluggish movements. Doesn't seem to have noticed us yet." Sarah weighed their options. They could easily avoid the zombie, but the pharmacy was their primary target. They needed those supplies. "We take it out, quick and quiet," she decided. "Tom, you're up." Tom nodded, unsheathing his machete. With practiced ease, he crept forward, staying low and using the abandoned cars for cover. The others watched, breath held, as he approached the shambling figure. In one fluid motion, Tom rose up behind the zombie and drove his blade through its skull. The creature crumpled without a sound. A collective sigh of relief passed through the group. They'd done this countless times, but the danger never lessened. Tom rejoined them, wiping his blade clean on a scrap of cloth. "All clear," he reported. They were about to move on when a blood-curdling shriek split the air. Sarah's blood ran cold as she whipped around, searching for the source. To her horror, she saw a mass of writhing bodies pouring out of a nearby alley. Dozens of zombies, their decaying flesh hanging in strips, surged towards them with unnatural speed. "Run!" Sarah screamed, all thoughts of stealth abandoned. Back to the farmhouse. The world exploded into chaos. The snarls and moans of the undead filled the air, mixing with the panicked shouts of the group as they scattered. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted down the street, dodging grasping hands and snapping jaws. "This way," Marcus yelled, gesturing towards a narrow side street. Sarah followed, glancing back to see Tom and Lisa right behind her. But where were Zach and Emily? A scream answered her unspoken question. Emily's voice, high with terror, echoed from somewhere to their left. Sarah skidded to a stop, torn between the escape route and the need to find their missing team members. "Go," Tom shouted, pushing Lisa towards Marcus. "I'll find them." Before Sarah could protest, Tom was already running back the way they'd come, disappearing around a corner. The agonizing decision weighed on her for a split second before she turned to Marcus. "Get Lisa back to the farmhouse. I'm going after them." Marcus opened his mouth to argue, but the determination in Sarah's eyes silenced him. With a curt nod, he grabbed Lisa's arm and pulled her towards safety. Sarah watched them go for a heartbeat, then plunged back into the fray. The streets had become a nightmare labyrinth. Zombies seemed to materialize from every shadow, their guttural moans filling the air with a hellish chorus. Sarah's military training kicked in as she navigated the chaos, her machete a blur of motion as she cut down any undead that got too close. She rounded a corner and froze. The scene before her unfolded in horrifying slow motion. Emily was backed against a wall, her eyes wide with terror as a group of zombies closed in. Zach was there, swinging a baseball bat with desperate ferocity, trying to clear a path to her. And Tom Brave, selfless Tom, was charging towards them, determination etched on his face. "Tom, no." Sarah screamed, but it was too late. He threw himself into the mass of undead, creating an opening for Zach to grab Emily and run. For a moment, it seemed like he might break free. Then a sea of grasping hands pulled him down. Lisa's anguished scream tore through the air as she appeared from a nearby alley, having doubled back to find her husband. Sarah lunged forward, grabbing Lisa before she could throw herself into the horde. "He's gone," Sarah yelled, her voice breaking. "We have to go." The last thing Sarah saw as she dragged Lisa away was Tom's face, still set in that expression of love and determination, disappearing beneath a wave of gnashing teeth and clawing hands. The image burned itself into her memory, a testament to both the horror of their world and the enduring power of human sacrifice. They ran, Lisa's sobs punctuating each ragged breath. Sarah's mind raced, trying to plot a safe route back to the farmhouse. As they turned down another street, she saw Zach and Emily ahead, running hand in hand. Relief flooded through her. At least Tom's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. But the moment of hope was shattered as a zombie lunged from a recessed doorway. Zach shoved Emily clear, but the creature's teeth sank into his forearm. He cried out in pain, stumbling back. Sarah was there in an instant, her machete cleaving through the zombie's skull. "Go!" she shouted, pushing Zach and Emily ahead of her. They ran, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter as they neared the outskirts of town. The farmhouse came into view, its hastily erected fortifications a welcome sight. Jack and Maria were at the gate, ushering them in with frantic gestures. As soon as they were inside, the heavy gates slammed shut, the sound of wood and metal barricades being put in place filling the air. For a moment, there was only the sound of heavy breathing and Lisa's quiet sobs. Then reality came crashing back as Zach slumped to the ground, clutching his bleeding arm. "I'm bit," he said, his voice trembling. "Oh God, I'm bit." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Sarah felt the weight of everyone's eyes on her, silently pleading for a solution, for hope. But as she looked at the ragged wound on Zach's arm, she knew the grim truth. They'd seen this before. Unless... "We need to amputate," Sarah said, her voice low but firm. "It's his only chance." The words sparked an immediate uproar. Dr. Winters pushed through the group, her face pale. "Amputation, here's Sarah, the risk of infection alone." "It's better than the alternative," Marcus cut in, his jaw set. "We've all seen what happens if we do nothing." Emily, tears streaming down her face, clutched Zach's uninjured hand. "There has to be another way," she pleaded. "We can't just cut off his arm." The debate raged, voices rising in fear and desperation. Sarah felt the weight of leadership pressing down on her, the lives of her people hanging in the balance. She looked at Zach, saw the terror in his eyes, and made her decision. "Enough!" she shouted, silencing the group. "This is Zach's choice, Zach." She knelt beside him, meeting his gaze. "You know the risks. It's amputation, or the other option. What do you want to do?" Zach swallowed hard, his eyes darting between the faces around him. Finally, he nodded. "Do it," he whispered. "Cut it off." The next hours were a blur of frantic activity. Dr. Winters and Sarah worked together, using what meager medical supplies they had to prepare for the procedure. The others were put to work boiling water, tearing sheets for bandages, and gathering anything that could be used as a tourniquet or cauterizing tool. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the farmyard, they were ready. Zach lay on a makeshift operating table, a belt clenched between his teeth. Sarah stood over him, a sharpened machete in her hands, while Dr. Winters prepared to assist. "Are you sure about this?" Dr. Winters asked one last time, her voice quavering. Sarah met her gaze, saw the fear and doubt there, and forced her own emotions down. "It's his only chance," she repeated, as much to herself as to the doctor. With a deep breath, Sarah raised the machete. "I'm sorry, Zach," she whispered, and brought the blade down. Zach's muffled scream echoed through the farmhouse, a sound that would haunt Sarah's dreams for years to come. Blood spurted from the severed limb as Dr. Winters rushed to apply pressure and begin the grisly task of cauterizing the wound. The hours that followed were a nightmare of pain, fever, and desperate hope. Sarah and Dr. Winters worked tirelessly, fighting against infection and blood loss. The others took turns sitting with Zach, speaking words of encouragement and prayer. But as dawn broke, casting a pale light through the farmhouse windows, it became clear that their efforts had been in vain. Zach's skin was waxy and pale, his breathing labored. The telltale signs of the infection were there: the darkening veins, the glassy eyes. "I'm sorry," Zach whispered, his voice barely audible. "I tried. I really tried." Emily sobbed, clutching his remaining hand. "You did, Zach. You fought so hard." Sarah felt a wave of failure wash over her. She'd made the call, taken the risk, and now another life would be lost. As she watched Zach's labored breathing, she couldn't help but think of all the others they'd lost along the way. Each death chipped away at her resolve, her belief that they could survive this nightmare. Zach's final moments were mercifully quick. One moment he was there, his eyes focused on Emily's tear-stained face, and the next he was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah stumbled out of the room, her legs weak beneath her. She found herself in the farmyard, the cool morning air doing little to clear the fog of grief and exhaustion. She looked up to see Jack approaching, his face a mask of concern. "We need to take care of the bodies," he said quietly. "Tom and Zach, they deserve a proper send-off." Sarah nodded, unable to find words. Together, they began the grim task of preparing for a funeral. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the survivors gathered in the overgrown field behind the farmhouse. 2 simple wooden crosses marked fresh graves, the turned earth a stark reminder of their loss. Lisa stood before Tom's grave, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Emily knelt by Zach's, placing a handful of wildflowers on the mound of dirt. The others formed a loose circle, each lost in their own thoughts and grief. Sarah stepped forward, her voice rough with emotion. "We're here to remember Tom Baker and Zach Wilson, 2 men who gave their lives so that others might live." She paused, struggling to find the right words. Tom was the heart of our group. His kindness, his unwavering love for Lisa, his willingness to put others first, these are the things we'll remember. And Zach. She looked at Emily, saw the pain etched on the young woman's face. "Zach was our hope for the future. His enthusiasm, his determination to find joy even in this dark world, will carry that with us." One by one, the others spoke. Marcus, his voice gruff with suppressed emotion, spoke of Tom's steady presence and Zach's infectious optimism. Dr. Winters, tears streaming down her face, recalled Zach's curiosity about her work and Tom's gentle encouragement. Jack, a man of few words, simply said, "They were good men. We're less without them." As the impromptu service came to a close, Sarah looked at the faces of her remaining group. She saw grief, yes, but also a hardening resolve. Marcus stood straighter, his hand resting on his weapon, eyes scanning the horizon. Dr. Winters wiped her tears, a determined set to her jaw, as she mentally cataloged the medical supplies they'd need to restock. Jack moved to comfort Lisa, his usual gruffness softened by shared loss. Sarah felt a shift within herself as well. The weight of leadership seemed heavier than ever, but she knew she couldn't falter. Tom and Zach's deaths would not be in vain. They would learn, adapt, and push forward. In this world of walking dead and fading hope, survival wasn't just about breathing, it was about holding onto their humanity in the face of unimaginable loss. As the group began to disperse, Returning to the never-ending tasks of fortifying, scavenging, and surviving, Sarah remained by the graves. She placed a hand on each rough-hewn cross, a silent promise to the men who lay beneath the soil. "We'll keep fighting," she whispered. "For you, for all of us, I swear it." With one last look at the graves, Sarah turned and walked back to the farmhouse. There was work to be done, plans to be made. The dead were at rest, but for the living, the struggle continued. In the distance, a lone zombie's moan drifted on the wind, a reminder that in this new world, grief and danger walked hand in hand, and that every moment of peace was bought with blood and sacrifice. Chapter 17. The sun hung low on the horizon, a sickly orange orb barely visible through the haze of smoke and dust that perpetually shrouded the sky. Sarah Thompson led the ragged group of survivors up the steep incline, her boots crunching on loose gravel and debris. The exertion of the climb left her muscles aching, a constant reminder of the grueling journey that had brought them to this point. As they neared the crest of the hill, Sarah felt a knot of anticipation tighten in her stomach. For weeks, they had pushed towards this destination, clinging to the faint hope of sanctuary. Now, on the verge of seeing the city with their own eyes, she found herself almost afraid to look. Jack Morrison trudged up beside her, his grizzled face set in grim determination. "Well," he grunted, "moment of truth." Sarah nodded, took a deep breath, and crested the hill. The sight that greeted them stole the air from her lungs. The city sprawled before them, a vast expanse of shattered dreams and broken civilization. Skyscrapers, once proud monuments to human achievement, now stood like jagged teeth against the apocalyptic sky. Many had partially collapsed, their steel skeletons exposed and twisted. Columns of smoke rose from various points across the urban landscape, marking pockets of ongoing destruction. "My God," whispered Maria Gonzalez, the former nurse who had joined their group weeks ago. It's gone, all of it." The scale of the devastation was breathtaking. From their vantage point, they could see for miles in every direction. Highways choked with abandoned vehicles snaked through the city like diseased arteries. Entire neighborhoods had been reduced to rubble, while others appeared eerily intact, as if waiting for residents who would never return. Zach Wilson, a young college student, let out a low whistle. "So much for the safe haven, huh?" His attempt at levity fell flat, his voice cracking with barely concealed despair. Sarah felt the weight of leadership settle heavily on her shoulders as she turned to face the group. She saw the same shock and demoralization reflected in each pair of eyes. Emily Chen, the teenage tech whiz, clutched her jury-rigged radio to her chest like a lifeline. Tom and Lisa Baker, the middle-aged farming couple, held each other close, their faces ashen. Even Marcus Reeves, the ex-cop who prided himself on his tough exterior, looked shaken. "We knew it wouldn't be easy," Sarah said, trying to infuse her voice with a confidence she didn't feel. "But we've come too far to turn back now. The signal Emily picked up has to mean something. There are people down there, and they might need our help." Dr. Olivia Winters, the biochemist they had rescued from an overrun pharmacy, shook her head. "Or it could be a trap. We have no idea what we're walking into." "Only one way to find out," Jack growled. He unslung his rifle and checked the magazine. "We go in careful, stay alert, and be ready for anything." With grim nods of agreement, the group began their descent into the outskirts of the ruined metropolis. The closer they got, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and smoke, forcing them to cover their noses and mouths with scavenged masks and bandanas. As they picked their way through the debris-strewn streets, the true extent of the infestation became horrifyingly clear. Zombies roamed freely in packs, their shambling gaits and vacant eyes a mockery of the human life they had once possessed. But there was something different about these undead, something that sent chills down Sarah's spine. "They're organizing," Marcus muttered, his knuckles white on the grip of his pistol. He was right. The zombies moved with a disturbing sense of purpose, forming loose formations and responding to guttural vocalizations from larger, more decayed specimens. Sarah watched as a group of the undead systematically searched a row of abandoned storefronts, almost as if they were looking for something or someone. "This isn't right," Jack said, his voice low and tense. "They shouldn't be able to do that. It's like they're evolving." The group huddled in the shadow of a collapsed office building, watching the unnatural behavior of the infected with growing unease. Sarah felt a tug on her sleeve and turned to see Emily, her young face pale beneath her mop of dark hair. "I'm picking something up," Emily whispered, holding out her cobbled-together radio. "It's faint, but it's definitely a distress signal coming from deeper in the city." A burst of static crackled from the device, followed by a garbled voice. "Anyone, please help, surrounded, running out of." The transmission cut off abruptly, leaving the group in tense silence. Sarah looked around at her companions, seeing the conflict plain on their faces. The debate that followed was hushed but heated, highlighting the fragile nature of their unity. "We can't just leave them," Maria argued, her nurturing instincts as a nurse coming to the fore. "If there are people alive in there, they need our help." Marcus shook his head vehemently. "It's too risky. We barely have enough supplies for ourselves. Taking on more people could get us all killed." "Or they might have resources we need," Tom Baker pointed out. "Information about the city, maybe even a way to that research facility we've been looking for." Dr. Winters wrung her hands nervously. "But what if it's a trap? There are clearly hostile forces at work here. We could be walking right into an ambush." The debate raged on, with valid points raised on both sides. Sarah listened intently, weighing each argument. She knew that whatever decision she made would have far-reaching consequences for the group's survival. Before she could render a verdict, a blood-curdling scream cut through the air. The group fell silent, instinctively crouching lower behind their meager cover. Sarah peered cautiously around the edge of the building, and what she saw chilled her to her very core. A small band of survivors, no more than 5 or 6 people, were fleeing down the street about 2 blocks away. They were being pursued by a horde of zombies, but these weren't the mindless, shambling creatures they had encountered before. These undead moved with terrifying speed and coordination. At the head of the pack was a grotesque figure that could only be described as an evolved zombie. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its body a mass of hypertrophied muscle and rotting flesh. But most horrifying of all was the spark of cruel intelligence that gleamed in its milky eyes. The evolved zombie let out a bone-rattling roar, and the horde responded instantly. They split into 2 groups, one continuing the direct pursuit, while the other peeled off to circle around and cut off the survivors' escape route. "Oh my God," Lisa Baker whimpered, burying her face in her husband's chest. Sarah watched in horrified fascination as the trap was sprung. The fleeing survivors, already exhausted and panicked, found themselves surrounded. The evolved zombie directed the assault with savage efficiency, using hand signals and guttural commands to coordinate the attack. It was over in minutes. The survivors fought bravely, but they were hopelessly outmatched. Sarah forced herself to watch as they were torn apart, feeling that she owed it to them to bear witness to their final moments. When it was done, the evolved zombie surveyed the carnage with what could only be described as satisfaction. It then turned its head, sniffing the air, and for one heart-stopping moment, Sarah thought it had detected their presence. But after a tense few seconds, It let out another roar and led its pack away, disappearing into the urban maze. Sarah turned back to her group, seeing the same shell-shocked expressions on each face. The tactical intelligence displayed by the undead had shaken them to their very core. This was no longer just a fight for survival against mindless infected. They were up against an enemy that could think, plan, and adapt. "We need to move," Jack said, his voice hoarse. "Find somewhere more secure to hole up and figure out our next move." No one argued. They gathered their gear with shaking hands and set out, hugging the shadows and moving as quietly as possible. Sarah's mind raced, trying to process what they had just witnessed and what it meant for their chances of survival. As they navigated the treacherous urban landscape, the true scale of their predicament became horrifyingly clear. Every street, every intersection seemed to be teeming with the infected. But it was more than just their numbers. It was the way they moved, the way they communicated with each other. This was no longer a horde of individual zombies, but a cohesive, intelligent swarm. They had been moving for about an hour, carefully picking their way towards what they hoped was the general direction of the safe haven, when they rounded a corner and froze in their tracks. Before them stretched a sea of undead, packed so tightly that the street itself was no longer visible. The horde stretched for blocks in every direction, a mass of writhing, rotting flesh that pulsed with malevolent energy. "Jesus Christ," Zach breathed, his youthful bravado completely evaporated. "There must be thousands of them." Sarah felt a wave of despair wash over her. How could they possibly hope to fight their way through that? Even if they had an army at their backs, the task would be nearly impossible. With their meager supplies and dwindling ammunition, it was nothing short of suicide. "We need to fall back," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Find another way around." They retreated as quickly and quietly as they could, the image of that massive horde burning itself into their memories. After several tense minutes of backtracking, they found temporary refuge in the lobby of a partially collapsed office building. The space was littered with debris and long-abandoned personal effects, a snapshot of the moment when civilization had crumbled. As the adrenaline of their narrow escape began to fade, the full weight of their situation crashed down upon them. Sarah watched as her companions slumped to the floor or leaned against walls, their faces masks of exhaustion and despair. Marcus was the first to break the heavy silence. "We should never have come here," he spat, kicking at a broken chair. "This was a fool's errand from the start." "So what? We just give up?" Maria shot back, though her voice lacked its usual fire. "Turn around and walk back through hundreds of miles of infected territory." "At least out there we stood a chance," Marcus shouted, his control finally snapping. "In here were rats in a maze, just waiting to be picked off." "Both of you, keep your voices down," Jack growled, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings for threats. The argument continued in harsh whispers, with Marcus and a few others advocating for an immediate retreat from the city, while Maria and Emily argued for pressing on towards the source of the distress signal. Others, like Tom and Lisa, sat in stunned silence, the horrors they had witnessed having robbed them of the will to even participate in the debate. Sarah listened to it all, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down on her like a physical force. Every option before them seemed to lead to certain death. Stay and fight their way to the safe haven? They'd be overwhelmed in minutes. Try to sneak through? The evolved zombies would sniff them out eventually. Retreat? Even if they could make it out of the city, they had no supplies for another long journey. She looked around at the faces of her companions, people who had come to rely on her for guidance and protection. Zach, barely more than a kid, trying so hard to be brave. Dr. Winters, brilliant but fragile, her hands shaking as she clutched her medical bag. Jack, a pillar of strength, but even he looked lost in the face of such overwhelming odds. For a moment, Sarah allowed herself to imagine giving in to despair. It would be so easy to just sit down, close her eyes, and wait for the end. But then she thought of all they had been through, all the obstacles they had overcome to get this far. They had survived the initial outbreak, fought off countless infected, braved treacherous terrain, and even faced down hostile human groups. Could she really let it all be for nothing? With a deep breath, Sarah stood up, drawing the attention of the group. The arguments died down as they looked to her, a mixture of hope and fear in their eyes. "I know things look bad," she began, her voice low but firm. "Hell, they look worse than bad, they look impossible. But we've faced impossible odds before and come out the other side. We're here because we believe there was a chance, however small, of finding a safe haven, of finding a cure." She paused, looking each of them in the eye. "That chance still exists. It's a long shot, I won't lie to you, but it's the only shot we've got. We can turn back, try to scratch out a meager existence in the wilderness until the infected or starvation or disease takes us, or we can push forward, fight with everything we've got, and maybe, just maybe, find a way to end this nightmare once and for all." Sarah saw a spark of determination reignite in some of their eyes, but others still looked unconvinced. She pressed on. "I'm not ordering anyone to stay. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But I'm going to find that safe haven or die trying, because the alternative, giving up, accepting this hell is our new reality, that's not living. It's just waiting to die." A heavy silence fell over the group as her words sank in. Sarah held her breath, wondering if she had said enough, if she had managed to rekindle the hope that had brought them this far. Finally, Jack stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I'm with you," he said simply. One by one, the others voiced their agreement, some with enthusiasm, others with resigned determination. As the group began to discuss plans for scouting a path through the city, Sarah allowed herself a small smile. They were battered, terrified, and facing near impossible odds. But they were still together, still fighting. And as long as that remained true, there was hope. The apocalyptic sun continued its slow descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows through the ruined city. In the gathering darkness, Sarah and her companions prepared themselves for the trials ahead, knowing that each step forward could be their last, but driven by the faint, flickering light of hope that burned within them. Chapter 18. Sarah Thompson stood atop an overturned bus, her eyes scanning the ragtag group of survivors huddled before her. The city loomed behind them, a maze of shattered glass and crumbling concrete. Somewhere within that urban wasteland lay their salvation or their doom. "I know you're scared," she began, her voice carrying over the eerie silence that had settled over the outskirts. "Hell, I'm terrified. But look around you. Look at the faces of the people standing next to you. We've come so far together, faced things that would have broken most people." She paused, making eye contact with each member of the group. Emily, the tech-savvy teenager whose decoding skills had led them here. Marcus, the ex-cop whose marksmanship had saved them countless times. Dr. Winters, whose knowledge might be the key to ending this nightmare. And Jack. Sarah's gaze lingered on the gruff engineer, his face set in grim determination. "We're not just survivors anymore," Sarah continued, her voice growing stronger. "We're a family, and families don't give up on each other. That safe haven is within our reach, but the next few hours will test us like never before. I can't promise we'll all make it, but I swear to you, if we stand together, if we watch each other's backs, we have a chance." She saw the spark of hope rekindling in their eyes, felt the shift in energy as spines straightened and jaws set with renewed purpose. "So what do you say?" Sarah asked, raising her voice. "Are we going to let a bunch of brain-dead monsters stop us when we've come this far?" A chorus of defiant no's rang out. Are we going to give up when the cure for this hellish plague might be within our grasp? This time, the response was louder, more unified. Sarah allowed herself a small smile. Then let's show these bastards what happens when you back humanity into a corner. Let's take back our world. The cheer that erupted was primal, a roar of determination that seemed to shake the very ground. As Sarah jumped down from the bus, Jack approached her, a rare hint of admiration in his eyes. "Not bad, Doc," he said gruffly. "You might make a leader out of yourself yet." Sarah nodded, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on her shoulders. "Let's hope it's enough to get us through this gauntlet." The plan was audacious, relying as much on luck as it did on skill. They moved in small teams, using the city's damaged infrastructure to their advantage. Sarah led the first group, consisting of Emily, Dr. Winters, and Zach. Jack headed the second, with Marcus, Maria, and the Bakers. "Remember," Sarah had told them during the final briefing, "noise is our best weapon and our worst enemy. Use it to draw them away, but be ready to move at a moment's notice." Now crouched behind a burned-out car, Sarah watched as Emily activated a jury-rigged speaker system. The cacophony of car alarms and sirens erupted 2 blocks away, and within moments, a sea of shambling bodies began to flow towards the sound. "Now," Sarah hissed, and they darted across the exposed street. They repeated this process block by block, hearts pounding with each close call. At one point, a lone zombie stumbled upon them, its milky eyes widening in what almost looked like surprise. Before it could let out a moan, Zach was there, driving a knife up through its jaw with practiced efficiency. "Nice work," Sarah whispered, noting how the once bumbling college student had transformed into a capable fighter. As they neared the heart of the city, the buildings grew taller, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with hidden threats. Sarah's radio crackled to life, Jack's voice terse with tension. "We've got a problem," he said. "Entire horde heading your way. Noise trick isn't working anymore. These bastards are learning." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. "Copy that. Fall back to Rendezvous Point Alpha. We'll figure out a new plan." But as they turned to retrace their steps, Sarah saw that their path was already blocked by a wall of advancing zombies. The creatures moved with an unsettling coordination, cutting off escape routes with almost strategic precision. "Up," Sarah commanded, pointing to a nearby office building. "We need higher ground." They sprinted for the entrance, Sarah taking rear guard. As they reached the revolving door, a zombie lunged from the shadows. Sarah brought her rifle up, but in the confined space, there was no room to aim. She braced for impact, only to have Zach appear beside her, tackling the creature with reckless abandon. "Go!" he shouted, struggling with the snapping jaws. Sarah hesitated for a split second before grabbing Emily's arm and shoving her through the door. Dr. Winters followed, and Sarah turned back just in time to see Zach plunge his knife into the zombie's eye socket. He scrambled to his feet, covered in gore, but grinning with adrenaline-fueled excitement. "Told you this survivalist stuff would come in handy," he quipped as they barricaded the door behind them. The respite was short-lived. They had barely caught their breath on the 10th floor when the sound of shattering glass echoed from below. Sarah peered over the railing of the central atrium, her blood running cold at the sight of zombies pouring into the lobby. "They're climbing the damn walls," Marcus growled, joining her at the railing. The rest of Jack's team had arrived minutes earlier, all of them looking haggard but determined. "How the hell are they doing that?" Maria asked, her nurse's training warring with the impossible scene before them. Dr. Winters stepped forward, her face pale. "The virus, it must be evolving faster than we thought. increasing muscle density, perhaps even altering brain function to allow for more complex problem solving. Great, Jack muttered. As if regular zombies weren't bad enough, now we've got goddamn zombie ninjas to deal with. A crash from the stairwell cut off further discussion. Sarah raised her rifle, centered herself, and nodded to Marcus. Funnel them through the doorway, conserve ammo, go for headshots only. What followed was a nightmarish gauntlet of endless waves. The zombies came in groups, each more aggressive than the last. Sarah lost track of time, her world narrowing to the rhythm of aim, fire, reload. She was vaguely aware of her companions fighting beside her, Marcus's precision shots, Maria's fierce determination as she wielded a fire axe, the bakers working in tandem to trip up the zombies with improvised traps. But it was Jack who truly shone in the chaos. He seemed to be everywhere at once, plugging gaps in their defense, shouting warnings and improvising weapons from office supplies with almost casual brilliance. At one point, he rigged a photocopier to explode, the blast taking out half a dozen zombies in a shower of toner and shrapnel. Yet, for every zombie they put down, 2 more seemed to take its place. Sarah felt fatigue settling into her bones, saw the same exhaustion mirrored in the faces around her. They were being worn down, inch by bloody inch. It was Emily who spotted their salvation. "The maintenance elevator," she shouted, pointing to a service lift half hidden behind a partition. "If we can get it working, we might be able to reach the roof." Jack's eyes lit up. "Cover me," he yelled, already sprinting towards the elevator. Sarah and Marcus laid down suppressing fire, buying him the precious seconds needed to pry open the control panel. Come on," Sarah muttered, watching Jack work his magic on the wires. A zombie slipped past their barricade, and she dropped it with a well-placed shot, the crack of her rifle almost lost in the cacophony of snarls and breaking glass. "Got it." Jack's triumphant shout was accompanied by the grinding of long-dormant machinery coming to life. "Everybody in now." They fell back in stages, Sarah once again taking up the rear guard position. As she backed towards the elevator, time seemed to slow. She saw a particularly large zombie break through the barricade, its eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. It charged forward with terrifying speed, and Sarah knew with cold certainty that she wouldn't be able to make it to the elevator in time. Suddenly, Jack was there, placing himself between Sarah and the oncoming threat. "Go!" he roared, shoving her roughly towards safety. Sarah stumbled backwards into the elevator, her protest dying on her lips as she saw the look of grim acceptance on Jack's face. "Jack, no," she screamed, but it was too late. He slammed his hand on the elevator controls, the doors beginning to slide shut. "You get them to that safe haven. You hear me?" Jack said, his voice thick with emotion. "You find that cure." The last thing Sarah saw before the doors closed was Jack turning to face the horde, a bundle of wires in one hand and a lighter in the other. The elevator lurched upwards, and seconds later, the entire building shook with the force of an explosion. Sarah leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Marcus, his own eyes glistening. "He saved us," Marcus said softly. "All of us." Sarah took a shuddering breath, forcing down her grief. Jack had given them a chance, and she'd be damned if she was going to waste it. She straightened up, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "We keep moving," she said, her voice hoarse but determined. "We make his sacrifice count." The rooftop was a temporary reprieve, but Sarah knew they couldn't stay long. The explosion had bought them time, but the zombies would find a way up eventually. They needed an escape route. "There," Dr. Winters pointed to a nearby building. "That's the central branch of Umbrella Bank. All the major financial institutions in this city had underground tunnels connecting them to the subway system. If we can reach it, we might have a clear path to the outskirts. Sarah nodded, already formulating a plan. Zach, Emily, see if you can rig up some of those zip lines you were bragging about earlier. The rest of us will cover you. As the two youngest members of their group got to work, Sarah took stock of their remaining supplies. Ammunition was running low, and fatigue was etched on every face. But beneath the exhaustion, she saw a steely resolve. They'd come too far to give up now. The zip line was a harrowing experience, each of them acutely aware of the growing horde below as they slid across the gap between buildings. Sarah went last, her heart in her throat as the line sagged under her weight. For one terrifying moment, she thought she might not make it. Then Marcus and Maria were there, strong hands grabbing her and pulling her to safety. They found the entrance to the tunnels easily enough, but descending into that darkness felt like entering the belly of some great beast. The air was thick with dust and the musty smell of long-abandoned spaces. Their flashlights carved weak cones of illumination in the oppressive gloom. "Stay close," Sarah warned as they moved forward. "We don't know what's down here." The tunnels were a maze, and more than once they found their path blocked by collapsed sections or flooded areas. The constant drip of water and the scurrying of unseen creatures set everyone's nerves on edge. Every shadow seemed to move, every echo a potential threat. They had been walking for what felt like hours when Emily suddenly froze, holding up a hand for silence. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Sarah strained her ears, at first hearing nothing but the hammering of her own heart. Then she caught it, a low, guttural sound, somewhere between a growl and a moan, and it was getting closer. "Run!" Sarah hissed, and they took off down the tunnel. The sounds behind them grew louder, accompanied by the slap of bare feet on concrete. Sarah chanced to glance over her shoulder and immediately wished she hadn't. A wave of pale, twisted forms surged after them, moving with a speed and purpose that defied their decaying state. "There," Marcus shouted, pointing to a maintenance ladder leading up to a manhole cover. "That's got to lead topside." They reached the ladder, Sarah once again taking up a defensive position as the others climbed. The zombies were so close now that she could smell the sickly sweet odor of rotting flesh. She fired in controlled bursts, each shot finding its mark, but there were simply too many. As the last of her companions disappeared up the ladder, Sarah turned to follow. She had one foot on the bottom rung when a cold, clammy hand wrapped around her ankle. She kicked out instinctively, her boot connecting with a face that felt more like putty than flesh. The grip loosened just enough for her to scramble upwards, hands reaching down to haul her the last few feet to safety. They slammed the manhole cover shut, the sounds of scratching and pounding from below like some hellish drumbeat. Sarah looked around, getting her bearings. They were in an alley, the research facility visible just a few blocks away. But between them and their goal stretched an ocean of undead, more numerous than any horde they'd faced before. And there, in the center of it all, stood a figure that made Sarah's blood run cold. It was clearly once human, but twisted and mutated almost beyond recognition. Its skin was a mottled gray, muscles bulging grotesquely beneath. But it was the eyes that truly terrified her, gleaming with a predatory intelligence that had no place in a dead thing. The creature tilted its head, regarding them with an almost curious expression. Then it raised one misshapen arm, and as if on cue, the entire horde turned towards their little group. Sarah felt a moment of pure, paralyzing fear. They were so close to their goal, but with this nightmare standing in their way, it might as well have been on the moon. She looked at her companions, bloody, exhausted, but still standing, still fighting. She thought of Jack, of his sacrifice, of all they'd been through to get here. Sarah Thompson squared her shoulders, raised her rifle, and faced the evolved monstrosity that stood between them and humanity's last hope. "All right, you ugly son of a bitch," she muttered. "Let's dance." Chapter 19. Sarah's lungs burned as she sprinted down the debris-strewn street, the growls of the pursuing horde echoing off crumbling facades. The research facility loomed ahead, a stark monolith of hope amid the urban decay. Her companions flanked her, each pushing their battered bodies to the limit. "Almost there," she shouted, more to bolster their spirits than to state the obvious. A cluster of zombies burst from a nearby alleyway, cutting off their path. Without missing a beat, Marcus dropped to one knee, his rifle cracking in rapid succession. 3 headshots, 3 bodies hitting the pavement. "Still got it, old man," Zach quipped, vaulting over a rusted car. Emily, her face set in grim determination, pulled a small device from her backpack. "Fire in the hole," she yelled, hurling it behind them. The makeshift explosive detonated, momentarily scattering their pursuers in a shower of shrapnel and zombie parts. Dr. Winters stumbled, fatigue evident in every line of her body. Maria was there in an instant, supporting the older woman. "I've got you," the nurse said, her voice gentle but firm. "We didn't come this far to fail now." They reached the facility's perimeter fence, a formidable barrier of electrified steel. Sarah's heart sank as she saw the keypad lock on the gate. "I can hack it," Emily said, already reaching for her tools. "No time," Sarah replied, eyeing the regrouping horde. Her gaze fell on a nearby utility pole, its power lines stretching over the fence. "Tom, Lisa, remember the trick with the fire hose back in Hope's Crossing?" The Bakers nodded in unison, a spark of understanding passing between them. With practiced teamwork, they began fashioning a makeshift pulley system using scavenged cables and belts. "Marcus, Zach, buy us some time," Sarah ordered, helping the Bakers with their contraption. The 2 men took up defensive positions, their weapons barking in a steady rhythm. But for every zombie they dropped, 2 more shambled forward to take its place. "Oh shit," Zach breathed, his eyes widening in terror. Sarah followed his gaze and felt her blood turn to ice. There, at the back of the horde, stood the evolved leader. Its misshapen head swiveled towards them, lips peeling back in a grotesque approximation of a smile. "It's ready," Tom shouted, snapping Sarah back to the present. One by one, they zip-lined over the fence, the crude pulley system groaning under their weight. Sarah went last, her heart pounding as she felt the cables start to fray. She hit the ground hard on the other side, rolling to absorb the impact. They sprinted for the facility's entrance, a massive blast door that looked like it could withstand a nuclear strike. Sarah's hand shook as she slammed the intercom button. "Please," she gasped. "We're survivors. We need help." For a moment, there was only silence. Then a cool, feminine voice responded. "This is a restricted area. Please vacate the premises immediately." "We don't have time for this bureaucratic bullshit," Marcus snarled, raising his rifle as if to shoot the intercom. "Wait." Sarah pushed him aside, her mind racing. "I'm Dr. Sarah Thompson, former military medic authorization, code Sierra Tango 794. Another agonizing pause. The evolved leader had reached the fence, its clawed hands wrapping around the electrified wires, without so much as a flinch. Just as Sarah was about to give up hope, there was a deep, resonant clomp from within the blast door. It began to slide open with glacial slowness. "Inside now," she yelled, ushering her group through the widening gap. They tumbled into a stark white decontamination chamber. The blast door ceiling shut behind them with a final resounding thud. For a moment, they simply lay there, chests heaving, minds struggling to process their narrow escape. A hissing sound filled the chamber as decontamination mist rained down upon them. Sarah pushed herself to her feet, taking in their surroundings. The sterile white walls, the faint hum of advanced filtration systems, it was like stepping into another world. "My God," Dr. Winters whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and professional curiosity. "I never thought I'd see the inside of a biosafety level 4 facility." Before anyone could respond, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a team of scientists in hazmat suits. At their head stood a striking woman in her late 40s, her sharp features softened somewhat by the smile lines around her eyes. "Dr. Thompson, I presume," she said, her voice matching the one from the intercom. "I'm Dr. Eleanor Rossi, lead researcher here at the sanctuary. Welcome to humanity's last hope." Sarah nodded, still trying to reconcile the pristine environment with the nightmare they'd just escaped. "Thank you for letting us in. We've come a long way." "I'm sure you have," Dr. Rossi cut her off, not unkindly. "But before we go any further, we need to ensure none of you are infected. Please follow me to our medical bay for screening." As they were led through gleaming corridors, Sarah couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The contrast between this haven of technology and the ravaged world outside was more than just physical, it felt almost obscene in its perfection. They reached a state-of-the-art medical facility, where efficient staff began conducting a battery of tests. Sarah found herself alone with Dr. Rossi, the older woman studying a holographic display of test results with growing excitement. "Remarkable," Rossi murmured. "Your immune response is unlike anything we've seen. How long have you been out there, Dr. Thompson?" "Since the beginning," Sarah replied, a lump forming in her throat as memories of those early, chaotic days surfaced. "I was stationed at Fort Benning when it all went to hell." Rossi's eyes sharpened. "Then you might be able to corroborate some of our findings. Come with me." She led Sarah to a secure briefing room, where the rest of the group was already gathered. Their faces were a mix of relief, exhaustion, and growing apprehension. "Now that we've confirmed none of you are infected, it's time you learned the truth," Rossi began, her tone grave. "The plague that has decimated our world was no act of nature. It was engineered." A stunned silence fell over the room. It was Marcus who finally spoke, his voice tight with barely contained rage. Who the hell would do something like this?" Rossi sighed, suddenly looking every bit her age. It wasn't any one group. It was a collaborative effort between major world governments and corporations. They called it Project Lazarus, an attempt to create the ultimate bioweapon. She went on to explain how the virus was designed to reanimate dead tissue, creating an unstoppable army of mindless soldiers. But something went wrong. The virus mutated, becoming far more infectious and uncontrollable than its creators ever intended. "So all of this," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper, "all the death, the suffering, it was because some suits in a boardroom thought they could play God." Rossi nodded, her expression haunted. By the time they realized their mistake, it was too late. The virus had already spread beyond containment. The weight of this revelation seemed to physically press down on the group. Zach slumped in his chair, looking like he might be sick. Emily hugged herself tightly, tears streaming down her face. The Bakers clutched each other's hands, their weathered faces etched with a new kind of pain. "There's more," Rossi continued after a moment. "Sarah, your blood work, it's extraordinary. You appear to have a natural immunity to the virus." Sarah blinked, struggling to process this new information. "What does that mean?" "It means," Rossi said, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes, that you might be the key to developing a cure. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, questions, exclamations of joy, and skeptical muttering all blending together. Sarah felt as if the floor had dropped out from under her. She'd spent so long just trying to survive. The idea of actually ending this nightmare seemed almost too much to comprehend. Suddenly, a piercing alarm cut through the din. Red emergency lights began to flash, and Rossi's face drained of color. "No," she breathed, rushing to a nearby computer terminal. "It's not possible." "What's happening?" Sarah demanded, a familiar dread settling in her stomach. Rossi's fingers flew over the keyboard, bringing up security feeds on the main screen. What they saw sent a collective shudder through the group. The evolved zombie leader stood at the facility's main entrance, surrounded by its horde. But instead of mindlessly beating against the doors, it was methodically operating the external control panel. "It's learning," Dr. Winters said, her voice filled with horrified fascination. "The virus must be rewiring neural pathways, increasing cognitive function exponentially." They watched in stunned silence as the creature bypassed the facility's outer defenses. Alarms blared with increasing urgency as it made its way deeper into the complex. "We need to evacuate," Rossi said, already moving towards the exit. "There's a secure bunker beneath the facility. We can regroup there and—" "Wait," Sarah interrupted, a terrible realization dawning. "The cure, if we leave now, how long before we can start work on it again?" Rossi hesitated, conflict clear on her face. "Months at least, maybe longer. We'd need to rebuild our entire infrastructure." Sarah looked at her companions, these people who had become her family through months of hardship and shared trauma. She saw the hope in their eyes, the desperate need to believe that all their suffering might finally have an end in sight. Then she thought of the millions still out there, fighting for survival in a world gone mad. Of Jack, who had sacrificed himself so that they might reach this point. "I'll stay," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. "I'll give you whatever samples you need. The rest of you get to safety." "Sarah, no," Emily cried, moving to embrace her. "We can't leave you." "You can't be serious," Marcus added, his gruff exterior cracking to reveal genuine concern. "It's suicide." "Maybe," Sarah admitted. "But if there's even a chance of developing a cure, we have to take it. I'm immune. I have the best shot at surviving long enough to make a difference." The sounds of chaos grew closer. They could hear gunfire now, punctuated by inhuman shrieks. Time was running out. "Sarah," Maria said softly, taking her hand. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah met her gaze, seeing understanding and respect in the nurse's eyes. "I'm sure," she replied. "Get them to safety, Maria. Keep them alive until I can finish this." One by one, her companions embraced her, their goodbyes a mixture of gratitude, grief, and desperate hope. As they followed Dr. Rossi towards the evacuation route, Sarah turned to Dr. Winters. "I could use another set of hands," she said, "especially ones with your expertise." Winters straightened, a determined glint in her eye. "My dear, I've spent my entire career working towards a moment like this. Wild horses couldn't drag me away." As the others disappeared down the corridor, Sarah took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. She and Winters began gathering the necessary equipment, the sounds of approaching danger spurring them on. "I hope we're doing the right thing," Sarah murmured, more to herself than her companion. Winters paused in her work, fixing Sarah with a penetrating gaze. "In times like these, my dear, right and wrong become luxuries. We simply do what we must and pray it's enough." Sarah nodded, pushing aside her doubts. As the first sounds of claws scrabbling against the laboratory door reached their ears, she focused on the task at hand. The fate of humanity now rested on her shoulders, and she'd be damned if she'd let it fall. Chapter 20. Sarah Thompson stood in the sterile confines of the research facility's main laboratory, her eyes fixed on the vial of pale blue liquid before her. The weight of her decision pressed down on her shoulders, a burden heavier than any she had carried during her time as a military medic. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the antiseptic smell of the lab, a stark contrast to the decay and destruction that had become the norm in the world outside. "Are you sure about this, Sarah?" Dr. Elena Rossi's voice broke through the silence, tinged with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Sarah opened her eyes, meeting the scientist's gaze. "I am," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "If there's even a chance this can save what's left of humanity, I have to try." The decision to stay behind, to be the key to developing the cure, had not come easily. Sarah's mind drifted to the faces of her companions, the survivors who had become family during their harrowing journey across a zombie-infested landscape. Each goodbye had been a knife to her heart, a reminder of all they had endured together. Jack had been the hardest. The gruff engineer had become her rock, her partner in survival. His calloused hand had gripped hers tightly, eyes glistening with unspoken emotion. "You're the bravest damn fool I've ever met, Sarah," he had said, his gruff voice breaking slightly. "Don't you dare let those eggheads turn you into some kind of lab rat." Sarah had managed a weak smile. "Someone's got to keep an eye on them, make sure they don't blow us all up with their fancy science." Jack had chuckled, the sound raw and pained. "That's my girl." His embrace had been fierce, conveying all the words left unsaid between them. Emily, the young electronics whiz, had been next. The teenager had thrown her arms around Sarah, burying her face in the older woman's shoulder. "You can't go," she had sobbed. "We need you, I need you." Sarah had stroked Emily's hair, fighting back her own tears. "You're strong, Emily, stronger than you know. Keep the others safe, okay? And don't let Zach do anything too stupid." The memory of Zach's lopsided grin flashed through Sarah's mind. The young survivalist had tried to maintain his usual bravado, but his voice had cracked as he said, "Don't worry about us, boss. We'll have this place zombie-proof by the time you're done playing hero." One by one, Sarah had said her goodbyes. Marcus, the ex-cop, had given her a solemn nod, his usual gruff exterior softening for a moment. "You've got more guts than the entire police force put together, Thompson. Don't let us down." Maria, the nurse who had joined their group mid-journey, had hugged Sarah tightly. "We'll be waiting for you," she had whispered, "however long it takes." Tom and Lisa Baker, the farmer couple who had been the heart of their little community, had both embraced her. "You bring hope to an old couple like us," Tom had said, his weathered face creased with emotion. Lisa had pressed a small hand-knitted charm into Sarah's palm. "For luck," she had said simply. Dr. Olivia Winters, the biochemist they had rescued from a pharmacy, had been the last to leave. Her eyes had been filled with a mixture of guilt and determination. "I'll do everything I can to help from the outside," she had promised. "Whatever information we can gather about the effects of the cure, I'll make sure it gets back to you." The sound of Dr. Rossi clearing her throat brought Sarah back to the present. "We should begin the procedure," the scientist said gently. Sarah nodded, rolling up her sleeve. As Dr. Rossi prepared the first injection, Sarah's mind drifted to the beginning of their journey, to the moment she had first stumbled upon the abandoned town of Hope's Crossing. The empty streets, the eerie silence broken only by the distant moans of the undead, it all seemed like a lifetime ago. The needle pierced her skin, and Sarah gritted her teeth against the burning sensation that spread through her veins. Her immunity to the zombie plague made her the key to developing the cure, but the process was far from painless. As wave after wave of agony washed over her, Sarah clung to the memories of her journey. She saw Jack's face illuminated by firelight as they planned their defenses against the next zombie attack. She heard Emily's laughter as she cracked some impossibly complex code on a salvaged computer. She felt the warmth of the group huddled together during a cold night in the wilderness, each of them drawing strength from the others. Hours blended into days as Sarah underwent test after test, procedure after procedure. Between bouts of fever and pain, she found herself lost in reflection, her mind wandering through the twisted path that had led her to this moment. She remembered the first time they had faced the evolved zombies, the shock of realizing that the undead were developing intelligence. The desperate flight through the abandoned subway tunnels, the sound of inhuman shrieks echoing off the tiled walls. Sarah had thought they were done for, trapped in the darkness with no way out. But then Zack had appeared, grinning like a madman, having hot-wired an old maintenance cart. All aboard the Z train, he had shouted, and despite the terror of the moment, they had all burst into hysterical laughter. The memory brought a smile to Sarah's cracked lips, quickly followed by a pang of loss. Not all of them had made it. Commander Alec Donovan and his group of hostile survivors had ambushed them in the mountains, leading to a brutal confrontation that had cost lives on both sides. Sarah could still see the look of betrayal in Donovan's eyes as she had been forced to put him down, the man's paranoia and ruthlessness having turned him into as much of a monster as the zombies they fought. And then there was Dr. Olivia Winter's confession, the revelation that she had been part of the research team responsible for creating the plague in the first place. The shock and anger that had rippled through the group had nearly torn them apart. But in the end, it had been Olivia's knowledge that had led them to this facility, to the possibility of a cure. Sir, can you hear me? Dr. Rossi's voice cut through the haze of memory and pain. We've done it. The first batch of the cure is ready. Sarah blinked, forcing her vision to focus on the vial of luminescent blue liquid that Dr. Rossi held up. It worked, she croaked, her throat dry and raw. Before the scientist could answer, an alarm blared through the facility. Dr. Rossi's face paled. Now, she whispered. Not now. What is it? Sarah demanded, struggling to sit up despite the weakness in her limbs. The outer defenses have been breached, another scientist called out, his fingers flying over a keyboard as he pulled up security feeds. It's a massive horde unlike anything we've seen before. They're working together, using tactics. Sarah's blood ran cold. The evolved zombies had found them. What happened next was a blur of frantic activity. Scientists rushed to secure their research while security personnel barricaded doors and readied weapons. Sarah forced herself to her feet, ignoring the protests of her battered body. We need to get the cure to the ventilation system, she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. It's our only chance. Dr. Rossi nodded, carefully placing the vial of cure into a specialized dispersal unit. The main air handling room is 3 levels up, she said, but with the zombies breaking in. I'll get it there, Sarah said firmly, taking the unit from the scientist. Just tell me what to do. As Dr. Rossi quickly explained the dispersal process, the sounds of combat grew closer. Gunfire and screams echoed through the facility, punctuated by the inhuman roars of the zombie horde. Sarah made her way through the chaos, her military training kicking in despite her weakened state. She navigated twisting corridors and emergency stairwells, the dispersal unit clutched tightly to her chest. With each level she ascended, the signs of the zombies' progress became more evident: shattered windows, blood-smeared walls, and the bodies of those who had fallen in the facility's defense. As she reached the final corridor leading to the air handling room, Sarah heard a sound that chilled her to the bone, the guttural, almost intelligent growl of the evolved zombie leader. She pressed herself against the wall, peering around the corner to see the creature prowling at the far end of the hallway, its misshapen head swiveling as it searched for prey. Sarah closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. In her mind, she saw the faces of her companions, Jack's weathered grin, Emily's bright eyes, Zach's cocky smirk. She thought of all they had sacrificed to get here, of all the hope they had placed in her. With a silent prayer, she stepped into the hallway. The zombie leader's head snapped towards her, its milky eyes narrowing with terrifying intelligence. It let out a bone-chilling shriek, alerting its brethren to her presence. Sarah ran, her legs burning with exertion, as she sprinted towards the air handling room. She slammed through the door, quickly locating the main ventilation input. As her shaking hands worked to connect the dispersal unit, she could hear the zombies approaching, their claws scraping against metal and concrete. The unit beeped, signaling that it was ready. Sarah's finger hovered over the activation button just as the door burst open behind her. She spun, coming face to face with the evolved leader and its horde. Time seemed to slow as Sarah stared into the creature's eyes. In them, she saw a twisted reflection of humanity, the hunger, the rage, the primal need to survive. But she also saw something else, something that strengthened her resolve. She saw fear. Sarah's finger came down on the button. The dispersal unit hummed to life, releasing a fine mist of the cure into the air handling system. As the zombies surged forward, Sarah stood her ground, watching the pale blue vapor swirl around her. The lead zombie reached for her, its clawed hand inches from her face. Sarah closed her eyes, bracing for the impact. But it never came. She opened her eyes to see the zombie frozen in place, its body trembling. Around it, the rest of the horde began to convulse, unearthly shrieks filling the air. The cure was working, attacking the plague that animated their dead flesh. But would it be enough? Would it work quickly enough to save her, to save what was left of humanity? As Sarah watched the zombies thrash and howl, their fate uncertain, she felt a strange sense of peace wash over her. She had done all she could. She had fought, she had survived, and now at the end, she had given humanity a chance. The story of Sarah Thompson, of Jack and Emily and all the others who had fought alongside her, would not end here in this room. It would continue in the world outside, in the lives of those who might yet be saved by her sacrifice. Sarah took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang of the cure on her tongue. As the zombies before her continued to writhe, their ultimate fate still unknown, she allowed herself a small smile. In this moment, suspended between life and death, hope and despair, Sarah found that she was no longer afraid. Whatever came next, she was ready. The fate of Sarah Thompson, and of humanity itself, hung in the balance as the pale blue mist of the cure swirled through the air. The future, uncertain and fraught with both danger and possibility, stretched out before her like an unwritten page. And in that moment of infinite potential, Sarah Thompson stood tall, facing whatever was to come with courage, determination, and the unshakable belief that even in the darkest of times, hope could flourish. The end, or perhaps a new beginning.